Uh, A new study out this week has revealed disturbingly high levels of microplastics in the human brain. And while the headline new
I'm going to be starting in just like 5 minutes. Got to get everything set up. All right then. Hello everybody. Good morning. How are y'all doing today? What's up, Leftist Leo? Always good to see you here. All right. So today's going to be a bit like more fun than usual, I suppose. Not quite fun in any real meaningful way, but we're going to have a guest come on later and have a bit of a chat. So that'll be more fun than usual, I suppose. Simply Steve, I swear if I have one more person tell me that Elon is just auditing the treasury to chill out, I'm going to scream. You should. You should scream. You should scream at them that they're retarded. That would be probably your best possible solution to that. Look, before we get into Elon and America and all of that shit, I just want to talk a bit about Australia because we have our election coming up, and there's a pretty high chance of us ending up similarly to the US. And I don't know, taking advantage of the period in time where every single person hates America, including in Australia, to try and change that. Already had 2 therapy sessions this morning. One wasn't exactly, but whatever. So I feel pretty well vented so far. Well, good. Get ready to go to therapy for a 3rd time today. But before we start, I I had a really weird thought the other day. And I told my friend's dad this yesterday because he's like in his 50s. He's a grown ass, like grown man. He's your average Australian dude. And we were talking about the coup. And I asked him, I said, like, can you sit for a second with the thought of I've lived through the collapse of both the Soviet Union and the United States. Like, did you ever think that you could have that in your life? And just blew this dude's mind away. So if any of you are older than 91, I believe, then you also have lived through the collapse of the Soviet Union and the United States. And I think that you should take some pride in that. It is fucking crazy, isn't it? 1 year short? Close enough. All right, now let's jump to Australia.
Party.
And there's no sound. Why is there no sound? That's why there's no sound.
Hello, I'm from the Liberal
That's too much sound.
Party. Australia is about to have an election, and we're here to get Australia back on track. Starting with our nuclear plan. Nuclear power is an impressive technology and a source of zero-emission energy. So the cooked part of our nuclear plan isn't the nuclear bit, but the our plan bit. Let's take a look. Will our plan make electricity cheaper? No. Experts say it'll increase your energy bills. Even our senator for saying the quiet part out loud said,
It ain't the cheapest form of power.
in fact, CSIRO's latest report shows it would be the most expensive form of power, twice the cost of the cheapest form.
Is it the accent? Are you racist for some reason against Australians? I'm kidding, obviously. No, I think the vibe is that she's supposed to sound incredibly annoying. Like that's kind of the politician voice.
And yes, they did factor in batteries and transmission lines. But why trust our science agency when you can trust the costings we released just before Christmas so you wouldn't notice they're utter bullshit? How good are small modular reactors? Do we know of any that are commercially available?
You should.
No. Do we know when they'll be available? No. Do we know the cost? No, but
If you don't know, vote no.
how good are big nuclear reactors? Dato says we'll build the first one in 12 years. Is that realistic? Let's ask some other Western
not at all.
democracies. Hello, I'm from the government of France, where our latest nuclear power station took 20 years to build from announcement to completion at 4 times the cost. And I'm from the British government, where our nuclear plant is taking 23 years to build at triple the cost. And here at the US government, our latest nuclear plant took 18 years. And our hearts go out to the people of Georgia, who'll pay billions more on their energy bills due to its cost blowouts. Sure, all these countries
These
have
are so
decades of
good.
experience with nuclear, but you can trust us, the party that couldn't build car parks, in collaboration with the party that can't
How do you fail at building a car park?
the railway, to build a nuclear power station from scratch cheaper and faster than them. The UAE did it. Hello, I'm from the United Arab Emirates, where we built a nuclear power station in just 15 years end to end. All you need to be is an authoritarian state that employs slave labour. Gina would love slave labour. Sadly, Australia's a democracy
That's
with
true.
laws to protect our workers and environment. It also has nuclear bans at both federal and state levels. Do we have a plan to repeal them? No. Where will we store the waste? Where will the nuclear plants go? Here and here. Have we asked the folks living there? No. But if they refuse, we'll just force them to sell the land. What could go wrong? When you put all this together, you can see why the chances of Australia getting a nuclear reactor...
Again, the entire point of this push towards nuclear is because the coal industry is backing the Liberal Party, and you know this is the entire point of it taking this long to build is the point. It's that's a time period in which we still need to be buying coal from the coal industry.
in less than 20 years, if we get one at all, are approximately fuck all. And here's the kicker. 20 years from now, renewables are projected to power 96% of our grid. And we're almost halfway there, as Australia built the equivalent of 6 nuclear reactors worth of wind and solar in just the last 6 years.
And people say that this shit isn't consistent. It's like, I can understand, you know, not being a bit worried about the consistency of solar energy in a place like the UK, where it is wet and rainy and cloudy all the time. But first of all, like, again, it doesn't matter because that's what batteries are for. But secondly, this is Australia we're talking about. It's an American continent-sized land of just flat nothing for the vast majority of it, other than, I don't know, a hotspot, pun intended, for sunlight and wind.
So do we even need nuclear? Oh, sweetie, we don't give a shit about nuclear. We just want to slow down this. Because
there you go.
what will Australia need to fill the energy gap while it waits 20 years for this? That's right, more of this and this. Which
You might want to sell those, because they're not going to go up anytime soon.
brings us to the real aim of our nuclear plan, keeping Australia dependent on fossil fuels, or as we call it, Project Gina. So to sum up, we want to pretend to build nuclear plants we don't need, on land we don't own, in states that don't want it, using your money to keep our clapped out coal plants alive, increasing the risk of blackouts, and make you pay for the most expensive form of energy today, while you wait for us to bring you an even more expensive form of energy, thereby increasing our emissions, reneging on our climate commitments, and jacking up your electricity bills. Also, we can keep Gina
objectively evil here. Wait, this isn't good? No, it's not good.
and these nutbags happy. Vote Liberal and get Australia back on crack.
Why would it be good? Shoofle Pooper, you've watched me long enough. Did you expect good news from me this week? Also, you can expect this to be worse in the US within a year, but we have a very concentrated monopoly system in Australia where everything is basically just monopolies, duopolies, etc. And I mean, have a look.
Banks are there in Australia? 4. Well, 95, but pretty much everyone uses one of 4. Huh. How many supermarkets?
2 main ones.
2 main companies?
There's a third one.
Insurance companies? 4 main ones? Airlines? Yeah.
Sometimes there's good news, Simply Steve. Sometimes. Only in Futurama.
3.5. Wait, half? Well, yeah, because Qantas owns Jetstar, so you can't really call that its own thing. And then there's Bonza, which is new and really small, and it doesn't fly into a lot of major cities, so call it 3.5. Oh. How many mobile phone service providers? 3 main ones.
This is
power companies?
a compounding problem that leads to both not only the rising cost of living in Australia, but an inability to get past that, an inability to make any kind of change. Like the supermarket industry, for example, Coles and Woolworths, as was mentioned in the video. These 2 companies are fucking evil. They go out of their way to prevent any kind of competition to the point of buying buildings that a competitor might want to place a supermarket in, and then not even building a supermarket in it, just holding that place empty so that the other person can't put their supermarket in. It's genuinely an evil industry here.
2 of them control half the market, and then there are some smaller ones too. Aren't there like 27 million Australians? Yeah. And don't they say the best way to bring down prices is by adding more competition? They do say that. Yeah.
I mean, I shouldn't be complaining considering y'all are gonna have like one company that does everything in like 5 years. This sounds like playground bully mechanics. I want this, you can't have it, but I'm not gonna play with it. It is. It's exactly that. It's exactly that. Now, I want to talk about social media for a bit as well. We have seen all of 2024 how big of a role social media played in elections across the world, how many elections across the world were tampered with using social media, how many are still. And Australia's plan to prevent this, or at least the awareness of it. Considering, like, we've been talking about this kind of stuff for a little while, but I constantly see on Australian news that they are very much aware of the risk of hijacking an election through social media, someone like Elon Musk, for example. And so I want to see how seriously they're taking this.
Hey TikTok.
You're watching this TikTok on Wi-Fi.
When Australians come to vote at this year's federal election, less than half of the voters are expected to have got the information that will sway their votes from traditional media like broadcast television and newspapers.
Less than half is a big difference here. Like, the vast majority of Australians, for pretty much the entire time I've lived here, got their news from television, not social media.
Will have formed their opinions based on what they see on social media. It's been a rapid change.
People's media diets have changed dramatically over the last 20 years, and they've even changed over the last 24 months.
Podcasts now, according to recent research, 2 million Australians listen to podcasts daily, and
God.
4 million Australians engage with podcasts weekly. So it's a
You want to know what the top 10 podcasts on Spotify are? They're all right-wing grifters. That's what all of them are.
huge tool that's being used, and it speaks to that authenticity and that trust between the host and the audience that political leaders really, really need to capture.
Indeed, Ben Labolt, who used to be the communications director for Joe Biden, commented to me recently that, President Biden had done more than 60 interviews over the course of last year, but most people hadn't seen any of them. That everyone was getting their news through this diffused online social media environment. And that was one of the things that he suggested that Trump had done really fantastically well, was just occupy so much digital real estate online.
Read Scott.
The reason that he was able to do that isn't just because he's Donald Trump, by the way. It's because all of the media real estate online is owned by people who are Trump supporters. There was no place for outside voices. I mean, there was, obviously. There was, people like me, Vosh, Hassan. There was the entire left online. But in comparison, that's one person in a crowd of 50 million in comparison to the amount of reach that right-wingers have related to the amount of reach that the left has. My generation was the last in America to get our news from real reporters. Probably true, Simply Steve, yeah. At least there you guys actually call the Nazis Nazis. Yeah, we do. And it's still a shock every time. Watching the police deploy mounted cavalry police to go arrest the Nazis was, it was kind of what I needed to see.
Scholarly analysis of the rise of the influence of social media 10 or 15 years ago, and it almost looks quaint.
It was beautiful.
Twitter in those days was
cinematic.
a new phenomenon, and the focus was on the online discussions, not the capacity of a multitude of platforms that would let politicians talk directly to voters.
Last year, less than 50% of people watched
In the good way,
free-to-air
leftist
broadcast
Leo.
television in Australia, the first time in history since
What? Less than 50%.
of people watched
Wow.
free-to-air broadcast television.
Yeah, that's how most people got their news when I got here, was free-to-air broadcast television. Whoa. Ethan Destiny literally say hate Adolf Hitler but love Zionism. How big hypocrisy is that? Ethan and Destiny don't believe anything. They're grifters, so it's not entirely surprising that hypocrisy is pretty prevalent among grifters. Colorado broke a Nazi rally in Denver yesterday. Didn't even let them get set up. Based. Love Colorado. My favorite state to live in.
In Australia, the first time in history since the beginning of television. And more of those people have been moving to social networks, and that's where both politicians and their parties are moving to try and reach people.
One Australian MP who has both used and watched the development of the importance of social media is independent MP Zali Steggall, who unseated a former PM in 2019.
I think the advent of social media and that ability to communicate with constituents through those platforms is really important. I would credit it with one of the reasons as an independent, I was able to cut through with my local community and speak very directly, but in a very local way to people in the community about issues they care about. So I think social media
her accent. That's interesting.
Has revolutionised politics in making it more accessible to more people and not as reliant, with due respect to the ABC, on legacy media.
Fast forward to 2025, and opposition leader Peter Dutton has been conspicuously building his presence on social media platforms like Instagram and TikTok, with lots of content designed to soften his hard man image, as well as focus on tightly targeted
Again,
podcasts.
this man just
Dutton
looks
is probably
like
performing better in the
penis.
Liberal campaign in general in terms of they're tapping into these vertical markets.
No, you're probably right,
And-
leftist Leo. That probably is New Zealand.
I saw Dutton did something with Mark Bouris the other day, so those finance engaged audience who are now hearing, courtesy of that, a story about Dutton and his relevance.
My poor social media advisors are really run off their feet because obviously there are more and more platforms.
It's the same issue that we're having here that we had in America, in which most of the platforms that exist, actually all of the platforms that exist now, as well as in pretty much the entirety of legacy news media, is all owned by right-wingers. I don't think there's a single outlet that is mainstream, both social media and legacy media, that isn't owned by a right-winger in Australia. I don't think there's a single one. There's smaller outlets, sure, but like a proper like big newspaper, news channel, a proper, I mean, there's streamers, but I don't really run into very many people who A, watch Australian politics live streams, and B, realistically even watch YouTube around the subject. The two that I can think of are kind of the biggest content creators in Australia for that reason.
You know, from your traditional Facebook and Instagram, obviously Twitter, but now we have Blue Sky, and I must say that is my preferred platform now.
Of course it is.
And then, of course, you have the traditional networking around LinkedIn as well, and then you have TikTok.
Who's using LinkedIn? Please tell me, because I saw this the other day in like the Democrats' messaging strategy, their social media strategy that got put out, and they were thinking about posting on LinkedIn like 4 to 5 times a day. It was the highest directive to post on LinkedIn as much as you can. Who the fuck does socializing on LinkedIn for social media and for news? Like, I get that it has a pull towards people that work in a professional field, you know, like politics is very professional. The people that you're going to be interacting with are either politicians, elected officials, or journalists, but like, you're not trying to message to these people, so why the fuck are you socializing? Like, why is the Democratic Party focused on LinkedIn? I have no idea. But beyond that, who is using LinkedIn in this way anyway? Like, even from the list of people who would, I still don't see any reason why they would.
Our formal phones, but most people, including the Prime Minister and the opposition leader, despite everything they said about TikTok, I noticed that they do have TikTok accounts going regardless.
As the use of social media has steadily increased, there has been a shift in the way political parties communicate their messages.
So back in 2008, coming out of the Obama campaign, social media was a genuinely energizing and exciting force that led us to think that we'd be able to democratize political participation, letting us do things at a far greater speed and scale than we could have before, and connecting people who wouldn't have met each other before to work together on these big challenges. But over the last 15 years, we've seen a real change where we've realized that actually some of that speed and scale can be used to damage our societies as much as strengthen it.
Everyone.
Yeah, well, I was going to say damage our societies as much as possible, really. The issue, yes, obviously, like TikTok's not good either. And it's not because the Chinese like own it. It's the same premise. It's as bad as every other thing. TikTok's no worse than any other social media. There is functionally no difference in how bad it is. And honestly, at this point, I would trust the CCP more with my personal like data than I would Elon Musk by orders of magnitude. But regardless of that, it's the systems that we built these social media platforms around that are the problem. The algorithmic ways that we use it, the ways that it recommends content to us. These, as we watched, you know, a couple videos on, I think the last couple days, was not just yesterday, but the algorithms that shape your personality, your behavior, the behavioral modification that comes out of this is one of the larger issues. The second being the profit incentive motivates these companies to build these algorithms around what gets you to spend the most possible time on that platform. And all of these tend to be negative feelings such as like rage, disgust, fear, and all of those put together just drive humans insane, really. Kind of want to go back to my punk rock days? Do it, based.
Access to news is so fragmented. People's attention span is so short.
And we feel lonelier.
Very, I guess, eye-catching. That is dangerous as well, though, because
on top of this, we also feel lonelier than we ever did. Even though we talk to more people than anyone has ever had access to in all of human history, we are still more lonely than we ever have been. And that comes from specifically the polarization of the messaging on these platforms. It wants you to feel separate. It wants you to build community online. And unfortunately, doing that doesn't make you feel any less lonely. Now, is it still worth doing that? Absolutely. But it's not going to make your loneliness go away.
Means it can be very polarizing, and to feed the algorithms of social media, you tend to, shock value. So shock jocks do well.
The sorts of messages you may be getting
You
from
never
political
could,
parties
Simply
on
Steve.
social media might have changed, but you might be wondering if and how they can target their messages to particular groups.
Historically, micro-targeting advertising was something that political parties had really embraced, but over the last 5 or 6 years, I've seen that really dial back, and there's been a real shift towards just broader, smaller numbers.
Yeah,
of
absolutely, leftist Leo. It does lessen loneliness, but it won't substitute for it. When you really, really, really feel lonely and you want a hug, there's nothing anyone online can do for you.
narratives, larger pots of people, and trying to keep it together.
The referendum on an Indigenous voice to Parliament presented a unique political messaging moment,
God,
which
this
saw
was such
new
a shit
players
show.
enter the social media political advertising space.
The referendum was a unique situation because many of the people who were running ads or many of the people who were running campaigns
It was
didn't
basically
need
a
to
trial
stand up
run.
next cycle and be accountable for it. Those organizations have sort of largely disappeared. And so therefore getting called out, criticized or punished for being manipulative carried no cost. That's not true when you look at the Labor Party or the Liberal Party. They're long-term institutions that just can't carry the weight of that kind of a scandal.
But the referendum experience points to the difficulties of policing just what constitutes paid and unpaid content on social media platforms.
From a social cohesion
I
point of
still think paid and unpaid, like this is a good route to go down, but you do need to make it illegal for politicians and media personalities to lie openly and knowingly and willingly. Like we don't have freedom of speech in the same way that Americans did here. We do. Honestly, we probably have a bit more now than America does, but part of that speech is limited in what you can talk about, like in a court setting, revolving around what's said by politicians in Parliament. They have something called parliamentary privilege, where that is not something that can be used against them in a court of law. It's not public knowledge, technically. And that is one factor that would make this more difficult. But on top of that, like, we have all of these, we have misinformation laws, we do. Now that didn't get passed because it was terrible, but we have the cyberbullying law, which also was actually pretty much the same as the misinformation law, just directed at a smaller, more targeted group, which was still really bad, but is in place now. Just take that, make it even smaller, qualify it to one specific group or two, politicians and elected officials, and then make it so you can't lie. It's like qualified immunity in the US, pretty much, yeah.
of view, we want to make sure people have access to real facts, real information, not propaganda and lies. Of course, I'm very focused on it from a politician point of view of truth in political advertising, but the line is very blurred between opinions and pushing social media content and what is paid advertising, what is boosted. It is a very blurred line now between, organic content and paid content.
At this point, it's like you're scrolling and it is almost impossible to figure out what is paid and what's not anymore. Like what's an ad and what's not. So like obviously it'll say ad for the actual content, but if you were just consuming this or just letting it go on its own, some of these get really, really, really close to just regular old content, especially on sites like TikTok. My content is organic and cage-free based. Back as real facts, real information. What is this nonsense? We don't want any of that. Exactly. Now, the issue being that we can't agree on what is real information and what is nonsense. That's the main issue here. And again, that comes from this polarization on social media in that nobody has any idea what the hell is going on. We're all constantly consuming contradictory information, and all of that has a profit incentive behind it. Another thing that plays in here, at least on a state level, that will help prevent misinformation from being such a widespread issue is a ban on politics at the state level, at least in South Australia. But ban on money in politics, rather, not ban on politics. That would be funny and not good. But a ban on money in politics in South Australia, for example, would almost certainly reduce the amount of ad spend in a generally political content because they still have to declare that it's political content. I'm doing all right, back guys. How are you today? Oh, speaking of going after Nazis.
A white supremacist online network has been slapped with counter-terrorism sanctions as part of the federal government's crackdown on anti-Semitism.
Could you imagine if we, like, gave anti-terrorism charges to Telegram Nazis in America?
Our political reporter, Olivia Casely, joins us now from Canberra. Olivia, good morning. So it's now going to be a criminal offence to deal with the group known as Telegram.
Well, Foreign Minister Penny Wong announced these
sanctions. Such a cringe fucking name.
This morning. Ultimately, Telegram is essentially a network that uses encrypted messaging apps to spread white supremacist content online.
So,
it is the first time that an online entity has been subject to these kinds of sanctions, which include a time in jail, up to 10 years, as well as heavy fines.
10 years in jail. 10 years in jail for using Nazi apps. Like, this is what it feels like to be in a real country, I guess.
Crackdown on far-right groups, though, comes as federal parliament will sit this week. And national security, as well as anti-Semitism, is going to be a key focus. The Albanese government has been under pressure to reveal who knew what when regarding the discovery of a caravan packed with explosives.
See, in America, when we say we're combating anti-Semitism, what we mean is people who don't like Israel. What we mean in Australia when we say that is both that and this.
Ultimately, the coalition argues that the government hasn't been strong enough in clamping down on anti-Semitism, and they'll be using this sitting fortnight to push for a number of measures, including mandatory minimum sentences for terror offences.
I support mandatory minimum sentences of 10 years for being a Nazi. Like, it is kind of very lenient. I think the minimum sentence should be 10 years.
Labor, on the other hand, will be looking to legislate stronger hate speech laws to try and tackle anti-Semitism. Time is of the essence, though. This could well be the last sitting fortnight before an election.
Base at the Scythian secret. Yeah, it's, I mean, we're trying to not be America. We'll see how well that actually ends up working out. Did you guys see this? Top yet contested climate scientist declares 2C climate goal as dead. Now, I do kind of believe this because this year was 1.75 degrees hotter than average. So we kind of already crushed the 1.5 degree mark and are halfway to the 2 degree mark. I don't. By the year 2100, yeah, no, that is an implausible. I mean, it's not impossible, but that's not going to happen. It's not likely in any possible way. We'll hit 2 degrees by like 2030 at this rate. Look, everything's getting pretty bad, but at the same time, I do hold like a little bit of hope for the international community because seeing how bad it's getting everywhere for everyone and seeing that in the United States, it's not only getting worse, but a lot of the stuff is being drastically pushed forward by the United States. A lot of the, let's say, climate emissions are going to go up now because of the United States. Not that they haven't been going up, but now there's like no attempt to even reduction, like any part of the practice of trying to be green, trying to help the environment. All of that shit's dead in America. And so I'm hoping that the international community will align against the United States. Now, how likely is that to happen? I don't know, but I mean, it would be pretty awesome if it did. I do have some good news, actually. Now, I don't actually know how likely this is to be what they claim it is, because now we're talking about the FDA and like U.S. news, and all of that has essentially been co-opted now, including the AP. But FDA approves painkiller designed to eliminate the risk of addiction associated with opioids. Now, this would be awesome if it was real, like if it was a painkiller that was as useful as opioid painkillers, but didn't have the addictive aspect to it. The only thing that troubles me here is this is exactly how they marketed OxyContin, which ended up being the reason for the opioid crisis. So, you know, federal officials on Thursday approved a new type of pain pill designed to eliminate the risks of addiction and overdose associated with opioid medications like Vicodin and OxyContin. The US FDA said it approved Vertex Pharmaceuticals' Journavx for short-term pain following surgeries and injuries. It's the first new pharmaceutical approach to treating pain in more than 20 years, offering an alternative both opioids and over-the-counter medication like ibuprofen and acetaminophen. But the medication's modest effectiveness and lengthy development process underscore challenges. Okay, so it's not as good, but it's still good. It's not a miracle painkiller, but it's not as good as the opioids. But if it works better than just regular over-the-counter stuff and actually isn't as addictive, studies in more than 870 patients with acute pain due to foot and abdominal surgery showed that the drug provided more relief than a dummy pill, but didn't outperform a common opioid acetaminophen combination medication. It's not a slam dunk on effectiveness, but yeah, it's good. That's actually quite good if this is real. That is. The new drug will carry a list price of $15.50 per pill, making it many times more expensive than comparable opioids. Hit the nail on the head there, Batgaz. I mean, your price was a little off, but I mean, it's basically the same thing. So $15.50 a pill is insane, though. So this is entirely unaffordable for the average person at this price range. Like, again, for one pill, $15.50. This is what we get when we give the pharmaceutical industry everything that they could possibly want and don't do anything about that. By the way, speaking of, where is it? No, do I not have it open? God damn it. All right, hold on. Gotta find United Healthcare. Come on. All I know is that I can say without actually seeing it is we increased the amount of funding that the state is giving to United Healthcare by a pretty significant margin. If it search filter, come on. God, I hate when stuff doesn't work for me. Why is there no search, like advanced search by time period on Twitter? Whatever. We've increased the funding that we're giving to United Health Insurance, even though that, you know, they're just stealing from you constantly, like every other insurance company is. Oh, breaking news. That's pretty based. Xi Jinping says no to invading Gaza. This is just proving that it continues to be China just does nothing and wins. They don't have to do anything at all. It's pretty wild. Okay, hold on. There we go. Now I found it. Why are we giving $24 billion to the United Health Group? This is for 2025, I'm pretty sure. Trailing 12 months, as in... make me go to USA spending already. Give me United Health. China opposes wildly unpopular thing, gets free good publicity. Yeah, it seems to be how we're working on here. The system in which we're engaging. I mean, it's not like China's against genocide. They're doing it. Okay, fuck you. You're taking hella long. But yeah, no. China makes sense. Just as a request, as a palate cleanser at some point, can you throw on that DEI skit that The Daily Show did? I can't. The Daily Show's copyright. It won't let me put that on YouTube. It'll end the stream. unfortunately. Yeah, there's some things that are not great for the idea of like a palate cleanser. That's why I struggle to find them. But if you have a good palate cleanser, just like something nice, something fun, feel free to put them in the chat. I'm trying to decide where to go on to next because, like, whatever. We'll just continue on. So, we've talked about how you have plastic in your brain, right? It's much worse than we thought it was. Very wise tactic from China. Sit back and do nothing. Yeah, it is.
A new study out this week has revealed disturbingly high levels of microplastics in the human brain. And while the headline may be shocking, what's the real long-term impact on your health? Joining us to answer that question is Dr. Joseph Mercola, a board-certified family medicine osteopathic physician. Thank you so much for taking some time to talk to us.
Well, thank you for having me on today, Mary. It's a great pleasure.
For viewers who may not know, what are microplastics?
Okay, we'll skip a bit ahead. Now, understand that you have already been consuming microplastic for at least like a decade now. Quite a lot of it, in fact. And we're finding that it's in every part of the body.
When larger plastics break down, and these plastics, they're very durable, and they continue to decompose. Instead of decomposing, they break down into smaller and smaller particles, very different than natural products. So when they break down into these smaller particles, they're actually absorbed into the food chain, and then other animals eat them, and then eventually we eat them. But we also get them through the water we drink, especially if we're drinking plastic water bottles, and even in the air we breathe, Mary.
Yeah, the air comes from cars driving. The tires degrade, plastic goes into the air, you breathe it in.
There were alarming numbers in the study, including research that found some brain samples contain the same amount of microplastics found in a plastic spoon. Also found that people...
You are eating about a credit card amount of plastic every year. There is plastic in literally all of your food. There is no form of meat or protein, both even like vegan variants, that don't contain microplastics in them anymore. Everything has microplastics in it. Everything.
With dementia had up to 10 times as much plastic in their brains as anyone else. What were your biggest takeaways from this?
Well, this is deeply troubling because our brain is very active. We're constantly working and thinking, and these microplastics that we're finding in the brains aren't inert. They continuously release something called an endocrine disrupting chemical, and they damage your cell's ability to generate cellular energy. And this is exactly what you need.
The thing is, our antibodies can't do anything about it, but this is what's going to keep happening. Yeah, like it messes with everything in your body.
Repair and regenerate your body. And I've known about this for decades, which is
like
why I wrote my recent best-selling book, Your Guide to Cellular Energy. And the implications for this are staggering, especially with this study, which brings, in a very reputable journal, Nature. Because can you imagine a future where our entire collective brain power is diminished and really crippling our ability to innovate and even perform basic tasks, simple basic tasks?
The study found a 50% increase compared to a similar study in 20...
Now, we'll read the study in full, but, like, understand that it's already pretty bad. You have about a plastic spoon worth of nanoplastic in your brain right now. Like, right now. And it's never going away. This is the lead of our generation. Whatever. So, the concentrations we saw in the brain tissue of normal individuals.
Fragments of plastic are being discovered in human organs.
I wanted to get it really clear how this gets into your body.
Arteries in the form of very small particles, referred to as micro and nanoplastics. Microplastics are less than 5 millimeters.
No, they don't.
That's about the size of a grain.
They don't show up on your blood tests. It's very difficult to detect these with our current instruments. I have we'll read the study and I'll explain how they're doing it, but they need to use newer imaging techniques to actually see these.
In the form of very small particles, referred to as micro and nanoplastics. Microplastics are less than 5 millimeters. That's about the size of a grain of rice. Nanoplastics, even smaller. measuring less than a micron, pieces we can't even see with the naked eye. Regardless of the size, one study found that we could be consuming roughly a credit card size worth of plastics in just a week.
Oh, sorry, a week?
Here's the
I
problem.
thought it was a year.
Those plastics have now been linked to heart attacks, strokes, and even early death. So you may be wondering, how is...
Sorry, yes, it is actually per week. Not all of it gets, you know, the way that it gets into parts of your body and doesn't just pass through your digestive system is that they're such small pieces that they make it into your bloodstream. And then they get into your brain if they're nanoparticles small enough to cross the blood-brain barrier.
Is all that plastic getting into my body? Well, some of it might be obvious. It could be in the water you're drinking. The water in liter-sized single-use bottles made of plastic can contain nearly 250,000 pieces of nanoplastic, on average, according to one study. It could be in the food we eat. Even granules of salt
It is in the
can
food
pick up
we
plastic.
eat. Stop saying it could be. We know that it is. We know that every single part of our agriculture system is inundated with this shit.
Pollutants from the lakes and seas where it is mined. Another study found a cup of tea brewed from a certain type of bag contained billions of plastic particles. Plastic particles could even be swirling around in the air we breathe. And imagine this, car tires, they contain a lot of plastic. So when they start to deteriorate, that dust actually sends
That's
a lot...
a really good visualization. Imagine, like, wherever you live, that's the amount of plastic in the air that you could be breathing in. Like, obviously not exactly that amount, but it's a good way to visualize it. The plastics are turning the centrus into groypers. They really might be. We don't know how this impacts brain function, besides the fact that people who have dementia have higher amounts of plastic in their brain, but we know that the higher amounts of plastic didn't cause the dementia, which we'll get into in a minute.
All those particles into the atmosphere, and those too can enter our lungs. These are still early days in our understanding of microplastics, and these studies are preliminary. Research is still being conducted to determine the true toll plastics can take on the human body. So what can you do to...
So compared to the autopsy brain samples from 2026, there's a 50% higher amount of microplastics and nanoplastics in the brain. That would mean that our brains today are 99.5% brain and the rest is plastic. I have no idea how we protect against this other than filtering. You can't. There's nothing you can do. Like, this is something that's just happening, and we can't, like, we would have to fix literally every part of society to fix this problem. There's nothing you can do to, like, protect yourself from it. You can't, like, the only thing you could probably do is eat food that you grow in a lab that you own, I guess, and constantly wear N95 masks no matter where you go, use respirators, and like it's an unreasonable amount of effort that would be necessary to even protect yourself from this. There's nothing you can do. This has been going on for a while though. But researchers also found the additional 3 to 5 times of shard-like plastic fragments in the brain of 12 people who've been diagnosed with dementia before their death. Compared to healthy brains, those shards, smaller than the eye can see, were concentrated in the walls of the arteries and the veins of brains, as well as in the brain's immune cells. I just succumbed to the plastic? Yeah, we're all succumbing to the plastic. We're all going to evolve into a silicon-based life form. So... mechanics that, remember that dementia is a disease where the blood-brain barrier and the clearance mechanisms are impaired, which is the reason why you have higher amounts of plastic in the brain of dementia patients. That isn't necessarily the cause of the dementia. It's more of a correlation. I don't want to be a polymer. Neither do I. I don't want to be a polymer. In addition, there are inflammatory cells and atrophy of brain tissue with dementia, which can create a sink for plastic to go into. But what it would do in your brain otherwise. I mean, think about it this way. If you have a tumor that is pushing in on a certain part of your brain, it can change your behavior. It can change the way you see the world, how you react to things, what you believe. But can plastic? Now, this plastic is far more spread out. The idea of there is a plastic spoonful of plastic in your brain right now is scary to think about, but it's not all in one place. If it was, though, if there was enough of it, I'm sure that it could. Finding plastic deposits in the brain does not prove that they cause damage, said Phoebe Stapleton, an associate professor of pharmacology and toxicology at Rutgers University in New Jersey. I mean, technically, yes, but I would assume that it wouldn't be good to have things that don't belong in your brain. So, how they did this was they had already a study from 2016 that looked at liver, kidney, and brains for microplastics. And they found we obtained de-identified post-mortem human liver, kidney, and brain samples retrospectively from 2016 to 2024 autopsy specimens in cooperation with University of New Mexico, Albuquerque medical investigator. All right. So first of all, this PYGC-MS thing, this is a really higher level of testing. Like, this is some imaging stuff that I can't pronounce. It's, you don't see this stuff in a regular blood test. You don't see this stuff in a regular brain scan. They're tiny. They're micrograms. They're nanograms. They go down to micrometers in size. And so it's impossible to really get an accounting of how much plastic is in your body without using the highest quality of testing to scan basically your entire body on the inside. We really need to develop ways to find plastic more. Like, maybe, like when they do MRIs, for example, sometimes you'll be injected with something that will produce color in parts of your brain so that they can be imaged, and color that would bind to plastic, for example, that wouldn't be harmful to everything else, might be a good way to be able to image for this in the future. I'm sure they're working on exactly that at the very least, but I asked my local water department. They currently don't test for plastic, but they're working on a test. Apparently they have the ability to test, but the guidelines and the amounts and things are not set yet. So we wait, not testing while they figure this out. Unknown for how long it'll take, but 1 to 2 years. Maybe I was told what happens sometimes with new things. Coherent screams. I mean, like, I wouldn't bank on them actually putting that out anytime soon, at least not if you live in the United States. But yeah, like, the thing is, like, water in your plastic water bottles has plastic in it. That makes sense. But plastic in, let's say, the water supply, in the actual pipes, that is also a possibility. That's not like an unrealistic reason to test for, but will we actually do it? Yeah, I have that a few times due to heart condition. I have dye injected and then it goes into a big tube. And yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm talking about with being able to create imaging for this kind of thing. It's in your pork, it's in your chicken, it's in your beef, it's in your fish, it's in your every kind of poultry, it's in your tofu, it is in your beans, it is in your vegan meats, it is in your, crops. It is in the entire ecosystem is covered in plastic. And again, this stuff, we remember when you were in school and they told you to recycle because a plastic bag will still be there 100 years after you left, right? Take that concept and apply it to smaller pieces of plastic. It is everywhere. It will degrade and turn into smaller pieces of plastic, and then the wind will just pick it up and push it everywhere. The smaller the plastic is, the easier it is for it to spread, obviously. As with any like particle that can be airborne, wind carries it further if it weighs less. But at the same time, it's everywhere anyway. We have plastic in every part of our lives, in every structure that we build, in every maintenance that we do on things like pipes, housing, on cars, on like you have plastic being used to build guns now. Like, you can get shot and accidentally get some more microplastics in you. It's everywhere. I use a stainless steel water bottle, started using them in 2014. It just seemed better, but everything is in plastic. Everything is plastic now. Yeah, like even that, like stainless steel water bottle, but I'm sure there's plastic in it. In every right-wing woman they pumped out, basically. Who knows how much plastic is affecting people's biology, but beyond that, our psychology. Because, like, biologically, it does have effects. Like, for example, we found it in the brain, the liver, and the kidney, and these increase risks of things like stroke, for example. But we also know that there's a higher concentration of plastic in like testicles, for example, which reduces the ability for men to like procreate and stuff like that. So it has a lot of biological impacts that we already kind of are figuring out, but I'm more curious on psychologically. Now, this is okay, so A, microplastic concentrations in liver, kidney, and brain in human samples. Participants for each time point, supplementary table, blah, blah, blah. Data are shown with a log scale with the bar representing the group median value and 95% confidence interval. Orange-colored symbols in the 2016 brain samples were analyzed independently by Oklahoma State and compared with the 2024 samples. So, I mean, take a look at that. If orange was 2016, and this is for, you know, the brain, then how much more concentrated is it now? It's all like, first of all, the blue here is just different kinds of plastics. And some of that blue is also from, that blue is also from 2016. It's just the concentrate of it, I believe. Where is it? Let me double check, because I may have read that wrong. The orange-colored symbols in the 2016 brain samples were analyzed. Oh, okay, so that means nothing. It just means that it was a different group that did it. But, like, this is what plastic in your brain was spread out like before, and this is what it's like now, which is what I was saying in that if you have a tumor pressing on a certain part of your brain, it'll change how you believe things, what you think of your psychology. And if plastic is coalescing like this in what they referred to as like a sink, remember, that would absolutely lead to personality changes long term. These are different kinds of plastic that are in your brain, by the way. Polyethylene clearly remaining number one, and polyethylene is what we use for pretty much everything. So that tracks. What is C and D? So polyethylene was the highest abundance consistency, had the highest confidence spectra. Concentrations in all organs followed similar trends compared to total plastics. Also represented as a group median value, 95% confidence interval. Additional brain samples from specimens collected from 97 to 2013. So, okay, that's pretty cool. Well, yeah, I feel like this is the leaded gasoline thing of our generation. And it wasn't just gasoline, by the way. Like, it was in paint, everything. Everything was filled with lead. And now everything's filled with plastic. But this is using brain samples from back before, 2016. So going back even further, yes, there was still plastic in a brain back in 2000, but it was significantly less. I know this could be absolutely like left-handed, but do you know what it might be somewhat responsible for the massive uptick in mental illness with each generation? Well, yes and no. It is both. The reason for an uptick in like depression, anxiety type mental illnesses over time is because life's getting worse. The increase and prevalence of things like personality disorders, like borderline personality, like antisocial personality disorder, like histrionic personality disorder, or even trauma disorders like PTSD and CPTSD. All of these have gone up because life is getting worse as well. But things like ADHD are socially influenced. Like that's the thing. But like I don't know. It depends on what we're talking about. How much would the plastic contribute to a specific like illness? Would be like, let's say for example, psychosis, like a genuine delusional attachment from reality. That could be potentiated by a large amount of plastic in the brain. Now, is that the cause? Probably not. But gasoline got into the air, into our lungs, so extra bad. So does this. Coherent screams. So does this. It is in the air. Plastic is in your car tires. So when you drive, the plastic comes off the tires and becomes airborne in little particles that you breathe in. If you have the correct amount of spoons, you can check out the Utopia experiment from the 70s as very interesting insights into things regarding mental issues in society. I do remember that a bit. I don't remember too much about it, but I mean, I agreed with Vosh's recent hot take about like autism and ADHD. Like people got real mad at him for that, but he was objectively correct. Now, liver and brain samples in 24 had significantly higher concentrations of micro nanoparticles than 2016 samples. On both post hoc comparisons of the two-way ANOVA system, the proportion of polyethylene in the brain, 75% on average, was greater relative to other polymers compared to polyethylene in the liver and the kidneys. All these different kinds of... Oh, so that we have, like, even polyvinyl chloride... Like that shit, yeah, getting PVC furniture is probably not a good idea, I will say. Because, I mean, you can just be breathing that shit in from that too. Polyethylene predominance was confirmed when attenuated with total reflectance rather. To expand these findings, we obtained brain tissue from earlier time frames with a mean age of death comparable. So what did you find here? While geographical differences cannot be ruled out, we applied a simple linear regression, including all normal brain biospecimen data, which revealed significantly increasing trends for total plastic, PE, PP, PVC, and SBR, to extend findings to neurological conditions. Conducted on 12 dementia patients. These cases included Alzheimer's disease, vascular dementia, and other dementia specimens from 2019 to 2024. Analysis revealed total plastic concentrations in dementia samples that were higher than any normal frontal cortex. Atrophy of brain tissue and all of this is what allows it to get in. It makes it easier for plastic to, like having dementia already makes it easier for plastic to accumulate in your brain. Oh, by the way, here's some images. This is in your body right now, guys. This is in your brain. Tasty little shards and chunks. I mean, it's insane. This is 25 UM. Is that nanometers? I mean, it looks like shards of glass, leftist Leo, is what it looks like. And to be fair, it kind of is, because they're shards of plastic. It's just these ones are so small that you can just spot some dots here. Like, that right there is a pretty interesting example of, we're looking at this area and they're that small. I don't know. This just looks like broken glass to me. Like crystal meth type grass, maybe. Not grass, glass. Jesus. I can't talk today. But, yeah, we got plastic in you. Kinda sucks. In situ, we confirmed that the particles found in the brain were carbon-based with SEM and energy dispersive X-ray spectrometry. In dementia samples, many refractile inclusions were prominent in regions with inflammatory cells along with the vascular wall. I mean, all that makes sense. While blood was not cleared from the organs during the autopsy, it's unlikely that the nanoplastics in the brain are selectively contained in the vascular compartment, as the kidneys and livers would also have comparable blood volumes. So it's not really coming out of you in your blood. Once it's in you, it seems to just stay in you. While we suspected that they might accumulate in a body over a lifespan, the lack of correlation between total plastic and age does not support this. So as in, it doesn't matter if you've been alive for 50 years or you've been alive for 20 years, you have about as much plastic in you as, like, all of us have about the same amount of concentration of plastic in us, regardless of age. That's crazy. So how long till they start selling pills to plasticify you? I sense a huge scam opportunity for who won't be freaked out by this. No, I think they'll just kind of leave it that way for a while. It seems like, at the very least in America right now, the current medical advice from the state seems to be go die. We'll have to see. I'm hoping for other countries to do, like, the thing is, you can't deplasticify somebody. Well, a judge will shut Elon down. Are you kidding me? A judge has no ability to shut Elon down. That's not how coups work. Like, it would need to be all of government, like Democrats and Republicans, joining together to prevent a coup from fully succeeding. And they're not doing that. Damn, I lost all my links today. I had a link about, like, it was like a website that tracks, is it a coup? And even they say, is this a coup.com? Yeah, there we go. We are on the middle part of attempted coup. February 2025 update. The President of the United States is in the process of placing the entire federal government under his own control using methods that are in direct violation of the U.S. Constitution. This is a coup. Any coup takes time to consolidate. We can turn back this tide. Democrats and Republicans must step up, and so must citizens. We recommend looking into sources. But yeah. Judge said Elon's minions have to pinky promise to not spill the secret magic beans they're uncovering. So we got that going for us. Yeah, that's about as much as it is. Our democracy is not fragile. It's gone. Pre-breakfast banana. 4 of the virgins got kicked out of the Treasury this morning. They already did their job. It doesn't matter. Elon is the point. It's not the virgins. It's not fixing the government. It's the fact that Elon has control of everything. He has built private servers and connected hard drives and wrote algorithms into the government systems right now. He's continuously doing it. He's still doing it. He has all of your information, your social security, your voting records, your habits, all of it. He might want to like cash out and make money off it, but he might just want to end up God Emperor of the world. We don't know. I'm saying, you know, if you're older than 1991, then you've lived through the fall of the Soviet Union and the U.S. I want to hear what this doctor has to say about the rest of it, in case like he has some advice on, you know, what do we do?
Decades, and the exponential growth in plastic production is certainly cause for alarm.
What kind of damage do plastic deposits cause? I mean, is there a way to eliminate or flush them from your brain or body?
Good question.
Oh, there sure is, yes. So these particles are far more than just a mere inert contaminants. They're actively agents of harm. And by leaching these...
That sounds lovely.
Endocrine disrupting chemicals, they poison our cells' ability to make the cellular energy. And fortunately, there are things you can do. And of course, the number one thing you can do is prevention. That's the best strategy almost in every case. So you want to limit your exposure to these, and understanding that too, these plastics are fat soluble, so they tend to migrate into your body fat. And so when maintaining a healthy body weight is going to be clearly a very smart strategy, and it's going to help you develop a resilience and resistance to some of the complications.
Okay.
But you also want to radically reduce your use of plastic. And you can do this by essentially being...
It is the Hydra version of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. What strategies can you build?
You can do this by essentially being very careful about using plastic contact in your food or your water. So
your food has plastic in it. Hold on. I wish I was an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Or an Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., rather. You can do this by not being human, yeah. Here, look at all the foods that have plastic in them, if CNN wants to load. 90% of animal and vegetable protein samples tested positive for microplastics last year. 90% of animal and vegetable protein samples. 90.
Can you taste the difference between ultra-processed and minimally processed foods? We asked nutritionist Lorraine.
Why? Why are you so shit?
We asked nutritionist Lorraine Carney to do a taste test.
Here we have 2 different types of bread. This one is made with whole grains, and this is made with more of the refined ingredients, and it has some additives and preservatives. Here, when we look at them, you can see the color difference immediately. This one is more yellow. It does have some coloring added,
that's not
and
what the video...
we do have...
Are you kidding me? I hate that. I hate that so much. Please, just never, ever speak again, CNN. Why link this in the video about plastic when this is about taste in food with processing? Like, we already know that. Jesus Christ. All right, well, 90% of animal and vegetable protein. According to a February 2024 study, anything smaller than 1 micrometer is a nanoplastic and can be measured in billionths of a meter. I ask for my coffee drinks in a cardboard cup, not plastic cup. The barista says, why did I... Brief rundown of what you're doing right now. They really didn't like my answer. I think they saw right away I was 100%, but what can you do? It scares the shit out of people. But like, even that, right? So like you're doing your part in not using a plastic cup for your coffee, but the coffee beans were also almost certainly transported to wherever your coffee shop is in plastic. Like plastic is part of the logistics network at every stage. Even vegetarians can't escape, according to a 2021 study. If the plastic is small enough, fruits and vegetables can absorb microplastics through their root system and transfer those chemical bits to the plant's stems, leaves, seeds, and fruit. Salt can be packed with plastic. Found coarse Himalayan pink salt mined from the ground had the most microplastics, followed by black salt and marine salt. I'm surprised marine salt isn't higher. Sugar is also an important route of exposure to these micropollutants. It's in everything. It's in everything. Let alone, it's not even right, like about the container, it's the food. Rice is also a culprit. A University of Queensland study found that for every 100 grams or half a cup of rice you eat, you consume 3 to 4 milligrams of plastic. The number jumps to 13 milligrams when serving for instant rice. Well, I eat a lot of fucking rice, so I guess I'm eating a lot of plastic. I can't imagine what I might have absorbed from the silicone prosthetic liners I wear. Who knows? I mean, absorption through, like, skin contact is one thing. The way that you get this is through pieces of it breaking off and going into the ecosystem and attaching to your food, or into the air and you breathe it in. So, like, it being attached to your body, I mean, I suppose it depends on how much friction and wear and tear that happens. I don't actually, like, it wouldn't be anywhere near as high as it would be from, like, your regular daily diet. While microplastics have been found in the human lungs, brains, liver, kidney, as well, because this is outdated, maternal and fetal placental tissue, human breast milk, and human blood. Until recently, there was very little research on these polymers. Like, they're not heavy metals, right? But they're still pretty bad for you. We don't know how they're bad for you, but minuscule particles can invade individual cells and tissues in major organs, potentially interrupting the cellular processes and depositing endocrine disrupting chemicals, such as these. Bisphenols, phthalates, and flame retardants per polyfluorinated substances. Jeez. Christ, I can't talk today. Does N95 help with the tire particles? I don't know, actually. Let's have a look. So, N95 mask particle filtration size. Are we doomed, or can we do anything now? It doesn't seem to be an answer yet. Well, we're never doomed, but we don't have a way to fix this right now. But it is what it is. Actually, we're in the middle of that video, so maybe that doctor has an answer. So I'm just looking at tire plastic particles in the air size. So those tend to be, I guess, according to Google, the particle mass distribution is around 20 to 100 nanometers, with a second peak in 2 to 10 nanometer range. And N95's filter particles above that. So no, actually. The N95 will not help you with the plastic, because the plastic particles could be smaller. Wait, the removal rate of environmental particles with submicron particles smaller than 750 nanometers can be up to 100%. Okay, so never mind. Yes, N95 masks do help with this. So I guess you could wear one of those every day, everywhere you go.
Avoid plastic water bottles, especially if it's in the sun. And any other fluids you're drinking, like milk products would be another common one, because these EDCs, these endocrine disrupting chemicals, they migrate from the plastic right into your food.
I used to really not care about, like, putting plastic in a microwave or putting my plastic Tupperware in the dishwasher, but I really need to stop doing that.
avoid that. Now, interestingly, there's studies. What can you actively do? Say you're doing all these things, and how do you get them out of your body, which I think is the crux of your question. So one of the things you can do, and this is really interesting, it's not proven yet. We still need studies to document it, but there's substantial evidence from other toxins similar to plastics that when you engage in sauna practice, where you get your body temperature up, over 100 degrees, sometimes as high as 100, 203, and you do that on a regular basis, you can eliminate these toxins. And there's support for this in Finland, which is...
Okay, so you have to get your body hot enough to melt them down into a smaller particle that can then exit your brain. Yeah, go sit in the sauna for an hour a day, I guess, if that's safe for you. The thing is, getting your body above 100 degrees Fahrenheit is... that's a thing that will happen, right? But how long do you have to stay there? How long do you have to be in that heat for it to actually break down? I don't know. Coherent screams, I do already when I go to town, but I feel silly now. Now I can wear it the entire time and feel even sillier. Honestly, you're not silly, and it's a good thing you wear it because we're going to get bird flu outbreaks everywhere in a hot minute. We're getting tuberculosis outbreaks that are now spreading from state to state. Remember that Kentucky TB outbreak? That's now in Ohio as well.
It probably has the most sauna use in the world historically.
Get you a sauna membership, yeah.
Finland, which probably has the most sauna use in the world historically, and they when these studies show is that there's the single most important factor when they examine overall mortality, their mortality decreases by 50%, and there's a large number of other things that you can do, and I talk about in my book, Your Guide to Cellular Energy.
Dr. Merkle, thank you.
Well, I guess at least that's one thing that you can do. You can go to the sauna. It's better than you're fucked as an answer. You have 2 egg farms in your town. Oh well, now you're fucked. But I'm kidding. But no, likely there will be a large outbreak that happens. I would assume in your town quite soon. We've seen outbreaks in pretty much every state now. Where's my resource document? Avian flu. Wait, hold on. This site might actually be down now because of fucking Elon. Give me a second. Have a look. Well, we know it's spreading to different countries as well. I've shown these a couple times. Human case of avian flu in the UK. We have... That's a Portugal outbreak. Sorry, that's an actual study. We have... Oh, never mind. This is the one. This is still up, I think. I hope. Are you still fully working? Yes, there we go. So in the last 30 days, these are commercial flocks by state that have been hit with avian flu. In the total outbreak, you can look at, it's basically the entire country. Go to 30 days and you go to backyard flocks. It's quite a lot of the country. All flocks. Pretty much the entire country. Now, you can go and scroll lower on here and find your state, and you can see, I suppose... No, nothing since, I don't know how this is still up. I don't know how... Well, they'll take this down eventually, but in the meantime, use it. Because it's access to information, because you're not going to get it from anywhere else anymore. There's something on the CDC that I saw. No, whatever. It is what it is. So, let's hear about this coup a bit.
Well, America is in a full-blown constitutional crisis, with Donald Trump handing the reins of the U.S. government over to billionaire Elon Musk. To date, they plan to wind down USAID, the Department of Education, and the Consumer Financial Protection Board. Well, how is he doing this? Trump has designated Musk a special government employee, and as such, he should adhere to the same standards that apply to federal employees. According to the New York Times, Musk is widely seen as operating with a level of autonomy that almost no one can control.
It is against the Constitution in every possible way. Everything that's being done is illegal by the clearest possible standards.
Musk has burrowed deep into federal agencies that are pivotal to running the federal government.
I mean, it's not like they didn't write it out several times. They said it openly. I played a video of them saying they would do it the day after, and they did it the day after. It was in Project 2025, and that's what's been happening. We are turning into Argentina.
To Wired magazine, Musk has deployed a gaggle of teens and barely adult men who have taken control of the Office of Personnel Management and General Services Administration and have gained access to the Treasury Department's payment system, potentially allowing him and them access to a vast range of sensitive information about tens of millions of citizens, businesses, and more. They identified 6 young men, all apparently between the ages of 19 and 24, according to public databases, their online presences and other records, and found that they have little to no government experience and are
the issue isn't about these kids, right? The issue is about the fact that the AG for the District of Columbia was threatening to arrest anybody that even remotely caused issues here, that even remotely what was it, the word, presented something that they had to go around, even minorly inconvenience these people, and you were going to go to jail. And by the way, the reason for this is pretty clear when you look at it, considering Russell Vought is one of the main people in Project 2025, and we heard him say this.
Said in your written testimony here, quote, "The civil servants at OMB are amongst the most resourceful and innovative I've worked with. But I've also heard you say in other circumstances, quote, we want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them not to want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want to put them in trauma." I raise this with you because I was a career nonpartisan civil servant. I worked in multiple departments and agencies. And I guess I just wanted to ask you why you would use a language like villains in talking about people serving our nation.
In those comments, I was referring to the bureaucracies that I believe have been weaponized, and there are portions of weaponized.
He was talking about literally every government worker. Well, that's the thing, right? He has it already. He has private servers installed into the government's systems. He has everything already, period. That if this man's not in jail, it's impossible to get a free and fair election. He has access to all of the election stuff. He has access to the voter rolls. He has access to your voting history. He has access to the voting machines. So, it's pretty bad, guys. This is pretty fucking scary. Breaking: the U.S. State Department flag reportedly has been spotted flying upside down, a universal signal of distress. This is in front of the U.S. State Department. It is saying, "Help us." This is the existing State Department begging for help. We're watching this is stuff you see in the movies, and it's hard to conceptualize this is reality, but right now, there are people in the State Department who are begging for help because we're being invaded, is what's happening. We're currently being invaded. Thank you for the sub. The issue about Emperor Trump and Herr Musk doing whatever they want and silencing anyone who opposes them. Basically, I would say Trump is more like Stalin and Musk is Hitler. And for some reason, they're working together. Free breakfast standard, that's dangerous. You should be cautious if someone comes to get your data. Threatening to arrest them is insane. This means any young developer can walk in, ask for data, and No, see, that's the thing. They didn't ask for data. These were 6 guys that Elon Musk brought in to the Treasury Department. They were told, no, you can't come in. And they did anyway. And then these 6 incel groypers, genuinely, their Twitter history is insane, were fucking around with government, just firing people, getting rid of departments. Understand that the systems of government are not something that you can just break pieces off of. Everything is interconnected. Every system works with every system. The payments of the treasury that go to parts of the government to fund parts of the government go through interconnected systems like this. It needs to be an entire overhaul. Coherent screams, I don't agree with this logic, but the logic they're using to not be illegal is the executive unity theory. So in theory, we get to see that tested by the Supreme Court, and if the Supreme Court agrees with them, then it wouldn't be illegal. Well, I mean, technically, yes, but it is against, so it is not only against the law by my standards objectively, but it's also against the spirit of the law. And it is objectively against the law for, let's say, Musk, for at least to go after USAID, because USAID was established through an act of Congress. And so it can only be removed through an act of Congress. You can't just have the executive do that. It's not how the government works. Everything they've done has been unconstitutional. And if the Supreme Court says that the unconstitutional things are constitutional, then the Supreme Court's lying. And again, if the Supreme Court says, no, this is unconstitutional, it's not like it matters because they'll just get ignored. Wasn't it like, was it Hamilton? I mean, we had a president at some point in history that literally just told the Supreme Court, you know, the judges, Your Honor has passed his judgment and now let him enforce it. The Supreme Court is also entirely bought out, by the way. Like, they are owned by these same people.
As you may remember, this guy, the billionaire Harlan Crow. As you may remember, the billionaire Harlan Crow has been funding the lifestyle of the next person over, Justice Clarence Thomas. Millions of dollars in secret gifts to the Thomas family.
No, you're right, Backaz. You're absolutely right. Step by step, they're literally going into a history book and doing the things one by one by one.
And the next guy over, in the painting. By the way, if you saw Kristi Noem sworn in by Justice Thomas, he has a picture of this right behind them. He's so pleased with it that he's got his own version of it. Him with his billionaire.
The fucking wizards that get to have no oversight, that get to rule our country through the court at the very least. I mean, they're all bought. We know Alito and his wife are full-on, like, Gen 6 MAGA types. We know that Clarence Thomas has been bought out for a long time. Like, even John Oliver was making videos about it. Trump put in 3 of the 9 justices. So it's pretty bad. Pre-breakfast banana, you've been saying it was going to go bad for a while. I kept telling myself it couldn't possibly get this bad. Unfortunately, that's the thing. That's a lot of people will think that way because of normalcy bias. You don't see the bad with your eyes. It is not changing what's happening outside. You look outside and everything feels normal. And so when I tell you everything is terrible, it doesn't click. It's harder to conceptualize. And also, like, things are getting bad to a level in which you've never experienced in your life. Again, like, you have witnessed the US government fall. You don't live in the same US anymore. Like, again, the idea of an unelected billionaire, the world's richest man, going into a government building, taking control of the treasury, changing the code of the government, and not allowing Congress into the building. They tried to get in and they were blocked. Congress was blocked from the building. It's objectively a coup. Project 2025 said what they were going to do, and now they're doing it. It's pretty simple, actually, yeah. The issue being they're doing more stuff that Project 2025 didn't say, but you could have expected it. This is just Hitler shit. Send Trump and Musk to a penal colony in Alaska? Well, we don't have one there, but you know where we do now? El Salvador, where we send people that are deported or arrested, because, sometimes they're U.S. citizens, and even Trump has said we need to arrest U.S. citizens by ICE to El Salvador to go work in a labor camp there. People don't understand how fragile things are. Yeah. As Benjamin Franklin said, the worst part is we voted for this, and while people fret about that or this, it's happening as we speak. Again, yeah, the country voted for this, including the people who didn't vote. If you didn't vote for this, like if you didn't vote at all and you voted for Trump, you voted for this. The rest of us didn't, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter because as a country, we voted for this. Now, like other countries could look at us and say 2/3 of Americans don't want this, they're suffering, and that's fine. But also, we're gonna be killing folk. And our tax money pays for that. I mean, we're already doing it. Now we're going to colonize Gaza. And to the Palestinian children that are going to get like killed by our weapons with our soldiers are not going to really feel any different between, oh, well, did you vote for this or not? It's like, how much grace do you give a German citizen from 1930, like in general? Germany invaded Poland, that triggered World War II. The moment Trump invades Greenland, we're not starting with Greenland. We're not starting with Greenland. We're starting with either Canada or Mexico. I would assume Mexico, considering we have 15,000 soldiers at the border right now, at Mexico, at minimum, and we're already saying, oh, the cartels are shooting at us from across the border. We're manufacturing consent for that. A country by the rich, of the rich, for the rich. I want my country back. Yeah, I want my country back too. You have the constitutional duty, and your American duty is to fight against the monarchical tyranny that is being imposed on you. You have your rights, use them. Go buy a gun. And, you know, don't use it outside in an illegal way, but use it to protect yourself. If we get to a point of it being so lawless that people can just break into your house and take shit, like, you'll want one. I can't speak for the rest of the country, but Trump will meet armed resistance in our state, Wolverines, bro, and Twitch can bite me if they don't like me saying that. The thing is, Steve, if Twitch doesn't like you saying that, they'll also get me. So no Fed posting, because it doesn't just affect you. It will affect literally everybody in the chat. And it had been done by a bunch of virgin tech cells, not jacked socialist chads. What a world. Exactly. And I've talked, so pre-breakfast banana, that's a good point. The two-party system held up by Democrats and Republicans is to blame. They're getting rid of that next year. But that will be gone next year because they're going to have the Nationalist Party. I talked about this a bunch yesterday, and the day before, but we're seeing people like Steve Bannon, like Tucker Carlson, like Nick Fuentes, shifting their rhetoric entirely, making fun of Republicans, talking shit about MAGA, and using talking points that sound almost socialist. They want to try and bring leftists over and create a nationalist party. They're openly calling themselves nationalists, and they're trying to sound like socialists. I wonder, they call themselves populist nationalists. Nationalist populists, rather. It's just literally nationalist socialism, which is not real socialism. I think the Gaza thing is a red herring. Keep everyone focused on the distraction. Yeah, no, the Gaza thing is a red herring for the invasion of Mexico. But also, it's not a red herring because we are also doing that. You know, it's just, it is meant to distract, but we're also going to do it in full. If you voted for Trump, you are no better than Elon Musk. You are the enemy, period. And there's no like, no, see, I disagree because some of these people will change their mind and they can be brought over. I would rather have their body stand in front of mine and get shot than them be the one shooting me. In the case of like full-on societal collapse rebellion, I want that person on the front lines on my side. I don't want them on their side. I don't trust them at all. No trust. But like, absolutely try and bring people over if they seem capable. And obviously, you know, we need to be careful about that. And in a situation of they are doing violence, I don't want to be in the front. Get the Trump voters to pay some of their dues to society. This is embarrassing. Hitler fanboys are taking over the country. Yeah. And again, like this image right here should be in a history textbook. The U.S. State Department on February 6th, 2025, asking for help as the country is being invaded from the inside by Hitler fanboys and tech bros.
Now playing critical roles. That leads me to the elephant in the room. How is any of this legal?
Coherent screams, they have said we don't need any American soldiers in Gaza, but also at the same time, I don't believe that we're not going to do that. But like, even if we did, it doesn't necessarily matter any more than anything else does. At this point, we're the Hitler country that wants to invade every part of the world. So, I mean, where we're invading and where we're not, where we say we're invading, these are different things. But they're still essentially the same thing.
Alex Wagner is back with me and joining me now.
Okay, I don't care about you. So let's listen to one of the Democrats. What are the Democrats doing?
People understand that
I have changed MAGA's mind. I know a MAGA person, Simply Steve, that was that moved from California to Florida, was part of TPUSA, like inside, like they were MAGA, right? Like full on MAGA. Former Mormon. And because of like talking with me, this person realized that they're trans, liked socialism, and didn't vote for Trump this time around. Like if they're willing to, it's not hard. They just need to be willing to.
We are the minority party. We don't run the White House. We are the minority in the House and in the Senate. But we need to act like a real opposition party in the middle of a constitutional and democracy crisis. That means
it's
we
more
should
than
not
a crisis.
be moving
It's a coup.
forward nominees or legislation in the United States Senate. Democrats should not be giving votes to nominees or to legislation in the United States Senate until Republicans get serious about this crisis. Democrats should not help Republicans raise the debt ceiling in order to pass their massive tax cut for billionaires and millionaires. Democrats.
I know the 90% won't. You're right. You're right. But I want that 10% on my side. That's my point. You don't have to do any of this shit. You can do whatever the fuck you want, but I want 10% on my side. That's my senator. Based. He seems like to be one of the only ones who's actually out there screaming right now.
Should be leading public gatherings all weekend, all across the country, to bring Americans out to show Republicans that they will pay a price. And then Democrats need to speak in really stark terms.
The Democrats have done nothing. Like, I'm not even going to bother to show you what some of the Democrats are saying. Just not even going to bother because it's useless. Chuck Schumer, fucking useless.
About what is going on here. Yes, we are obsessed with subtleties, but I don't think it's a mystery as to what is happening here. I think this is a billionaire power grab. I think Elon Musk is trying to steal our money, is trying to steal our data. I think Elon Musk is shutting down the USAID because he wants to do deals with China and make more money.
This is objectively true, by the way. Pre-breakfast banana, my experience is that MAGA can't reason. I don't know how to activate their brain in a way that makes them think about what they're saying. You manipulate them. That's how you do it. You make them do it. You make them think that they want to themselves. You frame your logic in a way that sounds convincing and pleasing to them and sounds like a totally different thing than what it is. It's okay to lie to these people to save their fucking lives. Hey, what's up, Sweetie P? Good to see ya. And Schumer is a weenie. Have you seen the Insta this person did last night? You should check it out. It might go down in the history books. No, I didn't. I don't really scroll on social media at all, so...
And I know that there are some
in the
Democratic Party that, don't like jumping to conclusions, that there are some in the Democratic Party that don't like to...
Okay, at this point, I don't care, because that's the level of Democratic opposition, is they have to always two sides it. Shut the fuck, just say it's a coup.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak out on behalf of our beleaguered federal workers.
I know, Simply Steve, but I still want them there. Why are you arguing with me that I want the 10% of MAGA that can be convinced to come to our side while also saying I don't want to spend my effort trying to bring them to our side? I want them to come over and them show a desire, and then I'll bring them over. I don't give a shit about trying to convince MAGA right now. I'm trying to convince the rest of America. But I'm not gonna say fuck off no if one of them wants to come and change their mind. There's a couple in here, I think, that voted for Trump, in my community, that have changed their minds ever since.
Workforce, which is currently under...
Okay, this shit is fucked.
I rise today to speak out on behalf of our beleaguered federal workforce, which is currently under attack by the Musk-Trump-Vance administration. Trump's OMB nominee, Russell Vought, said, quote, "We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want to put them in trauma." Well, Mr. Speaker, they're in trauma. Literally on my way to the floor to vote tonight, I received a text from a federal employee that said simply, "Help us!" exclamation point. Who exactly is the Musk Trump?
If that didn't just give you goosebumps, I don't know what you that shit is insane. A federal employee texted this representative, just help us. The upside down flag flying in front of the State Department. We're under attack. America is under attack.
Trump-Vance administration terrorizing? The people who make sure your food is safe to eat, Your water is clean to drink, and the air is clean to breathe. The people who work tirelessly to keep pregnant women, asthmatic children, and people with cancer from dying. The people who make sure you fly safely. The people protecting American lives here and around the globe through diplomacy, intelligence gathering, and fighting crime. To the federal workforce, I see you. I'm doing everything I can to help you. I won't quit. Please don't quit either. Thank you, and I yield back.
Can I post a link to the insight? Absolutely, absolutely. To be fair, anybody with at least basic level of intelligence can not see what is happening in the USA right now. They don't know what to say. Then no. So here's the thing, Backgas. Outside of the United States, everyone is in agreement this is a coup. Like every single country in the world has their news saying this is a fucking coup. I was talking to an Australian person who is like of a demographic that would likely vote liberal, not Labor, as in like vote Republican, would be in favor of Republican policies. And when I mentioned the coup, they didn't have any reservation in just being like, oh yeah, that was crazy. So, you know, I don't know. I feel like that's pretty clear. Sorry, I'm just getting some links in order. Now we've been doing some stuff about this, right? Or at least we've been trying to. Okay, let's check out this Insta. Can I not like start from the beginning? Do I have to? I hate Instagram. I hate their video player and everything.
Chris Murphy. It's been a very long day today, full of a lot of bullshit, a lot of threats to democracy. And I figured I'd come on and talk to you a little bit about what happened behind the scenes in the United States Senate today. Try to help parse out for you what matters and what doesn't matter, and try to connect some of the dots.
Is this a long video, Coherent Scream?
Because obviously a lot is happening right now between the attempted billionaire takeover of our government, the shuttering of government agencies, and then tonight, the cherry on top, Donald Trump's announcement that we are apparently about to occupy Gaza. It's important for us to, be in a conversation about what matters and what doesn't, and what you can do to fight back. I haven't done this format in a long time. I used to do more of this years ago, but it feels like part of my job right now is to be in as many different discussions with all of you as is.
I mean, look, all right, but we need everyone to be doing this. We need every single one of them.
Possible. I feel like in this moment, people, desperately want to plug in. I think there was a lot of...
If it's longish, I'm going to leave that there for a second because we do have a decent amount to get through. But, it's bad, guys. This is bad.
Tabling. Point of order. State your point.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's outrageous that this committee will not even entertain a motion.
No, you state your Chairman. That's not a point of order.
Somebody who's breaking the law and dismantling our federal agencies.
You're out of order.
No, we don't listen to demagogues.
Out of order.
And you will not even entertain a motion to bring this to the president.
We are such an unserious country and we're fucked. Demagoguery? Are you fucking kidding me? All of these people are traitors. Treason is what is happening here.
Out of order. Out of order. A motion to bring this to the
As are in favor of tabling.
Yes, let's have order in this country.
Stansberry, you're out of order. You know you're out of order. You know the rules of this committee. There's been a motion.
Mr. Elon Musk is out of order and dismantling.
He's out of order.
God.
I call tabling.
Useless. We're all useless. Oh, by the way, yeah, this is the clearest possible proof that Elon Musk is in charge. Marco Rubio, I will not be attending the G20 summit in Johannesburg. South Africa is doing very bad things, expropriating private property using G20 to promote solidarity, equality, and sustainability. In other words, DEI and climate change. My job is to advance America's national interest. This is solely because Elon Musk is mad at the fact that apartheid ended. And, you know, that's why he went after USAID first, by the way, because like USAID had a hand in the end of South African apartheid. And we've been seeing Trump talk about this now. Marco Rubio is talking about this now. They hate South Africa right now because of that. And also, it is a plus that the Israeli delegation also hates South Africa for their ICJ and ICC genocide charges. So he's in charge, guys. And the Democrats still think we live in this country where the rule of law fucking matters.
I rise, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today, Mr. Speaker, with a to whom it may concern message. To whom it may concern, ethnic cleansing in Gaza is not a joke, especially when it emanates from the President of the United States, the most powerful person in the world.
So this shit sounds base, but it does nothing in practice.
When he has the ability to perfect what he says. Ethnic cleansing in Gaza is no joke, and the Prime Minister of Israel should be ashamed, knowing the history of his people, to stand there and allow such things to be said.
Oh, you're right, Pre-Breakfast Banana. Like, the mask has dropped. The evil people are evil. I mean, like they hate you, and they're not afraid to show it. We're gonna talk about Nancy Mason a little bit for that one. And we can tell who still, like, believes at least in the rule of law. Simply Steve, take notice, world, that upside-down flag is my country begging you for the love of God and everything good on this earth. Help us. The Nazis are taking over everything. They're gonna kill us all. Damn, goosebumps, Simply Steve. I mean, you're not wrong. I hope something can come from calling for another impeachment. You'd have to convince the Republicans to vote for impeachment. Why would they do that? They're all in favor of this. It's not Trump, it's Elon. Elon is the rule of law.
Ethnic cleansing has been a crime against humanity. And I stand here today in the well.
You know what I see listening to this?
To denounce what the president said, to denounce the...
I see this as death throes from whoever's left in charge. Like, this does nothing functionally. It is... This clip probably will go down in history, but, like, the coup succeeded, guys. Because we were there was protests in every state. We're going to look at those in a minute. Did nothing. The lawmakers, senators, and congressmen trying to stop this are ignored, are told that they're doing demagoguery, and are being blocked from entering buildings. This is like, we are beyond the looking glass. You live in a different country. This is a whole different world. Coherent screams, I'm sorry to think things are far beyond bad, but my right-wing friend told me not to worry. Our democracy is not in danger. I'm just being triggered. I'm waiting for them to bring this up. I have thought that they have totally lost their mind. If they say nothing, I would confirm it. They would be extremely unconstitutional, but so far crickets. They also get their news from Fox, so maybe they don't understand what's happening in reality. They absolutely don't understand what's happening in reality. Coherent screams, I talk about this all the time. The reason that most MAGA voters, right-wing voters, believe the things they do is because they're inundated from the moment that they wake up till the moment that they go to bed with fear-mongering, with messages that make them feel angry, with messages that want to make them feel under threat. Now, obviously, like, I'm producing these same messages, but they make shit up when they do it. Like, they're eating the dogs in Ohio, for example. Bullshit, but that is something that they use like this. If the world doesn't help us now, then our next plea will be, help us, the Nazis are killing us all, the same message, and they found taped the legs of birds that had come from Poland in 1939. Yeah, look, the best case scenario right now is the world coalesces and crashes our economy.
Complicity of the Prime Minister of Israel, and to remind people that Dr. King was right injustice anywhere.
If you look at this video through the lens of you're looking at history, it makes more sense.
Is a threat to justice everywhere.
This is history.
And injustice in Gaza is a threat to justice in the United States of America.
I did see that too, actually.
To announce that the movement to impeach the president has begun. I rise to announce.
This is just virtue signaling. Like, that's it. That's it. I did see that thing about France would seize Elon Musk's money, right? No, I can't find it. Whatever. It is what it is. No, this is clickbait. The Dems have no guts. Exactly. You're right. 100%. 100%. Tim Walz, the richest man in the world, is sitting at the Resolute desk about to defund your public school. Trump should stop him. Sure. But, like, this is the level of bad that we're on, right? I mean, I was going to talk about, like, Rachel Maddow. I was going to talk about some of the stuff that, like, Elon did, but this is the real message.
To confront such weaponization and religious persecution, today I'm signing an executive order to make our Attorney General, who's a great person, she's going to be a great Attorney General, Pam Bondi, the head of a task force, brand new, to eradicate anti-Christian bias. About time, right? Anti-Christian bias.
This alone is objectively unconstitutional. Like, that alone is objectively unconstitutional. But I guess we're getting an inquisition, eh? We're going back to the day of the Inquisition. This is the most unconstitutional thing you could possibly do. The point of the Constitution was to avoid exactly this. The Church of England was a theocratic fascist Christian regime. If you want another revolution, this is how you get it. That's not a Fed post, but you know, that's Jim. Jim is fine. He can Fed post because the director of the FBI is already directly suing him, so he can Fed post, I guess. How much worse can it get? That's a huge thing. Like, we're at Inquisition levels now. A task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias? My brain is breaking. They hate us. They hate all of us. Am I going to get arrested for saying that? I hate Trump. You might. You might. Not now, but like... By the way, this is from the Navy. I know we started training this week. We worked diligently last week to get our IVAT and additional training reviewed, ensure compliance is ongoing. We were consulted with CNICHQ, which is like the Navy's command center, SAPR's the Sexual Assault Prevention and Responses Senior Associate Counsel, who advised to stand down all sexual assault prevention and response training until we received further guidance. Before resuming, CNICHQ must ensure course materials do not include information which may violate the executive orders. This will take time and patience, and we appreciate your patience and flexibility as we navigate the new waters and work to protect our SARWs as well as those who serve. Please disseminate widely. As in, we've stopped sexual assault prevention training in the Navy. Love that. My friend called me up in a panic last spring that I wasn't super worried about the imminent next 9/11 due to the border crisis. There was never a border crisis, right? Yeah, I said immigrants as a group have a 2 times lower crime rate and all the mass shootings are indigenous, but, well, actually, they're not indigenous. They're white Americans. But they were near hysterical. I was letting our country be destroyed. It was quite sad and scary, but at that point, I thought we would win in 2024, and now comes the true scary. Look, I had fully expected us to lose this election, but the last, week of it, I kind of had some hope too, but no, it's been bad, Coherent Scream. Your friends are widely misinformed. I don't know, maybe show them, one of my videos on YouTube or something. Who knows? Maybe, they all get their, news from live streamers anyway. I mean, they're right-wingers, but maybe one of them is not fully insane and might actually listen to me, and then maybe listen to other leftists, and then can move on and can continue towards the left. They want to be able to rape women and get away with it. Well, absolutely. Did you not see Kanye with his, I guess, the woman that he's abusing at the Grammys? where he basically they were not invited, by the way. They showed up just so he could do the media stunt where she was wearing a dress that was essentially nothing. Like, you could see everything. Everything. The Church of England was founded because King Henry the 8th, 5, 6, 7, 8, the 8th, wanted a divorce. It had no religious conception at birth. Yes, but it did become what, you know, what it did. It was a theocratic state that was oppressive. It did control the entirety of England. Like, it went above the king. Not officially, but it went above the king. Oh, and you want to know what, like, the Republicans feel about all this shit? No, not that one. Oh, damn, I lost the Hannity clip. Whatever. Hannity was on Fox talking about how, like, the liberals will be immensely angry at the outcome. Like, they're still talking about triggering the libs. That's their main focus. I'm gonna let this play for you while I go pee, and I'll be right back.
Here's the headline at The Guardian. Quote, Trump's demands to drop DEI leads to deletion of unrelated federal pages. And by unrelated federal pages, oh boy, is the word unrelated doing a lot of work. This is the Internal Revenue Manual. It does not promote diversity, equity, or inclusion. It rather serves the very important task of telling IRS employees how to collect taxes, which is their job. Before the Trump administration started willy-nilly Control-F deleting anything that had any, quote, DEI reference, there used to be parts of this tax manual that made reference to, say, the inequity of the government holding on to certain taxpayer money. Also, the need to check for the inclusion of a taxpayer identification number on a particular form. But now that Trump's in there, that's not in the tax manual anymore. They deleted those references because, oh my God, inclusion. I mean, don't say the White House, the Trump White House never did anything for you. They're saving us all from the dangerous references to the inclusion of tax ID numbers with certain forms. It was
coherent screams. You can't argue or debate your way out of that. Like, they're never going to change their mind by you showing them facts. They have to find it themselves. The only way to get them to believe the reality is to manipulate them into discovering it themselves. Dark woke shit. Like, stop listening to Fox. Fox is now state media. Laura Trump now works at Fox News. So it is officially state media if the, you know, president's daughter is working for that, you know, media channel, then it's state media. They will never, ever be convinced by, like, you showing them facts.
Here's the headline.
Unfortunately. Now, moving on. Oh, by the way, SpaceX got awarded $20 billion in contracting. So, Elon's making a profit. $20 billion. Like, nothing that they do costs anywhere near this much money. It's all bullshit. That's why everyone was freaked out when the Chinese released DeepSeek, because all of our AI companies spend a lot of time lobbying the government for contracting, and then they use the government contracts as basically an unlimited credit card. They want to make everything as expensive as they possibly can to pay for you as the taxpayer to have to pay for it, and they steal. So that's how we build AI, by stealing and by being welfare queens to the government. Now, China didn't do that. They didn't have to waste all that money. It's not that it costs this much money to create AI in America. It's that they are wasting that money. By the way, this is wild. February 6th, 1 dead and 15 arrested trying to enter Canada from the US in 3 weeks. We have illegal immigrants trying to go to Canada now. Moreland, showcasing thermal imagery and aerial footage, said that they're trying to make it clear that we have the technology and the resources in place to keep our border secure. I heard theories of each Starship launch is $100 million. So if that would be 200 launches, then they would have done like 5 years of this. So still a lot extra. Yeah, no, everything that they say as a price is significantly underpriced. Like, for example, how we're going to steal everyone's money with Bitcoin. That Bitcoin scam is really fucked. The crypto shit. Here. This is evil.
So for very understandable reasons, Democrats and Democratic regulators have worked hard to keep crypto, which has been supremely volatile, blocked off from the rest of financial help of money from the crypto industry. They now have a plan to return the favor. And I want you to listen to this part because no one's really talking about this, but the elements of the plot are just there in plain sight. Senate Republicans are working on a bill that would transfer billions and billions of dollars of money from the U.S. government, from taxpayers, and hand it over to a handful of big crypto holders.
That's insane. Now, understand, right, that
in the Senate of the United States to establish a Bitcoin strategic reserve, a network of secure storage vaults, purchase program, and other programs to ensure the transparent management of Bitcoin holdings of the federal government.
Wait, did I miss the part where
for President Donald Trump. Here it is.
Are you going to tell me how much?
This is the Bitcoin Reserve Bill.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna sit here and listen to the rest of the video. But what it is essentially, we have said we were going to buy $1 million of Bitcoin. That's what it says in that bill. We have openly and publicly announced this. We have legally obligated ourselves to do this. Technically, like legally it doesn't really matter anymore, but based on, you know, the international system, we have legally obligated ourselves as we're going to buy 1 million Bitcoin. We have a idea of how much this will cost that was announced with that bill, but nothing will cost that much. It'll cost significantly more because we're going to be buying that stuff and it's going to go up and up and up as we're buying it. Real electronic currency is real enough to them to buy up a ton, but me being a man is imaginary somehow. At least you can touch and feel my fucking beard. Leftist Leo, it's not real to them either. This is a scam. The crypto is not like is not because it's a real money. It's always been a scam from every possible point of it. It's going to be rug pulled. The point of this bill is to siphon your money, your taxes, and put it into crypto. That's the point. That's the whole goal. It's the same goal as the sovereign wealth fund, which again would need a country that functions on a not a deficit. Like, you can't have a deficit and do this. You need money to put into the sovereign wealth fund. If you are running in a deficit, not a surplus, then you can't put money in it. So how are you going to put money in it? Oh, we're going to funnel taxes into it, and that tax money is also going to be spent on AI. It's this whole administration is just about stealing from you and nothing else. I'm not surprised there's, you know, undocumented immigrants trying to enter Canada. Not even a little bit. Oh, here's the Hannity video.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too.
Now, like Trump's tariff threats and tough negotiations with Panama, Venezuela, Denmark, Mexico, Canada, this is likely just the first chapter in a complex, ongoing art of the deal negotiation. But once again, for the million...
All I hear is gluck, 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 gluck. Shut the fuck up. The Gaza Strip would be turned over to the United States by Israel at the conclusion of the fighting, says Donald Trump on, I guess, Truth Social. The Palestinian people are like Chuck Schumer. The Palestinian people like Chuck Schumer. This is the second time we're hearing him use the word Palestinian as a derogatory, like, as a, there's a word for that. whatever, would have already been resettled in far safer, more beautiful communities with the new modern homes in the region. They would have actually had a chance to be safe and happy and free. The U.S., working with great development teams from all over the world, would slowly and carefully begin the construction of what would become the greatest and most spectacular developments of its kind on Earth. No soldiers by the U.S. would be needed. Stability in the region would reign. Everything here is not true. Like, start to finish. Everything here is not true. So... pejorative. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. This is the second time Donald Trump has used the word Palestinian as a pejorative. Called Biden that at the debate, if you remember. That was funny, actually.
Let's talk about Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is, as we say, headed to Capitol Hill this morning to meet with the GOP leadership. Now,
I love hearing that. I love knowing that Netanyahu is meeting with Republicans right now.
yesterday, the top Republican in the House defended the president's proposal. CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian is live on Capitol Hill and joins me now to discuss. So, Nicole, Speaker Johnson's remarks came less than 24 hours before his meeting with Netanyahu. What are we expecting from that conversation today?
Well, I think by and large, this is an opportunity. Obviously, the speaker has expressed close solidarity with Israel and the Israeli people, particularly in light of October 7th. So this is just an opportunity to kind of reaffirm that support. But also,
Tokyo grift is true, and so is this. This is all Tokyo grift. All of these people, if he's just meeting with Republicans, then it's just to make sure that they know what their role is and what their job is.
Look, this comes amid the backdrop of President Trump just this week laying out a pretty provocative proposal to have the U.S. take over Gaza in light of the war between Israel and Gaza. And certainly that's gotten a lot of pushback, not only in the Arab world, but even here on Capitol Hill among some of the president's allies. Now, by and large, Speaker Johnson has expressed some support, measured support for the idea, saying that it was bold and decisive. But he also said that further discussion is required to kind of flesh this out a little bit more. I pressed the speaker, though, more specifically about whether he does agree with the president's position. Take a listen. I know you said what the president said yesterday was bold and decisive, but yes or no, do you believe the U.S. should take control of Gaza? And is that a position you're going to reaffirm with the prime minister when he's here at the Capitol tomorrow?
Well, I look forward to meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. There's a lot to discuss. I've been a very close ally of his, and to be frank, for the last 4 years, I think I was probably the highest ranked member of the federal government who was unequivocally supporting Israel and the prime minister. So we'll have that discussion.
Full of shit. Full of shit. Full of shit. So, if they're full of shit, and everything is terrible, what else is happening? Well, you can just be horrible now. You can just slur people. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Here's Nancy Mace yesterday. Sorry, transphobe, trigger warning, because you got 2 stories coming up that you're not going to like.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, sir.
The gentlelady has used a phrase that is considered a slur in the LGBTQ community and the transgender community. And let me please finish without an
Watch this guy's face. Watch his face.
interruption. And
tranny. I don't really care. You want penises in women's bathrooms, and I'm not going to have it.
Okay.
No, thank you.
It's
disgusting.
Let the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman.
So, that's Nancy Mace. Sundry Clowncar, Mike Johnson, going, my son and I have a masturbation app, but then met Bibi Netanyahu's kid, so my kid looks pretty normal now, not gonna lie. Basically, yes. They're all insane, but yeah, that you can just do that now. I'm telling you guys, within 30 days, we're going to hear Donald Trump say the N-word, hard R, on national television, and then we're gonna argue about it. Lauren Boebert clapping like a fucking seal. Let me see that again.
Parliamentary inquiry. That is considered a slur.
Oh, okay, there she is.
Slur in the LGBTQ community and the transgender community.
Look at Nancy Mace just getting ready to be a bitch.
A slur in the LGBTQ community and the transgender community. And let me please finish without interruption. And
Tranny. I don't really care. You want penises in women's bathrooms, and I'm not going to have it.
Okay.
Yeah,
no,
literal
thank you.
fucking seal.
Let
It's
Chairman.
disgusting.
Literal fucking seal. They're all soulless ghouls. You understand that, right? Like, these people are not people like us. Oh, here's Nancy Mace making out with a woman. Love that. Love that, you know, like, if nobody, if she was a regular person, this is fine. But, she's insane and pro-genocide of trans folk, but this is her personal life. So, like, now it becomes reasonable to show this. She said the thing, she said the thing. Indeed. Not on my worst day, still living as a woman. Fair enough. I mean, I would never. She looks like a ghoul, too. Like, she just looks evil. But, what's worse? ICE is now, tricking trans folk. Or rather, tricked this trans woman and lured her outside to arrest her. And used part of, like, actually, no, wait, I don't even know. If she was on parole, then she couldn't be undocumented, could she?
Information we have received, it does appear that some California state officials are collaborating with federal
and this is California, so that's a big deal.
immigration authorities.
I just needed to sign that I checked and that's it.
It seemed like a simple request by a California parole agent in Montebello.
I just need you to sign that I've been here and I go and that's it.
But it
I
turned
need you to sign this paper.
out to be a
Request from California parole agent. Hold on. California. Okay, so there is parole for undocumented immigrants. That does exist. Parole is an exercise in DHS discretionary authority of the Immigration and Nationality Act to allow certain alien applicants for quote, applicants for admission, finish quote, to be presented or present in the U.S. on a temporary case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit.
ploy
Yeah,
designed
sorry, Shardspork.
to lure Natalie Marinero out of her home and into the custody of ICE agents.
You know, it's hard to find the words to say how the government called here and tricked Natalie and lured her outside and had ICE waiting for her.
Again, this is in California.
It happened on Sunday, January 26th, shortly after 10 in the morning. Natalie, a transgender woman from El Salvador, was living.
You, at this point, never call the police. You know what you should do instead? Go make friends with your neighbors. Go build a community built on cooperation and then protect each other. That's how we did for all of human history. All of human history. I pulled a 16-hour shift at the Beamline yesterday, and this is what I start my day with. Jesus Christ. Fuck, man. Let me see if I have some good news.
At a new way of life, a facility for formerly.
I do, actually. Because we're going to listen to AOC talk after a couple more terrible things, and then I'm going to have the Queen Matriarch come on, and we're going to chat about what's going on, how we feel about it, what we can do, just kind of chatting, you know, not anything in particular, and I think we can turn this into a positive stream.
Incarcerated women. Susan Burton is the founder.
For parole, to call her and say, come outside and sign papers, and then have ICE waiting for her.
They're fully allowed to trick you, and to be fair, ICE has more ability, like they have a higher degree of independence in what they're allowed to do than regular cops, so.
My heart aches.
We'll get there.
In 2005, Natalie was convicted of second-degree murder and was sent to California State Prison.
Okay.
Natalie got caught in a bad situation where she was at the wrong place at the wrong time. And for that, she paid 17 and a half years. She paid her debt to society.
They had this chicken.
And now she was trying to start anew.
Natalie paid her debt.
Yeah.
Natalie's been making great choices, really working on herself, internally, externally, like the whole package.
Susan Hefner is the housing supervisor.
All right, now that's suppression bait, and I don't want that. Again, this image really signifies everything for me. This is the U.S. State Department. Like, that's That's a big fucking deal. That's the big deal. Now, we do have some good news. Getting that ready.
These are polarizing moves, drawing
support. This image, this right here, should be in history books forever. The fall of America, right there. Countries only do this in states of great distress. Yes. Yeah. It's the universal signal of distress. This is the State Department saying, help us. We just watched government workers texting senators saying, help us. We're being invaded, guys. This is not a joke. It's not a drill. It's not. This is what we need right now. We need a whole lot more of this. Not this. So this was Ohio. These crowds are far too small, unfortunately. Wake up, USA! Stop the coup that's underway! Wake up, USA! Stop the coup that's underway! Arrest Elon, I like that one with the deport crossed out. No, like this is... We need everyone in the country to be doing this every day, right now. Like every single one of you should, instead of watching me, be doing this. Except you need everyone to do this. Like... That's the only way to stop this right now, is everyone comes together, which is not happening. I don't see it happening. Because the Trump supporters are happy, because they have no idea what the fuck is going on. Make Ohio a Canadian province. That'd be based. Yeah, it's not possible right now. It could have been, you know, if we were a real country.
Elon Musk bullshit, whatever, from taking away my boyfriend's fucking rights. Deport Musk! Deport Musk! Deport Musk! Deport Musk! Deport Musk! Stop the coup! Stop the coup! Stop the coup! Impeach Trump! Impeach Trump!
God, we're like 2016, like, resist lib shit. This is not gonna cut it, y'all. We need y'all-idarity. We will not go back! We will not go back! We will not go back! I mean, keep it up, guys. So, that's in Minnesota. No, you're not being doomer-pilled. You're correct. This is Arizona State House. Based Arizona. This is looking much more crowded. And here we have Colorado. I know this place. I think I went to this this place for the Women's March back in like 2016. Holy shit. Man, I miss Colorado. I miss being able to just see the mountains. But yeah, it's a big fucking crowd. Good. It should be. But also, like, it's not as bad as you guys think. Protesters clash with police. Now this one's a bit loud, but this is fun. Whoever these people are, like, I love them so much. Let's do donuts in front of the car. In front of the cops, rather. We're taking cues from Georgia, are we? Yeah, let's go Colorado. Immigration officials have conducted numerous raids on property housing undocumented immigrants. What's that crackling? What was that crackling? Is that like the tear gas or the tear gas, the whatever the fuck it is the cops are launching? Yeah. No, like the sounds have been different. I don't know. We're literally going after 1,000 people a day. Imagine that. Imagine what 1,000 people looks like in a room. You know what? You don't have to imagine it. Imagine everyone here. Rubber bullets, that makes sense. Imagine every single one here being arrested in one day and then just sent out of the country. 1,000 people a day? There's less than 1,000 people in this picture. Is it illegal for the cops to shoot blanks? It's not illegal for the cops to do anything. Trump has said that he'll use the military to shoot protesters with live ammunition. They're letting this happen right now. That's the only reason this is happening, is because they're allowing it. If they wanted to, they could just order the cops to start shooting to kill, and they will eventually. They just know that right now they need to like consolidate power, and having their supporters turn on them would not be ideal. And you know, cops killing Americans in the streets might do that.
If you remain in the area just described, regardless of your purpose.
Oh, at cops not by cops? I don't know, actually. Probably not illegal to shoot a blank at a cop if you're also a cop. Because like who's gonna arrest you for that? Another cop? Why? Because you're all cops.
You will be in violation of Penal Code 409.
This is literally like end of society shit. This looks like a zombie apocalypse. Look at that. Trump's America, y'all. Cops will respond with actual force as American law is clear. The cops are the specialist, precious little guys. Yeah, they're all special little birthday boys. We have the French covering it.
Freezing temperatures in Minnesota, to sunny Texas, and the bustling streets of New York City. Thousands across the United States are demonstrating their discontent against the early actions of President Donald Trump's administration. In a movement called 50 Protests in 50 states, protesters are decrying the flurry of executive orders recently signed by Trump. From the immigration crackdown and climate change denial, to the rollback of transgender rights and criticism of billionaire Elon Musk's role in politics.
Right now, we are going against an administration that is using its powers unilaterally. What I'm asking for is that the Senate needs to stand up and represent its people. We are here to hold them accountable.
I hope less laws get broken, and I hope we retain the freedoms we at least have right now, and we can hopefully get more freedom.
Resist libs.
For people who desperately need them right now.
The nationwide demonstrations come after days of widespread rallies and street marches across the country. Over in Washington, D.C., massive protests also erupted outside the U.S. Capitol, where demonstrators, both civilians and Democratic lawmakers, showed support for the U.S. foreign aid agency USAID, which
we need everybody to be protesting. No one should be going to work. Like, look, these people are like, they look confident. They think that this is going to do anything when the Nazis are literally taking over the government and arresting 1,000 people minimum per day and sending them to El Salvador, which is where our fucking penal colony is now, apparently.
Trump and Musk recently moved to dismantle.
This is not a reform. This is an attack. And USAID is just the beginning. It's USAID now, it's the Department of Education next, and it's an attack on our entire democratic government system.
Democrats, government agencies, and outside groups have pledged to fight back against Trump's.
Look at how, like, they look so relaxed and happy.
Democrats, government agencies, and outside groups have pledged to fight back against Trump's executive orders, including lawsuits having been filed challenging Trump's.
None of these people should be smiling. They should be fucking furious. Countries where people are lighting shit on fire in the streets.
Support from some and prompting pushback from others. Today,
Capitol, they're chanting all sorts of things, including stand up, we won't go back, one people, one voice, all in opposition to actions taken by President Donald Trump.
And we still talk about this as if it's fucking Donald Trump. God, I hate the media. They're all like, this is Detroit media. Come on, this is local shit, not even like...
Protest. Lansing's rally outside the Michigan State Capitol, one of 50 across the country.
Fuck this. Look, we're gonna watch AOC with her What's Happening Now and How You Can Take Action, which I assume will be more fun. But like, understand, this right here is kind of critical. Because this is the way they go beyond ICE. This is how they do it.
To confront such weaponization and religious persecution, today I'm signing an executive order to make our Attorney General, who's a great person. She's going to be a great Attorney General, Pam Bondi. The head of a task force, brand new, to eradicate anti-Christian bias. About time, right? Anti-Christian bias.
A task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias. We have the Inquisition, guys. That's how they're going to go beyond ICE and target more people. He should be president. AOC fights for the people all the time. I mean, out of everyone in elected office, yeah, my pick would be AOC right now. But like, I would prefer almost like basically, give me a puppy and make that the president. It's still better. Gotta take notes from the Stonewall riots. We have to fight back in the streets. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, don't punch the cops because you're just gonna make it worse for yourself. But you go to the protest. Your job is to get your ass beat. Elon Musk got rid of the Lutherans. They don't exist anymore. Like, see, when they say anti-Christian, they mean a specific kind of Christian because they were talking about wanting to. Half the country was wanting to hang the bishop that begged Donald Trump for mercy on Inauguration Day for queers and immigrants, and they wanted to hang her. They mean Christian in their way, which is not Christian. By the way, like, one of the reasons I really think that Gaza will happen, like we'll actually go in there, is because 32% of our country believes in that like end time theory. Like they think that they're living in the apocalypse. That if we go and take Gaza and that all of the Palestinians get pushed out of the West Bank, then the first part of the prophecy is complete. The Jews are in their state in the Holy Land and they control all of it and they have to prepare to fight against the devil's forces. And then they're going to fight against the devil's forces and then Jesus will come down and rapture all of the good Christians up to heaven and then beat the evil forces and then also throw the Jews that were fighting for Christ into hell forever to burn. That's what they believe. 32% of America believes this. 32%. That's why I think the Gaza shit happens. Anyway.
Hello, everybody.
You're quiet.
Let's talk. Let's give you all a few minutes to join, see what's up. Hello, everyone. Just giving it a second for folks to join.
Well, we needed some positivity and the topic being
we
how you can
are
take
going
action.
to discuss what is happening right now, what we can do about it, what our marching orders are, and what Democrats can be doing, what we are doing.
Well, like, they think that they're one of the good ones, and we all die after the prophecy is complete, because Jesus will come down and take all of the good ones to heaven.
Doing that also isn't being communicated to the public as much.
Not
so
daily,
let's fix
but
some of this. But hello, everybody. All right. 20K
Hey, wait,
on.
that's how
Let's
I introduced my stream. Hello, everybody. Based, I need to have AOC on here. That would be amazing. I would probably die.
Talking about it. All right. So, first things first. One of the things that I want you all to understand is that if you are watching the news right now and you are feeling overwhelmed by all of the constant headlines and developments and what is happening and, federal government changes over here and ICE raids over here and plane crashes over there, and you are feeling
overwhelm you.
So overwhelmed. First of all, know that you are not alone. And second of all, know that that is exactly what this administration is trying to get
Guys,
you
like,
to
of course we would all die. I'm a congresswoman. This congresswoman's spitting. True.
feel. They are trying to get people to feel. And
We
someone
need
said
an
Musk,
AOC
Elon Musk raiding the federal government and the Treasury. There's all this stuff going on. And it is so easy and it's natural when you see all of this stuff falling apart to get
closest thing we got is
paralyzed because all of it is so overwhelming and you don't know what to do about it. But it's also very pressing information, and so you know it's going to affect your life or the life of people that you know, but what do you do about it? What is Congress doing?
This is what we've been talking about, by the way. It's that feeling of being too filled with news, to be constantly inundated. That's the point. They're trying to make you exhausted, to tune out, to burn out, in every possible scenario.
Doing better? What's our leadership doing about it?
No one.
The first order of business is to self-regulate. What authoritarian regimes try to do is that they often try to, what is known as flood the zone, do so much at once, or try to do so much at once that it gets carried in the news, that you feel overwhelmed and paralyzed. And I've
been calling it the blitzkrieg since it started. Since Elon started taking over the government, it's just been blitzkrieg of news.
Important for you to understand that the paralysis and shock that you feel right now is the point. They are trying to induce a state of passivity among the general public. So it is of personal importance for you, and it is also of political importance to take a breath. That does not mean tune out. That does not mean get apathetic. It does not mean, to just that you just have to forget, or
if you tune out or are apathetic, you're basically as good as dead.
It just means take a breath, because we are about to lock in and focus. And I already know you, I already hear you all. How do I focus? What do I do? Just take the breath first, okay? Take the breath first. Now,
it's okay to take a day where you just don't look at the news, or two when you need to. This is an attack on our mental well-being. This is an attack on the way that we see the world. And by the way, this is also why they're not shooting the protesters right now, because they want to induce that passivity. They want you to feel overwhelmed, and they want you to feel like there's nothing you can do, that everything is already illegal, that every method of direct action is too locked out, like you're stuck and there's nothing you can do. That's what they want you to feel.
Let's talk about all the different things that are going on. And again, a little bit of a preview of how do you say, a little bit of a preview of what the answer is that we are going to have to divide and conquer, okay?
Sure.
So no, you as one human being are not going to be able to appoint a new FAA administrator that Elon Musk forced out. You and you as an individual are not going to be able to tackle the FAA crisis, tackle the OPM crisis, tackle all of these things at once. Go, ICE, immigration, criminal, all of this stuff, and that's okay. Pick some of the things and trust that when we have mass mobilization, we are going to be addressing these things.
The key here is the mass mobilization. We can address things separately, but first we need to get everyone on board. You need to start. This is why I've been shouting this from the rooftops: build community, talk to people around you for months now, because this is the only way forward. It's either you convince the community to stand up, or they're already lost to you, and so are you. We need that collective mobilization. Those protests that we saw with the resist libs, those were weak. Those were nothing. Those would be crushed if the cops just shot one person. Everyone's done, gone, fuck off. They leave. Hey, I'm not doing that. You need people angry. You need people to understand what's going on, but you need to talk to them in person. I was just talking to my therapist this morning about how frustrating it is that I'm still just in college and don't have an ethos or pathos, and it's actually to make a macro amount of difference. She told me to do little things as I can do it. Instead, I'm going to see about volunteering to man a line for the Trevor Project. I'm a certified peer support, and it's something I can do to help. Exactly. You just do anything. Well, the thing is, like, mass mobilization might not work because we won't get it to work. If we got it to work, it would work. But, like, a general strike? Fucking, that's a dream. That would be amazing. It's never going to happen, though, because people don't... Americans are all individualists. That's the issue. That's how we got here, is the hyper-individualism. Not a single person will be like, okay, fine, I'll be the first one to take off work and do a general strike and risk getting fired and losing my family's income. And, you know, no one wants to do that. No one wants to sacrifice something for the greater good, which is why I tell you people to, like, think about what you're willing to do and what you're willing to sacrifice if you ever needed to. Like, what is your line of, this is how much I can sacrifice? And then bring yourself to the, like, mentality that we're in the critical crisis state. Like, this is the time. This is their weakest point right now when they're trying to consolidate. We have the best shot that we will have here. If we don't bring them down, either through economic collapse, which doesn't seem to be happening because every other country in the world is not, you know, sanctioning us, which they really should be. It seems like they're going to consolidate power. And let's listen to AOC.
Do what you can. That's the second principle, okay? Do what you can. You do not, and what you can do is enough, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do what you can, and what you can do is enough. That's principle number 2. Now, and again, what can we? I'm going to get there. Relax. Take a breath. We're going to get there.
Well, the thing is, we're the global reserve currency, but we're not. Marco Rubio was on TV talking about how, like, countries everywhere are creating their own currencies. Canada and Mexico are trading without us. I think Brazil is, like, making BRICS go viral in South America. We're not, he said, like, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said on TV the other day, we won't be the global reserve currency in a couple years. Like, we can't do that anymore. So technically we could just, like every other country, like, I don't know, Australia could say, well, fuck it, we'll go first.
What is going on is so comprehensive, and I want to make sure that I'm giving you all as comprehensive an overview as I can, so we can figure out, and you can have the tools to figure out how to lock in and how to mobilize. So that's number 1 and number 2. Now, someone said I should make a handbook. Maybe we will. Now, let's talk about a couple of things. I want to give an overview as to what is happening right now. Donald Trump, as we saw, was inaugurated several weeks ago. And who you saw behind him mattered.
You know we're going to default on the U.S. debt, right? Like, that's part of the plan. They're even they're basically hinting at it right now, but, like,
who stood behind Donald Trump at his inauguration are some of the people that are playing a major role in upholding and supporting what is going on. That is important to know, because we need to know who are the folks that are responsible. And as we all saw, when Donald Trump was sworn in, he had several billionaires standing behind him.
Yeah.
He had,
that's
of
one way to
course,
say it.
Elon Musk. He had Jeff Bezos. He had Mark Zuckerberg. You also had the head.
Oh no. Doge is feeding sensitive federal data into artificial intelligence to hunt for potential spending cuts, from the Washington Post. Like, that is beyond illegal now.
The CEOs of major corporations like TikTok and Apple, etc. These are people who are taking part in their own way, the same way that I'm telling you all to kind of divide and conquer. They are also dividing and conquer. They're acting very strategically, and they are each playing their own role, right? So the way that they're playing,
maybe leftist Leo, but, like, maybe your state has its own stuff, because the federal government can't fuck with state funds. Like, they're Not, well, they might actually. Who knows? Maybe the systems are interconnected. Double extra illegal? Kinda, yeah.
Their own role. We can each be playing our own role.
I mean, AI is devil
all right?
tech.
Now.
Can I repeat that? The bit about Doge is feeding sensitive federal data into artificial intelligence to hunt for potential spending cuts from the Washington Post. Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone's like, all this stuff. I'm going to tell you all right now, if you cannot lock in for this comprehensive conversation, there's no,
this
like,
is so much worse than, like, your sensitive federal data means so much worse than what it sounds like. When they say targeting, you know, budget cuts and shit, you think that that's what we're doing with this? You know, like, Israel uses AI to bomb shit, right? Like, this is way worse than just spending cuts if we're now feeding all of the information into Musk's AIs, which, by the way, like, the US government has our own AI software. We have AI in space, but now Elon has it. That's the issue, you know? Elon now has sensitive federal data that our AIs, you know, have in his now. The richest man in the world, literally owns all of the US government's data. Personally identifiable data. Is that what that said? I feel like it would oh, okay, yeah. Okay. This goes into, like, military industrial complex shit. And remember, Elon Musk is a military contractor. He's a defense contractor. He makes most of his money from defense contracts. That's where we got him the $20 billion assignment of funds for this year. Doge use of AI inside the education department is a significant departure from Biden's administration policy. Oh, okay, so we're just going to tell people to use AI instead of go to school now. That makes sense. That tracks. This is literal devil tech, like, genuinely evil shit. Here, I'll link it to you guys.
Feed TikTok 5 tips to dismantling fascism. We got to lock in, okay? This is a lock-in conversation. So,
let's try that again.
BuzzFeed TikTok 5 tips to dismantling fascism. We got to lock in, okay? This is a lock-in conversation. So maybe people will be making TikTok compilations after this. Feel free, etc. But I have a lot here that I need to download to you all right? So, a lot of you are asking about Elon. What do we do? What is, and that is the right question to be asking, because what Donald Trump has done,
how do I speak to you, leftist Leo,
is that he has completely given up his power.
Is she the nice kindergarten teacher, and I'm your English teacher? No, I'm your history teacher in 8th grade.
And handed a lot of
the
it
grumpy
over
grandmother
to Elon Musk. Elon Musk has appointed some teenagers and some people in their early 20s into essentially trying to raid federal government systems, including sensitive and classified information at the U.S. Department of Treasury.
Fair.
They are doing this. I want to tell you their story. Their stories that they're doing this to, and they're just like wholesale, as we saw, freezing federal programs. And the Trump administration tried doing this through an executive order, freezing federal programs, freezing federal financing. That's why they went for the U.S. Department of Treasury. They're going for the money first. They are taking data. We are also hearing preliminary reports that they are potentially stealing that data and downloading it for private use, which of course is alarming. Okay, this moment is scary, but we need to go in eyes wide open. All right, the paralysis as a response to fear is understandable, but we have to acknowledge what's happening. I'm not saying much because
I don't have anything to disagree with her on, and she's just kind of cooking. But like, don't mind me.
And then we're going to get somewhere. Okay, they are taking access to the Treasury Department. They are firing career level.
Understand what that means by the Treasury Department, right? Like that's the funding for every single part of the government. I haven't gone to CNN in a long time. The top stories are about the current crisis below. Stories about things you can say, you can buy on President's Day sale somehow feels relevant. It's all about money at the end of the day. Oh no, all of the media sold out. Like the moment that Trump won, they all bent the knee immediately, and they were all kind of shit to begin with anyway. So like, it does CNN, MSN, like MSNBC currently has a couple people who will actually say the truth, but even they can't go as far as like I would. Like the Treasury Department being literally the key to government, because Congress can't function without this.
Federal employees, and I want you to know that there are two broad categories of federal workers. There are political appointees. Those are the people, as you can imagine, who are, when a president changes, when a new president is elected, whether they're a Republican or a Democrat,
there won't be any movement
they can
on the
appoint a whole slew of federal workers. Those are known as political appointees. Then there are career professionals. These are people who are not political. These are people who have spent 10, 20, 30, 40 years of their lives managing the administration of Medicare payments, of Social Security checks.
All of these people are gone
now. Science research in how we find cures for diseases, from everything from cancer to diabetes, from our national energy systems. Our air traffic controllers are career professionals. They are not, a new president can't just get elected and snap their fingers and politically appoint an air traffic controller, because that requires years of training.
And again, the reason that they fired the air traffic controllers was just eugenicists. We saw Jesse Waters talking about how blind people and deaf people and dwarves and epileptics and shit, like people with mental illness, they just want to attack everyone who's outside of the their idea of the perfect race.
And these are what are known as federal career workers. What is alarming about this moment, one of the things that they're doing is that they're going after money and they're going after people, okay? They're going after money there we go, sorry about that. They're going after money with the U.S. Treasury Department.
Wait, hold on, I'm sorry, I need to cut this off for a second. Sorry, AOC. Even Bernie's doing this right now. So, 45,000 killed, 100,000 injured in Gaza, and Trump's response forcibly removed 2.2 million people. Donald Trump said this was 1.7 million. Now, if the reported death tolls are about 45,000, but Trump said we'll move 1.8, 1.7 or whatever, like 1.7 to 1.8 is the number of Palestinians alive in Gaza right now, based on what we're saying of how many people need to be moved. Excuse me, but that's 500,000 people. That's 400,000 people. Where's this 45,000 number come from if there was 2.2 million to start off with and now we want to move 1.8 or 1.7? Like, that's kind of pretty indicative, isn't it? CHWCM. I mean, we have WASP, which like most of them are white Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
Money, and they're going after people. Okay, they're going after money there we go, sorry about that. They're going after money with the U.S. Treasury Department, and then they're going after people, which is known as OPM. You're going to be hearing OPM a lot. That's the Office of Personnel Management. And by the way, again, this stuff is important because one of the most important things that you can do in an environment and a time like this is to educate yourself. Knowing what is going on is not the same thing as reading a headline, okay? Knowing how things work, political education. This stuff is important.
Oh, I remember that.
Because you can't do anything if you
before.
don't know where the vulnerabilities are and understand the big picture, okay? So I'm going to get to all of your questions, but...
Well, I mean, Netanyahu also rounded down, and I've been working on the numbers, like the assumption of that's the official numbers now, at least like internationally, but we're also denying the death count. If we have those numbers that we're talking about officially for the ethnic cleansing, for the moving of these people to a different country, and we're also not relating that to the amount of dead and the amount of people that were there at the start of everything.
Pump the brakes, okay? Breathe.
Pump the brakes.
Now, once again, two areas. They're going after the money with the U.S. Treasury Department, and they're going after the people, which is OPM, Office of Personnel Management, the federal career appointees.
All of these are going to be privatized.
It is normal for a president to come in and to largely dismiss a lot of the previous administration's political appointees. They have the right to do that. What Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing is that they're going in and they are gutting the career professionals who have legal protections, who have decades of experience, and we will say they are playing with fire.
You mean jumping out the windows? Yeah, well, we're not there yet, but no, it's not, it's not doomer time. Now it's time to get angry. Listen to AOC. Stop being sad. Get fucking mad. Go outside and do something about it. And by do something about it, I mean anything. Like she said, do whatever you can. My suggestion is build community.
Doing that. Why are they playing with fire?
Get some cookies and knock on neighbors' doors.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I represent LaGuardia Airport. It's in my district, not too far. So I represent LaGuardia Airport. Unsurprisingly, a lot of the neighborhoods around airports are filled for those airports.
We are. So ICE is literally arresting Native Americans. We might just be sending them to Guantanamo or to El Salvador. Oh, I mean, whoops, they fell out the window. How did that happen? And that happens in some countries that we know of. Oh, well, I mean, the defenestration that you're speaking of, I've read about it. It's pretty based. The defenestration of Prague happened twice, and I really just like the word. Defenestration is the act of throwing somebody out of a window violently.
So I know a decent amount about airports, air traffic control, flights, etc.
So hard not to.
These are kind of the weird things that happen when you're a member of Congress. You become experts in these very niche things that affect your community. So many of my workers, many of my constituents who are workers at LaGuardia and also who serve JFK Airport, are experiencing and seeing what is happening up close. All of this stuff matters because it's connected. And when you see how it's connected, you feel less overwhelmed because you start to see a central theme emerge, and it doesn't feel like you have to tackle 100 things. It starts to feel like you're tackling a handful of things, okay?
You guys taking that in? Because it's good advice.
So you have this OPM dismissal and federal freezing. Last week, and also in the last 2 weeks, Donald Trump, 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump gets sworn in. Elon Musk then puts pressure on both Donald Trump and applies political pressure to dismiss the FAA, the Federal Aviation Commission, or rather the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administrator. They put pressure. Elon Musk put pressure to dismiss the FAA administrator. Now, why did he do that? Theme, okay? Elon Musk put pressure on him because the FAA administrator was advocating for, I believe, either fines or other sorts of punitive measures on Elon Musk because of violations that they were doing over at SpaceX around safety.
Look, I hope so, because I need you to understand at least my perspective of the long term here. What the plan is to try and make everyone feel normalized, get the original protest to die down, quiet down, and get people used to being beaten down by the news. And then in about a year, you're going to see a bunch of like right-wingers, Matt Walsh, Steve Bannon, et cetera, form the Nationalist Party. And then one of them is going to run for president and run on the themes of, we're ending the two-party system that never works. The Democrats are the party of the wealthy, and the Republicans are weak. Something like that is what I imagine that they will say. And then they will try and do the Hitler shit officially. Like, that's my view of what the plan is over time. And so we really could use someone like AOC, but I don't see her being able to win.
So Elon pressures.
And I don't think we're going to have another, like, you understand, we're not going to have a real election unless Elon Musk is in prison now, right? Because he has access to all of the voter rolls, all of the voting machines, all of the voter information. Like, he needs to go to jail for us to ever have a free and fair election again.
Elon pressures the Trump administration and forces the dismissal of an FAA administrator.
Yes, that is their plan.
Part number one. Then, a week later, or a couple of days...
No, hold on, sorry. I keep interrupting her right when she's telling a story, but, like, here's a little, taste of it. Because what they're going to do is they're going to just jump to start sounding, more rational, more
nationalism
leftist.
For, 20 years. And I'm a hardcore populist. I'm a hardcore nationalist. I'm not a conservative. I think conservatives are pussies. The Republican Party's a bunch of pussies. They're controlled opposition. Working on
Yeah, Hacksaws, it does kind of seem that way. I've played both of these, and it's like, it's not fun to watch this, but...
Culture war propaganda, it's bait. It's all fake. I'm watching videos by Daniel Schmidt and John Doyle. I'm watching videos by young white guys.
No, they want it to be like official Hitler shit.
Who think that our country is being run by black bureaucrats. Young white radicals who have been screwed out of a future.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Him saying, I'm not a conservative, the Republican Party are pussies, I'm a hardcore nationalist, is a pretty fucking clear indication of the guy who made Nazism okay in America is going to start a nationalist movement.
Future has been mortgaged.
And again, Nazi.
They have been sold into debt slavery.
Not like a Nazi.
There is no hope. You are a minority in your country. This is a country financed by debt. No one is deflating this global debt bubble. We are all going to pay the cost. And they have been tricked by billionaires into taking out their anger at black people.
This is what I mean. Like, that kind of rhetoric is how they're going to try and shift leftists to the right.
Civilians, if you're intentionally killing civilians, you probably shouldn't beat your chest and brag about it. Maybe you can make the case, maybe you make the case that we had to do it or whatever, but you should. I agree. You should weep, and that's evil, and you should just say it's evil. And I know it's really threatening to.
Is it evil?
Ben Shapiro to say that or whatever, but
is it evil
to kill civilians on purpose? Yeah, it is. I think it is.
Really?
Kids and children. Well, how is it not actually?
Just explaining how the most evil people in the world are about to start sounding like leftists and attacking the Republican Party so they could form a nationalist party.
Well, you can call it whatever you want. How is it right to kill women and children?
I didn't say, because I think there is a moral right behind you if you are literally...
To kill women and children?
Really? If there's a world war that threatens the entire...
Do you see, like, the lines tracking together there, though? Like, all of these put together equals nationalist party. If you live in the U.S., call your Congress people every day and tell them to stop being fucking pussies. Literally. You should be doing... You set up a bot to do it. Whatever. Harass them. The thing, you have to act like they did. You have to act like a Karen. Be a problem. Cause an issue. Use your voice. I'm sorry, but Mr. Your Body, My Choice shouldn't actually be able to sway anyone who's actually left, right? Right? Yeah, sorry. We're that dumb. Piers Morgan playing along, accusing leftists of backing Hamas, but not accusing Tunko Carlsbad of backing Hamas. Literally, yes, that's the point. Maddie, sad to see what's going on in America. As a Canadian, I grieve for the loss of democracy. Yo, as a Canadian, please fuck us up. I'm begging you. Like, you call your government and ask them to turn the gas off. Turn off the electricity in the middle of the Super Bowl. I'm begging you. United, we are strong and free. I mean, you guys might be. Our democracy fell. Here. This is the state of our democracy, the international symbol of please fucking help me. Your government is appeasing the fascists. They should have kept those sanctions, the tariffs on. When we dropped our tariffs, you guys should have kept yours on. Up your tariffs, make them worse, crash our economy. We're all begging you. I don't know, clip this and send it to your Chinese, not Chinese, Jesus Christ, I've been talking for too long. Clip this and send it to your officials, whatever you can do. I don't care. We're begging you. Tell your leaders to turn off the tap, lock it closed. That's the best thing you can do for us. If you don't, you're gonna get invaded in like a year or two. Like, I'm not kidding. If you don't fuck us up, then you are gonna get invaded. We will invade. We'll be killing your women and children as a country. We're getting ready to do it. Help us not do that. Stop the Nazis. I mean, I know you can't do much. I don't mean to put it all on you. It's just like Canadian. I was like, someone from another country. I know I'm not wrong. I hate that I'm not wrong. I'm always right, and it's a curse, because no one, like, takes it seriously until it's, like, an impending doom issue. The white moderate being turned, the Overton window is the real ones at risk of being fascist, not actual leftists. Regardless, they will try and pull as many people as they can. And they will pull quite a lot of the right. They'll pull whoever's in the center with that messaging. Oh, I talked to my coworkers about the dangers of America invading us, and they treat me like I'm insane. I feel like an alien. You want some videos that talking about... You want to see some stuff? Like, you can send them of people in our government, people in our politics, just talking about it openly? Because, like, you can have that. Here's Tim Pool. There you go. Am I wrong? They came down on the coup. Dog, yeah, they did. They did a coup. Ask if they're gonna wait until the stars and stripes are flying above your cities. Probably. Trump said he wants to take over us by economic force, and when that doesn't work, he's going to turn to physical force. Yeah, it's just physical force. There is no, like, the economic force is bullshit. They're lying. It's, you are Poland in what is it, 19... I'm going to say the wrong number, and then someone who's like okay, 39 was it? I was going to say 39. I wasn't sure if it's 39 or 38. I was like, I'm going to say this, and someone's going to get mad at me if I get the wrong number. But yeah, send that to your friends. Tim Pool, man's like well-known Russian agent, was making $100,000 a video.
The Trump administration and forces the dismissal of an FAA administrator. That's part number one. Then, a week later, or a couple of days later, the Trump administration, through OPM, through Elon Musk, through all these people, then send this ham-fisted letter out to virtually every federal employee, including some of the workers according to the report, and including virtually almost...
We're going to sanction the European Union. European Union should be sanctioning us first. China should be sanctioning us first. Like, they need to... Yeah, everyone should be treating us like we're fucking Russia right now. 38 was other stuff leading up to 39. Yeah, I know. I'm bad with years, all right?
Every air traffic controller in the United States saying... we want you to leave your job. And we are going to offer you a quote-unquote buyout, which is not a buyout, mind you, and whose legality is highly questionable. And their ability to even uphold to their promise is, virtually none at all. Saying, we want to push out every federal worker, including air traffic controllers. And...
Well, China doesn't want to crash our economy because Elon Musk is a Chinese agent. Like, I'm 100% certain, because everything that Elon Musk has done is what I would have done if I was a Chinese agent. Like, conceptualizing, okay, if I'm a Chinese agent that has infiltrated the US government and I want to make them, like, the global US hegemony less destructive and less powerful to allow China and Russia to grow, I would have done the exact same things that he did. 1-to-1. The going after USAID, instant, like that is the most clear you can be. Because USAID is not about aid. It's not about giving HIV medicine to people in Africa or some shit. We don't do that for, being good. We do that for global influence. Just getting rid of that just brought America's soft power to essentially a grinding halt. Podcast I like was recently comparing Trump now to Putin 2022. Putin's talking shit about Ukraine and journalists went, this has to be hype. I literally have been saying this. We're at the southern border with 15,000 troops. We're about to do Ukraine to China. That's China, to Mexico. Elon is very close with Xi and Putin. We know this. Like, he wants to build factories in China. He wants Putin to start like having Starlink and X and all that stuff. Like, he's out for himself. But at the same time, you got to make deals, If Xi's like, okay, well, if you do this, then you can build your factory, then you can build your factory. I might actually need all those glass jars I panic bought during the pandemic and to get that canned equipment in the spring. Good on ya. It's soft power from the Cold War era, exactly.
What happens? What do we see? In an environment where air traffic controllers are already extremely strained, we do not have enough air traffic controllers in the United States. This has been
well before we started getting rid of people, they were already working, like one person was doing two people's jobs, so.
Long rolling crisis in this country. And the reason we don't have air traffic controllers is because Republicans have cut budgets for training, for investment, for the federal pipeline and procuring air traffic control. That job, as we know, is not a joke. You can make one mistake and hundreds of people can be dead. But it has been taken seriously enough that we have not had a significant airline crash.
It's about crippling U.S. dominance entirely. It's not about crippling air security. They'll fix that. They're going to privatize it. They're cutting all of this stuff because they want to take it away from the government and make it privatized. But some of the stuff that they're cutting, like USAID and specifically, and what they're doing with, like we covered this yesterday with the CIA and the FBI, what they're doing there is for other people. That's not for America. But like the CIA was warning yesterday, I don't have the video right now, but like I'm not going to find it because it was long, about how there's FBI officials that have been removed from their jobs saying, no, you don't understand, like this could cause another like 9/11 style terrorist attack in the country, which if I was a horrible person and, I was in, like, if I was Elon Musk, who's in charge, a terrorist attack in the country is a really good way to rally the people to go to war. So, what happened last time, and it feels like every time I watch the news, I feel like we're in pre-Iraq war or like right at the beginning of the Iraq war type propaganda. It's the same type of rhetoric, so.
In this way, I believe since 2009. Anyways, all of this is to say is that they
No, 9/11 was real. It wasn't fake. The reaction to 9/11 was fucking visceral. You're telling me I grew up in Jersey across the river. I could see the smoke from my house when my school got like evacuated. It wasn't like an op. It was more just like the reason 9/11 happened was not on purpose. It was still their fault, but it wasn't like Bush didn't plan it. What happened was, in the time it takes between like, holy shit, Viz, that must have been surreal shit. Oh yeah, no, really. But in the time it takes for, like, let's say if Gore won, 9/11 wouldn't have happened. Not because Gore would have stopped it, but because the shifts in people in the government and the shifts in people in positions of power made it more difficult for information to pass through the chain of command and make it to the president. It wasn't like a planned op. It was, I'm sure the Saudis had a plan. I'm sure some US people knew that there was a chance of it because we know that. We have documentation of them trying to tell the president about this a week prior or thereabouts. And it never reached. Customer said to me that day, kill them all, we had songs called Bomb Iraq. It was like bomb, 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 bomb Iraq. Like it was the most openly pro-genocidal rhetoric I've had I've ever experienced. And then on top of that, like living where I lived, I got called Turkish terrorist every day for a while. I remember going into New York City with my dad once, and we were at the Port Authority bus terminal on the escalator, and like I'm just chatting with my dad, just in Turkish, and someone like turns around and spits at my dad and says, "Go back to your fucking country," and I'm like, "We're fucking evil." Do you think there's any hope Elon fucks it up so badly that they end up ruining it all for their own cause? There's always a chance. I mean, the man is genuinely very stupid, but no, I don't think so. It wasn't the information wasn't traveling between the agencies. It was like it wasn't stuck in one agency. It was just getting it to the right people at the Pentagon because the switch over in staff complicated things and made it take longer. Like it was still going to get there. It just took longer. And no, it doesn't take like 5 minutes because that's not how bureaucracy works, unfortunately. Protesting the Iraq War, people thought you were the enemy. It was a bad time. Yeah, get ready for that again. You're un-American. You're not like that. That's what they're going to say to you. I was a victim of it. I wanted to join the military and go fight the terrorists before college. I woke the fuck up. Good job for you, honestly. Why do you think right-wing streamers like Asmongold right now are getting way more publicity? I can't believe the crazy shit that these people are saying right now. Yeah, meanwhile, we're over here, and I have to watch every word that I say because I don't want to get fucking nuked by the U.S. government.
Push all these air.
They can be like, "Oh, kill all of the insert slur here," and I can't say "kill all Nazis." Not in like a. I can say it in a context of me making an example like this, but I can't like say that. It's actually even against Twitch policy, but like, it doesn't matter when like Asmongold is like, "Oh, I don't care. I'm pro-genocide." I remember Disney Channel pumping up nationalist propaganda like crazy. Thinking back, it was fucked. Everything did. Stuff like remove all federal workers, fuck the feds. Like these people are what? The anarcho-capitalists.
Traffic controllers and give them all really a letter saying it's time for you to go. And also what happens?
Oh yeah, you got that badge yesterday.
Now we have an initial plane crash that has occurred. When we mess with federal government systems, lives are at.
Yo, how wild is it that this is 2 days old? And I was listening, I was like, wait, this sounds really fucking outdated. Like, this sounds like a week old. It's 2 days old!
Stake. And this rhetoric that Elon Musk and MAGA and whatever have made in ginning up all of this conspiratorial mentality in order to get people to think that none of this matters and it can all be gutted.
Yeah, a judge said the buyouts were illegal for something. I guess not the IRS. But, like, it doesn't matter. All this is doing is slowing things down. It's not going to stop it. A judge literally said you can't do this, and they're still doing it. So, let's be for real. If it gets bad enough, everyone getting nuked anyway, if it goes long enough. I don't mean it literally at first, but now I mean, I'm wondering, did they move the clock closer to midnight the other day? Look, fuck that clock and fuck those people. They don't want to kill everybody on Earth. That's not their goal. Their goal is to enslave everybody on Earth, not kill everybody on Earth. And plus, why do you need nukes when you have, I mean, Ukraine has this shit. I'm gonna press play and it's gonna start playing music. This is a drone just annihilating Russian positions in Ukraine. We don't need nukes. We got that. Ukraine has that. We have better than that. FPV drone uses thermite to destroy Russian positions. I like the quote, nuclear war won't happen because nuclear war doesn't make money. Only threatening nuclear war makes money. True. The point of, yeah, it is thermite. The point of having nuclear weapons is not to use them. It's to scare people with them. Like, the thing is, I can understand fear with an irrational actor, and Elon Musk is genuinely stupid, but I don't think he's that stupid. Coming soon to American ghettos, watch? I mean, kinda, yeah. What the fuck is that? I pride myself on being up to date on weapon systems. It's a Ukrainian FPV drone using thermite. This is why I'm worried about Elon being in charge, because we have better versions of that. Yeah. Yeah. Remember, they created a anti-Christian, like, task force to come after people who are anti-Christian, like me, by the way, because I'm anti all religion. I mean, I'm not anti-Christians. I'm anti-Christianity, but that is what it is. And like, I don't push that shit, but they'll still come after people like me. They'll come after people like Vosh. They'll come after people like Hassan.
It is designed for exactly
and then come after you.
This kind of outcome.
Like we're ahead of the line,
day,
but
the federal government the United States federal government is responsible for some of the most sensitive, broad-based, and important infrastructure, not just in the country.
When we have someone who worked in the DoD telling us the writing is on the wall, that's pretty fucking scary.
But in the world, okay? So
that's always how it's been used.
This is what they are doing. Why are they doing it?
They're gonna burn us. Like women, they're gonna burn us.
Not just OPM, but then you have, for example,
why are they doing this?
Elon
Why?
Musk
Why?
Talking about USAID, and he's like, we're gonna dismantle USAID. He then also posts today, and this gives you a hint, he then also posts today about a very specific federal program at the Treasury,
I said research for the
which
DoD.
is known as direct file.
Like you did research that the DoD like used. Still scary.
Direct file. If you go on my rep page,
oh yeah, that's gone now.
If you go out to this is
you know what? I think I'm gonna have to go a bit further because like we're still on real old news.
So, what does that mean?
Okay.
Right, largest corporation, they do not reauthorize them if they do not extend them, and not only if they do not extend them, but ideally they want to add to them. Massive tax cuts for some of the largest corporations that exist in America and in the world. And so they have a massive thing at stake. So right now, their task is to extend these tax cuts. And what Elon Musk wants is for these tax cuts to not only be extended, but to apply to him in a larger way than ever before so that he can amass even more money than ever before. So, what does that mean? The problem with extending, they have a little wrinkle in extending some of these massive structural giveaways to the wealthiest people in this country. And the problem is that they have to pay for it. They have to pay for it. These tax cuts are to the tune, the cost of these tax cuts are to the tune of about $4 trillion.
You know where that money comes from, right? Like we've done the math before. USA budget pie chart. Go. If the Treasury will allow me to see the pie chart, that'd be nice. I want a pie chart. Not bars. Assholes. Fine, I'll use another different one. It will be literally bare bones government? Well, like not necessarily, because they're going to cut from specific places. Let's use the Wikipedia one. This might not be entirely 100% accurate right now, but it's the best we're going to get. If this is how our budget looks right now, and they need $4 trillion, where are they going to get the $4 trillion from? It's going to come from welfare, $697 million, pensions and Social Security, $1,651 billion, and I guess education, $1.7 billion. Yeah, education, welfare, pensions, and Social Security. The healthcare, like, they'll cut some of that too, sure. But, like, they'll leave some healthcare in existence, but all of this is gone. Like, they might go for pensions last, actually. They might go education, healthcare, welfare, leave pensions for a hot minute, then go after pensions next. Well, defense is a big portion of our spending, but we also don't know how much money we actually spend on defense, because the Pentagon has never passed an audit. Even Congress doesn't know how much money that we spend because it's classified. So that number could be fucking 3 times that number because they don't have, yeah, exactly. No one's checking. They can't pass a fucking audit. But if they need $3 or $4 trillion, where do you think they're going to get it from? They're going to get it from education, healthcare, welfare, pensions, social security. You didn't know that the Pentagon has never passed an audit? It is an interesting fun fact, or not so fun fact.
$4 trillion. And so if we're going to give, if the U.S. federal government is about to, if these tax cuts for the wealthiest people are going to expire this year, and if those tax cuts are set to expire, and in order to extend them,
I mean, it's not the Illuminati. There's no secret group behind the scenes running the show. The group that is like the cabal that you're trying to like envision is just like, I can tell you their names. It's Elon Musk, it's Jeff Bezos, it's Sam Altman-Fried, it's whatever that fucking other AI guy is. There is Larry Ellison, there is Mark Zuckerberg, there is Donald Trump. It's just the billionaires. That's the system. That's the Illuminati, whatever, is just rich people. The fight has always been up versus down, not left versus right. Techwad McJunkerson, exactly. My advice to anyone doing research or work for the federal government is to retain your data on private encrypted offline redundant drives and become indispensable because critical clear systems require your presence, become a linchpin just in case. Yeah, like, the thing is, remember that we had the whole thing about the illegal servers that Hillary Clinton had as Secretary of State in Benghazi. Everything that Elon has done just now is like infinitely worse than that. And yes, you should actually try and retain everything on an offline hard drive. I fully recommend you all go on YouTube and Wikipedia and find articles and videos on like how to grow food, how to fix machines in your house, how to stuff that you would need, you know, how to self-defense on YouTube. We have those videos. How to start a garden, how to do this chemical thing, how to engineer this thing, how to fix this product, because they might just take all that shit down. They might just take it all down. Any moment, like, I could just disappear right now. All of the left, every bit of like, don't allow yourself to be forced out, and having everything physically available to you that they can't get rid of is a better way of protecting yourself, I suppose. It's just like, I'm not sure how much you can do depending on the situation that you're in, but no, I'm sure the Illuminati existed at one point, but they were just like a bunch of dudes in a room. Like, there's no conspiracy. There's no conspiracy by nature means there is a secret. There's no secret. It's just the bourgeoisie. It's always just been the bourgeoisie. The Illuminati was also the bourgeoisie. It's just rich people. It's rich people that hate you.
You need to find $4 trillion. Well, where do you look? Because historically, in this country, when you need to pay for something, you pay for it.
Thank you, Shard Spork. Much appreciated.
And other, other small, other kind of alternative forms of revenue sources as well. I'm not trying to, I need to simplify, but I want to oversimplify. And especially when it comes to some of the core, most important systems.
Hey, wait, Elon might have done something good. We might have saved Germany, guys. Tesla sales fall 60% in Germany as owner Elon Musk continues to back AfD. Quote, nobody wants to be associated with it. We might have saved Germany. We might have some luck there. It's a magic trick in front of our faces. Misdirection is the game. The players are in plain sight. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, 100% right, Pre-Breakfast Banana. It's always been this way. Like I said the other day, though, this is a rigged game that we're playing. And fuck them, I like to play rigged games. I play fucking Pokemon ROMs that are made to be impossibly difficult. So, screw you. Make it hard. I'll keep going. The secret is there was never a secret. It was always just the mirror of reality. Yeah, basically. But this is very funny. This is genuinely very funny. That Elon Musk is so hateable that him being a Nazi is making the Nazis in Germany go, I saw a picture of a Tesla in Germany last week. It had a sticker on it. I bought this car before I knew about Elon. It seems like they didn't want to get their Tesla wrecked. Yeah, though people have been drawing like dicks and just like swastikas, calling it the swastikar, which honestly from now on I'll be calling Tesla swastikars. Do you want to follow a demagogue? Do you want to follow, quote, a worrying demagogue? Do you want to follow a cringe demagogue? Everyone has a line, even the fascist. True. And I guess the line is cringe for the AFD.
Healthcare, education, etc. We have had a system where we tax progressively. Now, not in principle, not in terms of the political progressivism principle, but what it means is that the more money you make, the more you get taxed, quote unquote. We know that that's not how it works.
They're not stupid. They're not doing stupid shit. Everything that they're doing is planned. Like nothing is like they're not making mistakes right now. Anything that looks like a mistake isn't a mistake.
In
I want to catch a shiny demagogue.
Practice, but in theory, that's how it should work, right? A billionaire should pay more in taxes than a secretary.
True.
And historically, not just billionaires, but also mass corporations, etc. That's how we keep the lights on. That's how we keep Medicare, Medicaid, the VA, at public schools, like it's through taxes. So
I love listening to AOC, but there's so much news coming out right now. We have a new proposal for a ceasefire in Ukraine. So Ukraine banned from joining NATO, must declare neutrality. Ukraine withdraws from Kursk. European UK soldiers demilitarized buffer zone. Frontline frozen. Easter ceasefire, April 20th. Kiev accept Russian sovereignty and annex land. This is literally just let's stop the war here for 2 years while Russia builds back up, and then they'll take whatever they want from Eastern, like Europe. It's the same deal that Putin said no to like months ago.
If these tax cuts are going to cost $4
that's
trillion,
exactly what it is. Give them everything they want.
And the government, and
I wonder if having the Russian agents in government might be influencing their decision making.
You're by definition not going to tax anyone else. Well, not going to tax the rich in order to pay for it. Then how are you going to pay and square that circle? There's two ways that you do that. One is that you tax the poor and you tax the working class and you tax the middle class. You raise taxes on that, which by
I'm sorry, even AOC is too far behind now. As a special government employee, Musk is subject to the Hatch Act, which prohibits any partisan commentary while on duty. Corrupt politician says what? Elon Musk gave Trump $250 million, so Trump handed him control of America's checkbook. Musk and his 20-something Doge cadre can now access your... Like, again, corrupt politician says what? I'm surprised he didn't say this is illegal. Also, by the way, this is why I hate AI so much. Because they just always use it to make themselves feel better, because they can't do any fucking art. This is some wild shit. Oh, look. Something that's never going to get, Something that's never going to get prosecuted. Musk SpaceX hit with sexual harassment lawsuit from 8 employees. Yay. Never actually going to be prosecuted. Oh, by the way, the price of eggs has gone up quite a lot. Unsurprisingly. So Ukraine can't be in NATO, but NATO would defend Ukraine? This is breaking my brain. No, the war would be a ceasefire. We'd have like a DMZ. It'd be like a North-South Korea situation, where NATO would just pull back. Ukraine would do the ceasefire. They would pull out of Kursk. Russia takes everything that they've gotten and gets 2 years to, like, I don't know, build up their military and try again. If we as a nation didn't want this, we wouldn't have voted for Trump. That's the worst part. True. I mean, to be fair, like, most of us are too stupid to know, like, what it is we want, let alone, like, too stupid to know that we don't know. That, like, if I think, therefore I am, like, that's too much for some of our citizenry, unfortunately, so. So our democracy is going to fall, powered by memes. What a timeline. I mean, I feel like it already fell, but I mean, I suppose whatever is crossing the Rubicon to you. God, I loved that video. The crossing the Rubicon video, because that's now become like part of my lexicon.
By the way, they are proposing. I think if you make less than $300 or $350-ish thousand, your taxes will be going up. And actually, the further below that number you make, the more your taxes are going to go up by. So sorry, that keeps.
So yeah, the less money you make, the more taxes you're going to pay from now on. And targeted ads are a part of it, but at the same time, it's the fact that they own the entire media environment. Taxers. Almost every YouTube video about video games, comic books, TV shows, movies, let alone politics, is entirely run by right-wingers or people who are aligned with right-wingers, who attach right-wing rhetoric into their videos. Go watch like a Marvel movie video from like, I don't know, a YouTuber who's doing like a review or something, and tell me that doesn't sound like a right-winger. I think maybe we should go all in on the massive coke field orgy and go out in style. I feel like that would be fun, but I'd rather not give up, I feel like fighting back might be a better option. Dividing us without anyone realizing it. I mean, a lot of us realized it. It's just the people who realize it get less impressions, don't get publicized, or videos don't make it as far. By the way, speaking of which, please go on to YouTube and drop a like on the stream, because you know that's very helpful. Maybe even a chat or a comment. But yeah, it's not like we didn't know. It's just most people couldn't see it, and the people who could got entirely blocked out from the media.
So, you know, if you're making $28,000, they want you to be paying way more in taxes, especially proportionately, than if you're making $150,000.
Again, the less money you make, the more taxes you're gonna pay. This is evil.
But they are proposing all of our taxes to go up. That's one way. But guess what? That's not going to make that doesn't make up the difference. It may make up a small bit, but it doesn't make up the difference. $4 trillion, you are not going to make that by taxing people who make $28,000 a year a little bit more. Doesn't make it up. Math doesn't square. So they're going to do that, but it's not enough. The second thing that they're going to go after are massive programming cuts, or the massive programming cuts, which we will get to in a minute. And the third thing that they propose is cutting waste.
Waste just means everything that helps you.
First of all, they tell you all of these stories about waste and government waste and Doge and whatever. First and foremost, understand that there is already a federal agency who is a watchdog on waste in the United States. That is known as the Government Accountability Office. So all of these people acting like, we're going to set up an agency to identify waste, as though that's never been an idea before, take a number. These people, and I can tell you,
stream trophy. What just happened? What is the trophy stream?
My experience.
Well, thank you, W.
I have encountered many billionaires in my career. You all have seen many of those encounters in hearings, in other, forms of questioning, etc. I can tell you that this dude is probably one of the most unintelligent billionaires I have ever met.
He is genuinely stupid. Elon Musk's teachers, when he was in school, told his father that he is retarded. So he is genuinely stupid.
Are witnessed. Which, you can probably even glean that from watching these people on TV.
Yeah.
Anyways, all of that is to say is that they don't do their homework. Clearly, they're putting 19-year-olds in at the Treasury. This dude is not smart.
It's not about being smart for that one. It's just because they're groypers and Nazis. That's who he brought in. I guess maybe is it illegal now for me to share who the fuck these people are?
And the danger in not in the lack of intelligence and the lack of expertise that Elon has. I mean, this guy is one of the most morally vacant, but also just...
Wait. No, never mind. I saw this post of like, there's a special congressional election in 2 districts of Florida on April 1st, and if we flip these seats, we can stop Project 2025. It would give us the House, but I still don't think it would do anything of use. And honestly, flipping 2 Florida congressional seats is it's not likely in this environment.
Least knowledgeable about these systems that we really know of.
That's the election day.
But the point is that what that means is that they're going to hit a button, inevitably. They are going to hit a button and things can go sideways. We already saw that last week when they were like, oh yeah, we're gonna freeze everything. That sounds so cool, let's do that. They hit the freeze button and then Medicaid portals across the United States
want this to happen.
Got suspended through that EO.
They want the chaos,
and they tried to make up for it and be like, oh, that has nothing to do with all of it. Really? You're gonna freeze all...
Understand that these people have no soul. They're not people like you and me. They don't feel empathy. They take joy from you feeling terrible. They take joy from your suffering. It's their favorite fucking thing to do.
Federal program.
Yes, the guy died because he couldn't get his medication, his inhaler, because Elon Musk and Donald Trump made the price of an inhaler go from $55 to $560. They called empathy a sin. These people are demons. Like, I mean, obviously, I don't believe in demons, but like, they're the closest you can fucking get, honestly.
And then the Medicaid portal suspended, and you think people are going to think that's not connected? I mean, I know they think people are stupid, but it's like
the point is pain.
Just be so for real right now. Anyways, so what they're trying to do is that under the guise of waste, they are going to try to cut and gut some of the most essential federal programs that we've got. In fact, how do we know this? Because the Republican majority and their budget had a sensitive internal document that got leaked a couple of weeks ago. And I can tell you that I read through it. And they identified bit by bit everything from the mortgage interest tax deduction to, which I raised a couple of weeks ago.
You know Elon Musk is named after like a specific character? There's a book, like Elon Musk's dad told everyone this in an interview. He named Elon after a book that was written by a Nazi like scientist that we brought over to the U.S. with Project Paperclip, and in that book, like fantasy novel that this guy wrote, again like the Nazi that we brought over with Operation Paperclip, there was a society on Mars that lived underground, and it was very high tech, and it was a dictatorial perfectionist society led by someone whose title was the Elon. So he's literally named after a Nazi book. What, the Barron Trump collection? I don't want to dox myself, so let me just put all of these gone. Okay. What the fuck? The Barron Trump collection, Travels and Adventures of Little Baron Trump and His Wonderful Dog Bulger, Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey, The Last President. What? Like, this is like schizophrenia shit. It wasn't a fancy. It's a historic account by a Nazi time traveler. Oh yes, of course, sure. Mm-hmm.
To Medicaid itself,
okay. I mean, we're going back, so we might as well go back. Again, sorry, AOC, but I can only I have too much ADHD to not cut you off every now and again with something else.
Speaker, 88 years ago, President Franklin Roosevelt stood before the American people,
FDR, baby,
Philadelphia, and warned of an economic aristocracy that sought not just to dominate our markets, but our democracy. He spoke of those who amassed great wealth and then used that wealth to shape the laws of our nation and serve their own worldview.
Sounds pretty similar, doesn't it?
And he pledged that the government must serve the people, not the privileged few. That same challenge exists.
I just want to remind you all that prior to FDR, we had Hoover, and Hoover crashed the economy. The Great Depression happened because of high inflation, tariffs placed on other countries, and insecurity in the banking industry. The banking, people rushed their banks, the economy collapsed. Hoover was in charge. We had people living in tents and camps all over the country. They were called Hoovervilles. And then FDR just absolutely annihilated in the next election that they had. So, I mean, if we can win this, we might get a new FDR. AOC might be the new FDR. I saw some right-winger party like it's 1928. Yeah, exactly, because they don't want you to think about 1929.
Today.
Which is, by the way, that's going to happen. They want that to happen. They just don't want it to happen yet. They want to crash the economy so they can change the economy into a war economy.
But now it is billionaires themselves taking over our government. They bankroll
Have you not seen Hoovervilles?
Install their loyalists.
Here. These are what Hoovervilles look like. They were little shanty towns. That one's Seattle, I think. Yeah. We're going back to this. By the way, remember, in Donald Trump's own words, he explained that he wants to create camps outside of cities for homeless people that would have doctors and healthcare included, and they're going to be Trumpvilles. Just call them Trumpvilles. That's all you got to do. I knew of the towns, but I wasn't aware that they were named because of him being president. Yeah, it's because he was a shit president. Yeah. Yep. Well, I'll find the video for you.
And want to control government so they can make the rules. They push for deep cuts to public education, including eliminating funding for decent schools in working-class neighborhoods, to fund mass...
There we go.
Ban urban camping wherever possible. Violators of these bans will be arrested, but they will be given the option to accept treatment and services if they're willing to be rehabilitated. Many of them don't want that, but we'll give them the option. We will then open up large parcels of inexpensive land, bring in doctors, psychiatrists, social workers, and drug rehab specialists, and create 10 cities where the homeless
10 cities
can be relocated and their problems identified. But we'll open up our cities again, make them livable. And
10 cities. Trumpvilles.
Tax.
AOC needs to drop the misinformation on her. My friend was upset that she had millions in stocks, and oh my god, it's so stupid and it's so easy to verify. People argue with me that Bernie is a millionaire. I'm like, man, he sold... he wrote a book. He has $2 million. AOC is, I think, the poorest person in government.
Breaks for the investor class that we cannot afford. They fight to deregulate.
I wanted to hear about FDR. Fuck you.
Which I raised a couple of weeks ago, to Medicaid itself, they have identified as wanting to eliminate in order to pay for Elon Musk's tax breaks.
Yeah, relocate undesirables to specific places. Where have I heard that before? Bernie, AOC doesn't even have a home. Bernie has, a house, a summer house, and, some money because he was in government for, I don't know, since the dawn of time, and wrote a book.
Bezos' tax breaks, Mark Zuckerberg's tax breaks, and other giveaways
These camps are mandatory, by the way.
Giveaways to the wealthiest people and corporations in this country. And the biggest one, lock in everybody, okay?
Lock in.
The biggest one that they are going after is Medicaid, okay? They have Medicaid in their sights and they want to cut $2 trillion. Remember? They need to find $4 trillion. And they've got maybe, this is $4 trillion, they maybe have one knuckle.
It sounds something like, I don't know, maybe there was a a German guy said some of this shit back in the day. Yeah, we know they were going after Medicaid. It's healthcare and it's education first on the chopping block. Everything else will, I mean, they've already gutted welfare pretty much. There's videos of right-wingers crying because they can't feed their kids right now. So like,
in tax increases in terms of paying for that, they maybe have like one knuckle in tax increases on middle class and low income
people are dying from
They're
these
just not going to
policies
get that
right
money
now.
for it.
People have already died pre-breakfast banana. We've had several die. We have people die in the plane crashes. We have people dying from starvation. We have people dying from unhousedness. We have people getting killed in the street that we probably don't see on the news because they don't get reported. Like, there's the good old boys hunting illegals in their pickup in fucking rural Texas. I'm like 100% no one's caring about any of this. Lack of medicine. Like we are, America is dead. And now you live in a fourth world country. The first fourth world country, which is a third world country for all of its citizens and a first world country for the wealthy class, the capital class, the billionaire class. If you have $1 billion or more, the law doesn't apply to you. If you have anything less than $1 billion, then you are scum and you're a slave. That's basically how they see you. Guarantee a trans kid is given up at least once. I'm guarantee you more than that. Well, isn't the rate like 67% or something? Right-wingers make a joke about like flip the coin when they're harassing trans folks, saying like, oh yeah, you know, half of you die, so like you should just do it. America has a few rich people surrounded by a third world country, essentially. It's not new, just not just under Trump. Exactly. It's not new, but it's never been this bad. It's never ever been this bad. We're not even like, the country isn't even run by Americans. Elon Musk is an illegal immigrant South African. Peter Thiel, who owns the vice president, is another South African. We have the Chinese, we have the Russian influence, we have the Israeli influence, we have the Indian influence. Like, we've sold America to other countries. The Saudis own half of Elon Musk anyway, so it's like the Saudis also own the country. I made a whole video on that one. Is this how the Hunger Games started? Unironically, yes, actually. Yeah, Kostiak, you're not wrong. This is kind of how the Hunger Games started. It was, we rebelled, and then they put the Hunger Games in place so that we don't rebel again. I live in a third world country, and you guys basically just described my country? Okay, so we're a third world country then. America has fallen. And honestly, the third world country bullshit is like something Western chauvinists made up anyway, so like, fuck it. Let's monetize the rebellion. I mean, look, at this point, like, if you're in my chat, you're basically an enemy of the state. You know that, right? So, like, maybe learn some self-defense and maybe get yourself the fuck out of the US if you have any chance. Look, you have some time because they're not going to start nationalizing businesses for another couple years. That'll happen after the Nationalist Party takes power. But once they start nationalizing businesses, once profit no longer becomes the #1 incentive, then, like, you're fucked. It's too late to leave at that point. So if you can leave, leave now. Been one for a long time because why our refuse to shut the fuck up? I mean, yeah. I know these aren't jokes anymore, so I need to do something. And they were never jokes pre-breakfast banana. They never were. But I'm glad. Please do something. Look, if you can't leave the US, join your local SRA. I've been posting this video because I can't play it on stream, of course, even though, like, right-wingers probably could. But I would very much like you to watch this and consider it with an open mind. Like, I know that you might be, you know, not totally in favor of something like this. Think about it. It's just, even just for community. It's not for guns, it's for community. Because, yes, it's a place that has guns. Yes, you can go learn to shoot there. But I want you all to make community. That's what saves you. That is what saved every, like, civilization throughout history under times of massive, massive stress, pain, of suffering. Community gets you through. Wazda Bixie. Isn't nationalizing good? It's good when the left does it. It's really bad when the right does it. Because when the left does it, it's so that, like, you know, everyone can have, like, a piece. It's collective ownership of the means of production when the left does it. When the right does it, it is a war economy being built. It is the you live for the state now. That is fascism, by the way. That is the thing that fascism requires. Fascism requires you to sacrifice everything, pure fascism, and to live for the state, to die for the state, to breed for the state, to breathe for the state. And that's the point of nationalizing on the right. The one thing it was intended for, nobody ever uses it for, the Second Amendment. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Right now, the Second Amendment is important, and honestly, I would argue that it is your constitutional duty to get a gun right now and to learn how to use it, because tyranny might be coming for you. Remember, was it the Third or Fourth Amendment that doesn't let soldiers in your house? Yeah, okay, so the Third Amendment: no soldier in a time of peace shall be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in the time of war, but in a matter to be prescribed by law. So, like, think about this and try and use these to your advantage. Now, obviously, like, it won't do much, but, like, it's rhetoric. Your words are the only thing you have. Any weapon against the state will immediately get you and everyone you know killed. Rhetoric is your best hope. Community is your best hope. A collective standing up and saying, fuck you, is your best hope. We're not at the point where they can just round up 100 people and arrest them for doing nothing, or 100 people crowded around one trans person for them to do nothing. We're not there yet, but we're getting there quickly. And before we get there, you need to be able to form these communities to protect yourself and to protect other people. The good Germans who let the Jews and undesirables hide in their homes were probably pretty friendly with them, wouldn't you think? Just keep that in mind when thinking about building community. Exactly. That means a command economy is next. Can't wait for that to start. We're just going to find real fast how much an illusion the House of Cards is. Yes, command economy is absolutely next. What's funny is, in order for this plan of Elon's to work at some point, you're going to have to get the guns away from the people. They will. That's later in line. You first have to convince these people that it is it is patriotic to sacrifice for the state, which we're already in the process of. Remember, everyone was arguing about how expensive egg prices are, is now saying it's patriotic to pay more money for eggs. That's the beginning of this. And the thing is, it's not an easy ask, because Americans are fucking selfish. We are sick motherfuckers. We hate everybody outside of our house. We think that everyone's a demon, and we want our shiny little treats constantly. We want our treats. You can't take our treats away. And convincing Americans that it is better for them to give all the treats away is hard. Americans wouldn't give a homeless guy $5. Most Americans, they would not do it. Were they going to give the state everything? That's the point we need to get to, for it to be like, they come and take your guns away. Unless they decide, like, okay, I'm willing to cull a third of the country, but, you know, I'm a cis het white dude living in Trumplandia, and I'm fucked no matter what. I mean, you're fucked, but in a different way. Hold up one second, because the sun's coming out, so I have to, like, shut the blinds on this window, because then the sun will come in here and mess up everything. Actually, I gotta pee while I'm up. Sorry, guys. I'll be back in a second. Actually, I'm gonna try something while I do that. If you saw an ad, post what ad that you had to see. I need more water, and then we're gonna continue. All right, what's going on? Ooh, okay. Pre-breakfast banana. This is so sad that a country of Christians can't be convinced to live like Christ. They are the Antichrist. Like, the average Christian in America is closer to the Antichrist than they are to Christ. Honestly, like, it's so bad that it almost does feel like Revelation's apocalypse. I mean, I don't believe in that shit, but like, it kind of lines up a bit, doesn't it? Coherent screams, I can't even find any avocado toast that isn't Starbucks branded. Jesus. I mean, we don't have that here in Australia. My mom always told me that the devil tricks people, but I didn't think it would be like this. It's exactly like this. The devil tricks you in the ways that you least expect, which is, you know, by having a phone algorithm trick you while you're scrolling on social media and radicalize you. My father is a retired pastor, chaplain, colonel in the Air Force, MAGA as fuck. I asked him what he thought about Bishop Budd's plea to Trump to have mercy and empathy. He said, it was uncalled for and unethical. I knew at that moment it was really a lost cause, though I still keep trying. It's your father. You should keep trying, but don't expect him to change. But maybe if you keep trying and things get worse for him personally, then he can change. This is the thing about most of MAGA. You can change their mind when they're personally affected by the negative shit. That's the only time they can change, is when their life is being attacked, when they are feeling they're in their weakest moment, is when you can sneak through the cracks and cut it open. Honestly, like, at this point, you have to kind of be like somewhat unethical in how you engage with them if you want to change their mind or if you want to stop them from doing harm. And I think that that's actually moral and ethical, but it would normally have been immoral and unethical under our previous system of, you know, like, reasonable, rational democracy, but we don't have this anymore. We need to be dark woke. They started booting fat pastors for being too woke by quoting Jesus. Literally, like, it's insane. Elon is the Antichrist. I can't find any reason not to think so. I mean, he fits pretty well. Still, I don't believe in that, but, like, I do see it. I can't imagine just not giving a single fuck about anyone else. Well, it's a thing that's built up over time. You're not born that way, just like you're not born in any way. Like, nothing is innate. You are made to believe that you are better than everyone else and that your life should come first. That, like, you need to worry about yourself and your family and everyone else can deal with it. It's the American way. Exactly. Simply, Steve. That is the problem. It's this hyper-individualism that has brought us here. We need to move back to some middle ground of collective. Reddit is full of MAGites that were 100% MAGA until something bad happened to them, and it's all just tears and I see things differently now. Exactly. These are the people in their weakest moment that you can convince. If those people are the easiest to bring over. Honestly, Coherent Screams, just drop a link to the stream. I need to be on the grind. Drop a link to my stream in those Reddit threads. Guess I need to be deported? I mean, like I said, you guys can come to Australia if you can work on a farm for 2 months. And yes, it is Ayn Rand's fault to an extent. You can get an Australian visa to live here for a year and get healthcare, but you have to work on a farm for 2 months. I hear that it's actually quite nice too. Like, they don't make you work like hard. I mean, it's farm labor, so it's hard, but it's not like they're not abusing the workers and exploiting them here, because they're usually like tourists that come and do backpacking stuff, and then they go and do the farm work for a couple months. They tend to really like it, from what I've seen. I've been to one of them. Rode a horse there. Come on, AOC, give me some hope.
If you live in a community with
we're doing community. Fuck
already
yeah.
been working. Let's start with immigration and ICE. When people say, what can we do? You can do the things that apply to you. In my community, we are a heavily immigrant community. And so ICE raids deeply affect and disrupt our community. And the prospect of ICE raids deeply disrupt and threaten our community. So, number one, if you live in a community with a lot of immigrants, know your rights. That's one tangible thing you can do that I want you to do. And I'm going to go through what that means. And that means know your rights if you are a U.S. citizen as well.
Based coherent screams, a small pack to take care of. Ah, like a family. I mean, to be fair, if you are, like, depending on your field of, like, work and what qualifications you have, you're a family from America, you could probably immigrate here. It's not all that, like, it's not out of the question. You can join the Discord, and if you ever, if you feel up to it, I can see, because, like, I immigrated here. The process is hard. I learned it, but also have a very good lawyer. So if any of you want to come to Australia to escape, I don't know if right now you can apply for refugee status here because of what's happening, but I am going to figure that out this weekend. Like, that's one of the goals that I have set for this weekend, is to figure that out for you guys, and to see about, like, opening doors of getting out of the US. If I know that if you have any family, like any Irish heritage, you can go to Ireland. I'm in Australia. No, not New Zealand. I'm in Australia. But I do know about New Zealand. Like New Zealand and Australia aren't all that different. There's small differences in, like, culture and general, like, politics, but they're not all that different from each other. But yeah, no, honestly, like, people need to get the fuck out. And so I'd like to see if you can come here. It's not like it's great here either. I mean, it's better here. It's significantly better here. But it is difficult to envision us not fucking up as well, because we're kind of an American colony. American refugees, didn't see that on my bingo card. I covered illegal immigrants from Canada, immigrants from America passing to Canada. There you go. 1 dead, 15 arrested, trying to enter Canada from the US in 3 weeks, police say. Headless chicken, oh shit, good, because that friend actually wanted Oz, so this works out great. Oh, perfect. Throw me in that chat and I'll have a look after stream. New Zealand, walk around barefoot all the time. Well, New Zealand... Okay, I can't say it. New Zealand is just a country that Australians like to fuck with. It is not a safe place for trans people. Australia is the safer place for trans people. At least that's what Aaron Reed had said. And, I mean, aside from that, like, if it's not safe for trans people in New Zealand, I would assume that extends further out. In Australia, you're pretty safe, because Australians generally are really hard to radicalize. Like, we just kind of don't give a fuck. But we've been seeing Nazis here all the time as well. And our election's coming up soon. Scary. It's really scary.
Okay?
Oh, she makes jokes about Australia, does she? Fucking Kiwis.
Here's one way that we're going to create some friction in this system, okay? Tom Homan, who's directing a lot of these ICE operations nationally, etc. He went on TV practically crying. This dude was whining his ass off because ICE went into the city of Chicago, and Chicago had prepared for them. Community organizers, activists,
of course it is,
and their mayor.
Kiwi is just what we call New Zealanders. Are you, like, guys paying attention though? Like,
local elected
community
officials
is your. This is your
issue.
Way out.
They educated the city on their legal rights. Because what ICE tries to do is that they rely on people not knowing their rights in order to enter buildings, in order to search workplaces, etc. So when you know your rights, you are able to tell them no, and they do walk away. So you need to know your rights. If ICE comes...
Now, again, knowing your rights will only help you so far. Like, we know for a fact that there was a U.S. service member, like a military veteran, who had ID, and they still arrested him. We know that they have arrested Native Americans. That does not matter, but having it is helpful because it's a case-by-case basis. It depends on how likable you are. It depends on how attractive you are. It depends on how bad of a day the cop is having. It depends on how much work it would be. It depends on how many others they have. So have everything in your favor. Be incredibly nice. Be sweet. Like, they don't walk away. That's the whole point. Now they don't just walk away. I mean, they still have quotas, you know? Like, there's other people around. They just might leave you alone because you seemed all right enough, and they have, like, let's say they've already gathered enough to fill the truck. Like, they just need like 1 or 2 more. They look at you and they'll be like, ah, fuck it, whatever. Let's just go. That could happen. It doesn't often happen. Don't expect that to happen. But it could, and you want to have every possible chance for that to happen. You want to have every possible thing in your power to prevent this prevent them from taking you. And sometimes that won't be enough. Now, like, I've had to write a thing out for my parents because, like, they speak English, but they have really thick accents, and they don't really know how to express their rights in English. And just a couple days ago, ICE was 20 minutes away from where my parents live in a majority Turkish neighborhood rating. My parents are Turkish, and they live in a place that has quite a lot of Armenian people that are there on refugee visas. And there's quite a big risk of, you know, ICE going after those people and knocking on everyone's door. And, like, my parents live in, like, a nice house. They speak English. They're, you know, they look perfectly professional, but that accent might be a big problem. So I've had to, like, write out a list of what you say at the door, how you respond, which, by the way, is in my Discord and resources for safety. And it's fucking terrifying because, like, they're legal citizens. They're like, they got naturalized. I got naturalized. They're citizens. But we talked about, you know, denaturalization before the election. It's not like they're not going to, and it's not like it even matters because they'll just send you to Gitmo, or they'll send you to El Salvador. We need to be taught our rights in school. You weren't taught your rights in school, pre-breakfast banana? You didn't have, like, civics class? This is literally giving people false hope. No, I'm giving them every possible ability to prevent something from happening. You're so black and white, Simply Steve. Learn some nuance. It's not black and white. People are not robots. You can manipulate people's responses based off of characteristics and responses that you display. If you make them like you, then they'll leave you alone. Cops are dumb as shit, and so is ICE. Listen to me because I'm smarter. Have some nuance. It's not one or the other. It's not 1 and 0. We don't live in that world. Not yet. ICE, they can do whatever the fuck they want. They can arrest anybody. They don't need a warrant, pre-breakfast banana. They're not doing that. We're way past that. They can arrest anybody they fucking want. They have unlimited power in anywhere within 100 miles of the US border, including the ocean and including airports, which is the entire country. They have so much extra power. So, like, they can do whatever they want. But they are still cops and they're still human. Psychology works. Like, we need to start thinking about things from a psychological perspective. Because everything now is going to be framed in everything has been framed in a way that ignores the psychological perspective, and that the ignorance of what that is brings you to a point of not understanding the actual topic from only one direction, which is what they want. You need the sociology, you need the psychology. Like, yes, of course they don't care about your rights. Yes, of course they don't need a warrant, and yes, of course they can just fucking arrest you. They don't need to keep you there. But at the same time, you having all of these things gives you more of a chance. We are taught rights in school. Kids just don't pay attention. Yeah, I was going to say headless chicken. We definitely had civics class. I didn't learn not to talk to the cops in school. That's not your rights, though. When I was younger, we were told to respect authority. Did you not have a civics class, pre-breakfast banana? Like, did you not learn, like, the 3 branches of government and, like, how they work and the Constitution and all of that? Your rights are to remain silent. That's not talk to the cops. Don't talk to the cops is what you learn from, like, lawyers. Your right is to remain silent. Your right is to see a lawyer, which actually you don't have anymore, I think, not with the Lake and Riley Act. So, I mean, yeah, at this point, it doesn't matter. They deep sixed civics ages ago. In a lot of places, we learned basic math, English, and a little history, but learn to sew, learn to fix a car, learn to do anything useful. Yeah, no. That's why I mean by go on YouTube and look for, like, go around your house and look at machines that you have, your dishwasher, your washing machine, your television, and Google, like, how to fix these things, and download some videos and some documents on the subject to keep in case, like, all of these disappear. that folks in Denver just a couple of days ago, they kicked in over 30 doors in an apartment complex, including those who know they were citizens and were accusing and harboring them of yeah, exactly. That they don't care whether you're, you know, doing anything wrong or not. Harboring illegals is apparently illegal now. But give yourself every chance you have. Give yourself every +1 benefit to your role, you know? You're I'm just trying to give anyone and everyone every possible tool in their arsenal to protect themselves and their family. You probably did, Leftist Leo. You're around my age, but also it depends on your school system, because poorer schools got less treatment, and you know, like it would track. Got to min-max in real life now. Exactly. You need to be min-maxing right now. ICE had not a single warrant on them. They don't need the warrant. Now, at the same time, like I've said this, when they knock on your door, you ask for the warrant. If they give it to you, you make sure that it's from ICE and from a judge, not from, like, sorry, it's not from ICE, it's from a judge and it's signed by a judge. It's not a deportation order. That's not the warrant. But they could just kick in your door. And if they do, then you say, I don't consent to this unreasonable search and seizure. And then you shut the fuck up until forever. Until, I mean, I guess they might not put you in front of a lawyer, but like, you shut the fuck up. Now, that's your rights right now. That's all you kind of have, Leftist Leo. But at the same time, yeah, like they don't care. But I still think that you should try min-max. I don't think I had civics, I had social studies. They probably put them together, because I had social studies and then we had an entire part of the year, an entire semester that was dedicated to civics. Don't forget to download Wikipedia while you're at it. Can you download all of Wikipedia? Like, how big of a file is that? I think it was probably just called civics, yeah. It's the community aspect, which will give you strength in numbers, and it's the min-maxing of every possible psychological and sociological weapon you can have in your arsenal to deploy against ICE. 223 megabytes is really that small?
Comes to you as an American citizen, still assert your rights, because what you can do is protect people around you, and also make sure that you are slowing down this system. The slower they operate, the less.
Guys, go and download Wikipedia. I promise you're gonna want it, because Elon Musk fucking hates it and wants it to go away.
They can break. You hear me? This is why this is strategically important. The slower they operate, the less they can break.
Exactly.
And so, know your rights. If ICE comes to your workplace, if ICE comes to your door, you do not have to open the door. You ask them for a judicial warrant, not an administrative warrant. ICE very often tries to show you some official...
They will try and lie to you and try and trick you. If they don't kick down your door, you should still know these tactics. You know, they don't always kick your door down. They only do that in like poorer neighborhoods.
Looking paper in order to intimidate people and to let them in. Again, remember, they rely on the perception of power. No. You don't just get some paper and let them in. You look for a judicial warrant. You look for a judge's signature on that piece of paper. If there is not a judge's signature on that piece of paper, you do not have to open the door. Number 2, you can ask them to leave. If they do not procure
this fun game we play where it's okay to ignore the authorities because you can't trust them. Well, I mean, you never could, but like now, like they're the fucking Nazis at your door. They're the jackboos. They're coming to take you to the camps. Literally, they're coming to take you to the camps. So like, yeah, of course.
You can ask them to leave. You can stay silent. If they have detained you, you can say, I would like to remain silent. You invoke your right. You do not have to share personal information. They want to know what your immigration status is.
They're going to try and be nice to you too, because that's another trick they'll play. They'll separate you from your family members and put you in different rooms. They'll lie to you and say one said one, one said the other. You should talk to your family right now and come up with a plan. What happens if you're separated? What will you say? Work on that now. By the way, they're attacking the media for teaching undocumented immigrants how to evade the law, saying it's illegal. Like, this is what I'm doing right now could be considered illegal in the United States. Thank God I'm not in the United States, because it's not illegal where I am. Yeah, they're coming after the left for teaching undocumented people how to stay safe. So talk with your families, whether you're undocumented or not, and come up with a plan for how you would deal with something like this happening. Now, if your families are gonna think that you're insane and that this is nothing and they're MAGA, then fuck them, leave them alone. It's fine. You don't need them. Just focus on yourself and take this advice, and don't tell them shit. It's like letting a vampire in if they ask you to open the door. Yeah, exactly. Except, they can just kick the door down and walk in anyway.
Even if you're a U.S. citizen, if they want to ask you, are you a U.S. citizen? You tell them, I don't have to answer that question. You tell them, I do not have to answer that question. You do not have to. They ask you where you were born. I don't have to answer that question. They ask for your immigration status. I do not have to answer your question. They do not, unless you are being officially detained, if they have a judicial warrant. And by the way, you do not have to sign anything. And if they want to keep asking you questions, you say, I would like to speak to my attorney. In New York and California, you have a right to an attorney, including if you are...
Okay, so I guess the Lake and Riley Act doesn't...
undocumented or anything. You would say, I would like an attorney.
I was supposed to have a guest coming on around this time, but I haven't heard from her all day.
Or if you are outside of the states of New York or California, you can say, I would like to speak to an attorney. And you can get your own attorney.
It is.
So, or you can procure your own attorney. So you say, I want to talk to a lawyer. Know
Headless chicken,
your
I know
rights.
you didn't.
Use them if you are a citizen. Use them if you are not a U.S. citizen, green card holder, whatever it may be. And also, one simple thing you can do is share your rights. Know your rights information. How do you do that? 2 things. You can go to my Rep A.
Third thing, you can go to my Discord and find it in the resources for safety section. Thank you for the follow, Joan Spoon.
AOC account if you want. And there's a slide with Know Your Rights. If you want to go grassroots style, you can use mine. They're ACLU. A bunch of people have them. Print them out. Hand them out to people. Or if you sign, again, this is not a plug.
Headless chicken, not lame. I'm actually kind of worried.
Google this in lots of places, but one thing that we're presently working on is that if you're on my newsletter or if you sign on to my newsletter, we are working on printable PDFs that we're going to soon email out to our whole newsletter list so that you can print it out. You can tape it up in storefronts. You can drop palm cards in small businesses. If you
By the way, they were attacking this too. They were mad about this. They were saying how this is making illegals, making it easier for illegals to stay here and shit. Mkitar, Visora official, isn't it from here? What do you mean?
Are local to New York City, we are going to be having kind of volunteer events where we're going to go bodega by bodega, dropping palm cards so that people can know their rights.
By the way, this is a thing that you can do. We've been talking about what can we do today, and everything that you can do is small, but you can do something, and whatever you can do is enough. So go and what she hasn't mentioned, join the SRA or talk to them. Build a community. For a lot of people who are afraid of talking to their neighbors, the SRA is actually a really good option. If you don't want to do that, go talk to your neighbors. Build a community. Go talk to the cops if you're privileged enough. Everyone gets mad at me when I say this. If you become, these people are dumb. Most of America can't read. You can manipulate them. If you're watching me, you are smarter than almost every American. You are in the 1% of intelligence right now. If you're watching any leftist streamer regularly, you are smarter than the average American. I'm sorry, it's true. So use that to help people. Information about for our rights and what we need to do. Yeah. Check in on all of your friends too. It's really important to do that. In fact, I should do that more. But my neighbor was 2 Trump flags mounted on the side of his house. Okay, don't talk to that neighbor. Go talk to a different neighbor. You have multiple neighbors. It doesn't just have to be the house right next to you.
And the slower they go, the less they can break, okay? That's one example. Number 2, in some of these federal purges
The SRA,
with what they're trying to do. They want to send
I'll link you a video,
little
guys.
letter
Let me
saying,
link a video.
"Oh, we're going to offer you a buyout."
I urge you to watch this with an open mind. Like, it's not going to look like something that you like at the beginning, more than likely, but just give it a watch with an open mind and think about it. Consider it.
Don't take it.
It's really good for a lot of people.
Don't take it. Don't take the buyout. You have about 3 days, like all those federal workers that got
oh yeah, of course,
that got those notices. And of course, you know, these.
Okay, I just found this, and I'm not sure how. First of all, I don't know who Dave Troy really is all that much. Like, I know who he is, but I don't know how credible he is. But a group of anonymous authors have published this well-sourced memorandum on Musk and the neo-reactionary movement. Please share this widely. The thread is not well understood. Take a moment to read page 1 of the executive summary, which is right here. So, subject, capture of U.S. critical infrastructure by neo-reactionaries, executive summary. Following President Trump's executive order to establish Doge, many have been shocked by the speed and scope of the changes of Elon Musk. While Doge in theory aligns with the long-standing conservative ambitions, in reality, Musk has not limited the government or dismantled the deep state. He has replaced it with himself. Under his radical reconstruction of federal power, the White House is at risk of becoming captive to Musk's demands. It already is, my guys. It already is. The memo outlines 4 alarming developments that transcend. 1. Aligning operatives, Musk aligning operatives that seize control of the OPM, purging career civil servants and installing loyalists. That was Project 2025 shit. Doge employed unvetted hires, many under 25 years old, who now wield de facto control over sensitive government functions without security clearances. So a bunch of just barely brain fully developed groypers, incels, Nazis, and pedophiles, more than likely, now have control of things that you need security clearance to have access to. These individuals, drawn from Musk's orbit and Silicon Valley neo-reactionary network, operate without legal oversight or accountability. Yeah, no, don't buy any dog coin or any of that. Like they're gonna grift that, but don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. The crypto will never actually be real money. Never. Even with the crypto people in charge. It can't be. Doge gained read-write access over treasury pipes and federal payment systems, granting Musk direct influence over the financial infrastructure of the U.S. government. This unprecedented control over money flows creates a national security risk and a personal power lever for Musk. Congressionally mandated divestment of TikTok has been delayed, with Musk wanting to buy it now, which would be, pretty fucking bad. Rather than operating as an ally, Musk has hijacked his ambitions for his own purpose, his rapid takeover by neo-reactionaries and small group of Silicon Valley elites who reject democracy to seek to install a CEO monarch to rule technological and financial dominance. While the CEO monarch is in place and the rejecting democracy type Silicon Valley elites, like, people who like Curtis Yarvin, are all pretty fucking happy. This network includes Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, I forgot about you, Balaji Srinivasan, David Sachs, Curtis Yarvin, among others. Once considered fringe purveyors of this ideology, have now been embedded in the core of the government. These are accelerationists. They want to destroy the world because they think it'll be better afterward. They think if we fuck everything up, then people will fix it. Oh my God, he's going to pump and dump using the treasury. He will that's the point. Yeah, that's the whole point. It's pump and dump the treasury. There you go. Now you're seeing the picture. That's the whole point. Musk's, that's the whole point of stage 1, because then there's stage 2, 3, and 4 after. But Musk's maneuvering demonstrates a long-standing strategy of the elite class, not dismantling government, but replacing its power structure with ones they hold. They are privatizing every system that they're cutting out, every single one of them. Doge has not reduced bureaucracy, but it has privatized it. Second. Treasury has not been made more efficient. It's been placed under a billionaire's influence. TikTok has not been secured from foreign threats. It has been delayed so Musk can position himself as the gatekeeper. Trump, far from asserting dominance over the administrative state, might now find himself hostage to Musk. Like I said this the other day, in Russia, if an oligarch did something Vladimir Putin did not like, what would happen to them? They would die. If Elon Musk did something that Donald Trump does not like, is Elon going to die? What are the chances that Donald Trump could get the military to assassinate Elon Musk? He has the right. He has immunity. So that's my point here. Who's in power? If it was Trump, it wouldn't, that this wouldn't have continued to go on. He's stealing power away from Trump right now. It's not like they don't know it. Congress must act to prevent a private takeover of the government. Bit too late for that, mate. I'm convinced Elon isn't a foreign agent trying to destroy the economy. No, he's not a foreign agent trying to destroy the economy. He's an individual billionaire trying to destroy the economy and consequently also helping America's allies where he wants to sell shit as well. He's not an agent. He's just like, if I was an agent, I would have done every single thing that he did. If I was an agent and I was in that position, I would have done all those things. 2 Russian dudes just got defenestrated days ago. Really? In Russia? God, I love the word defenestration. It keeps coming up today. It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite words. Solidarity is my favorite word right now. But like, it's not about being an agent. It's just about commerce. It's capital. He benefits, and so do they. America loses, and that's fine. And that's very funny, Matty Holmes. Were they good or bad people? I mean, I assume they were in government, so I would assume bad. But this is pretty evil. Like, again, just even the title, the critical capture of the U.S. by neo-reactionaries. This is from people in the government. Well, or rather, were in the government. It's not looking good at all. Where is my guest? I might not actually be able to have her on because stream time's gonna end soon. Biden had an exit speech about robber barons. I got bored. I might try and watch it again. I covered it, but fuck Biden. Fuck Biden for at the very last second dropping the word oligarchy and then like dipping. Have you heard it? Where has he been? He and Kamala were calling them fascists, and now they're doing fascist shit. Where the fuck are they? That's right. They don't care about you. The Dems never cared about you either. 2 Russian colonels fell earlier this week. Fell. Okay, this doesn't look good. Let's have a look.
Caroline, Catholic Relief Services, which helps vulnerable people around the globe, is urging President Trump to continue funding their organization. Your response, please.
Sure. Well, I would defer you to the State Department on which foreign organizations or organizations that work overseas, humanitarian aid organizations, will continue to be funded.
Yeah, like literally, like I'm older than this chick. They're bringing in young people that are Nazis so that these young people can stay in government for the rest of their lives. They're building an autocracy. And these are the people who have been chosen to be the elites, like the next generation of elites of this autocracy. All of this is planned. They chose very specific people with very specific ideologies for each position because they want them to last there for a long time, whether in that position or not, but they want these to be the new aristocrats. The Dems are gone. Half the Republicans are gone. When the Nationalist Party comes up, these people are the ones that get to stay.
Secretary Rubio has been tasked with now being the acting administrator of USAID. As you all know, we have streamlined USAID into the State Department.
Well, yeah, they're not elites, but like they're elites to us. But yeah, these are weak. I don't know if they're all like yes men, I guess, but like they're henchmen. They're all henchmen.
Rachel. And so we want to ensure that we're being good stewards of the American taxpayers' dollars. He is currently going line by line to ensure private organizations, public organizations, or government organizations
also good to see you, Maddie. I always love it when
I
you're
defer
here.
you to them.
And one more, in Nicaragua.
Sure, Libby.
2% of federal employees have accepted that buyout that was offered. Is that less than the White House was anticipating?
Well, the last time I checked in with office...
Oh my fucking... I'm gonna lose my mind!
Those who oppose...
We're not watching this, but those who oppose letting Gazans escape war want Gazans to keep making war. This is the level that we're on. We're genuinely doing ethnic cleansing. We're the Hitler country.
Personnel and management. There was more than 40,000 individuals, federal workers, who had accepted the buyout program. We expect that number to increase, and that alone, just the 40,000, again, we expect it to increase. It's going to save the American people tens of millions of dollars, and we encourage federal workers in this city to accept the very generous offer if they don't want to show up to
accept this offer. These people are all demons. Fucking demons. Wow, awesome. I'm glad you liked it. It's a good idea for community. And like, I wish we had more of it. I wish we had some here. Base.
These decisions are personal. The decisions are ultimately up to you. But
Joan, did you join the Discord?
My opinion is that this is a bunch of BS. And what they want everyone to do is to comply in advance. Do not comply in advance.
Oh, I almost got the rhythm right.
Make them make you. Make them make you. And make them, if they're committing crimes, make them make you. Because we are going to win.
I'm sorry, this is gonna suck, but if it's between you protecting a system that will be like you protecting several other people or an institution that these people want to dismantle, you getting the shit beat out of you or arrested or killed is your job. It's your job as part of the rebellion. You have to resist in every possible way, make things more difficult for them. Obviously, not with violence. You can use tactics like, where is it? The FSB manual, or the CIA manual, of covert ops of how to... CIA manual on how to sabotage your workplace, your field manual, simple acts of sabotage, the arts of sabotage. This is the kind of shit you gotta read. No worries, have a great day. But all of you should consider even just downloading these PDFs and learn some of this for self-defense reasons, not for offensive reasons. You need to learn A, what they're doing to you, because A, a lot of what they're doing to you is included in these PDFs, but how can we do it back? I talk about this a lot, about adopting right-wing style like tactics and strategy, but not their rhetoric, and replacing it with our rhetoric that we modify to fit into their framework. This will help with that.
I want you to understand right now, we're gonna go through an ugly, ugly period, but move in the faith that we are going to win, okay? It is, nobody knows what is gonna happen between now and then, but
I do.
Winning...
Unfortunately, I think I do, because I've yet to be wrong. The curse of being a socialist, you're forever wrong, sorry, you're forever right and forever disregarded.
And prevailing is a decision. It is a choice. It's not, oh, what's going to happen? I don't know what's going to happen. It's, what am I going to dedicate myself to? And so it can be actions small, it can be actions large.
Pre-breakfast banana. It's just critical thinking. Now, I have a bit of an advantage because I've curated an environment where I'm never not aware of the news. I have a 24-hour, basically, news environment. When I'm asleep is the only time I'm not looking at or getting news sent to me. So there's that. But also, I have a couple years of experience in watching live streams of... I mean, I am Turkish. Maybe I am a descendant. Who knows? But I've been watching live streams. I've been involved in politics ever since I was like 14. I used to watch TYT back when they were on television, before they were even online. And so like there is some education there, but that doesn't mean anything. It's just the fact that I will act in good faith to everybody, but I don't trust anybody until they show me good faith. And once they show me good faith, I make myself act in a way that I probably need to change this, in that assume that they will remain good faith, because I don't want to be paranoid. I don't want to be worried about whether this person is lying to me or trying to trick me or whatever it is. I don't care about like thinking about that stuff, so I don't do that. But I do try and give people a chance. I don't want to be nihilist. I would like to be at least somewhat positive. But reading between the lines is easy when you listen to the things they say, you read the things that they write, and then when the news comes out later and it's missing bits of it and it's missing context that you read, like I read Project 2025, not all of it because it's incredibly long and written like it was written by a 13-year-old Groyper. So, but I read it. And so when people say, no, this isn't true, I can point to that. I know what they want. I've read the lines, so I can read between the new lines. You were observing politics in your formative years. Your brain is wired for this. I mean, also, it's kind of my autism. I am kind of, this is my, both my hyperfixation and my passion. I love doing this. I enjoy doing this. You don't have to be this inundated with politics, but you need the ability to, you know what, let's do a test. I'm gonna bring something up on screen where let me find something in my big catalog of documents. Because, oh, by the way, if you want my living resource document, I'm still working on it. It's messy. I need, like, someone to help me fix that. I can't do that. But, let's see. You know, a good place to see would be with passive language. Okay? You know, one of my followers has this passive. Here we go. So these are 3 articles from the New York Times on a Turkish person, like a civilian that was killed in Gaza. Now, you read this headline: American woman shot and killed in the West Bank protest. In a separate incident, a 13-year-old Palestinian girl was also fatally shot, part of the rising death toll of the West Bank violence during the war in Gaza. What is this not telling you? Pre-breakfast banana. We had the young Republicans in high school that were very into politics, didn't have anything for me on the other side. By the way, that's why they were able to take over the government. That's why. Young people got involved and built the government from the ground up. Those kids that we're seeing were probably involved with the Republican Party while you were in school. We were too busy fucking and getting high for high school debate. Hey, I did all 3 during high school, so what is missing here? What would reading between the lines look like here? What is the passive wording that we're talking about? Israel shoots American woman, or American woman shot by Israel, shot and killed by Israel at West Bank protest would be the right way to write this. In a separate incident, a 13-year-old girl, a Palestinian girl, was fatally shot, part of the rising death toll of the West Bank during Israel's attacks in Gaza. Yeah, it's just the words that they don't use. It's passive language versus active language. Ayshinur Egi, American killed in the West Bank, was a campus organizer. Killed by who? Family of Americans slain in the West Bank demands independent probe. Killed by who? Slain by who? All of these are examples of this. It's not just whitewashing, and this is a simple form of it, right? There's more to it than this. When we see like passive rhetoric like this, it's really easy to spot like the differences if you know what you're looking for. You're looking for causation, responsibility, where is this coming from? The headlines will always simplify, right? But if we're talking about something different, for example, let's say, you know what, I had this earlier. Trump, Hoover, homeless camps, yeah. So we watched this
ban urban
a little minute, like a couple minutes ago, or maybe an hour ago. What is he not saying here, and where is the passive and active language being applied?
Ban urban camping wherever possible.
First of all, urban camping is just being homeless. It's the words that, like, what they are doing is woke shit, but reverse. Trump says he will ban homeless people and arrest anyone who violates the rules. It is illegal to be homeless. That is the point of this.
Violators of these bans will be arrested, but they will be given the option to accept treatment.
Given the option to accept treatment. There's no option. It's either you go to prison where you're a slave, or you go to the like homeless camp where you're also a slave.
And services if they're willing.
Yeah, that's the only difference. You just have to understand that they will always lie and leave out information, and you need to figure that out by reading it, by putting it together. Forced into a place to get treatment, yes.
To be rehabilitated. Many of them don't want that.
Forcibly rehabilitated.
But we'll give them the option. We will then open up large parcels of inexpensive land, bring in doctors, psychiatrists.
I'm also optimistic by nature. Or rather, I don't think anything's by nature, but I'm also optimistic in general, but not towards these people. Sorry for the light, by the way. I have to keep the window open because it's really hot. But I'm optimistic towards in-person interactions. I'm optimistic towards people that show me good faith. But when we're talking about politics, no. Is this something new? No, this is old. This came out before the election, but this is part of the plan.
Large parcels of inexpensive land bring in doctors, psychiatrists, social workers, and drug rehab specialists and create tent cities where the homeless can be...
Tent cities where the homeless. By the way, all of the doctors stuff, that's all bullshit. You understand that, right? Like, they'll just lie.
Relocated and their problems identified. But we'll open up our cities again, make them livable and make them beautiful. Can be relocated and their problems identified.
This is just like, this Nazi shit. They will bring doctors, maybe to a couple of them. I mean, we have Gitmo for the medical testing. I feel like Gitmo's probably the death camp. Doctors like Mengele, yeah, probably, but I feel like they would be in Gitmo, not on the camp. Like, again, the Nazis didn't kill people in the camps in their country. They killed people outside of their country in camps. Auschwitz is in Poland. Like, inside of Germany is where they kept the camps that were like pre-death camps. Those were the work camps. And when you're done with the work camps, then you go to the death camp. Yeah, I don't know why Nightbot is broken with the like command, but what that's trying to tell you to do is to jump to the YouTube video, please, and drop me a like, because times are tough, and I'm poor, and this helps. There you go. Tech staffer resigns. They'll weaponize the doctors against the politically neurotic, like what the USSR did with political dissidents. Absolutely. I've been saying this for a while. Yes, Elon is Hitler, but Trump is Stalin. He fits Stalin so much better than Hitler. Thank you, Leftist Leo. I really appreciate it. But, like, tell me that he doesn't fit Stalin more than Hitler. Linked Doge staffer Marco allows to delete X account that advocated rights repealing for the civil... Wait. Advocated repealing the Civil Rights Act, backed eugenics immigration policies, and wrote, "You could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity." Love that. Is he, like... Twitler, yeah, basically. A staffer for Elon Musk's Doge department was approved by a federal judge on Thursday, has links to a deleted social media account that advocate for racism and eugenics. I mean, look, it's not like they're trying to hide it. I'm going to play this one again. I know a lot of you have seen it already, but it's so obvious to me hearing it here.
Traffic controllers not essential workers, I have no idea. And this DEI thing isn't just a race. DEI quote is at the...
by the way, you do realize that every time they complain about DEI, you know that they're also doing DEI to themselves, right? They're just doing DEI for white people. Joe Biden was a DEI hire for Obama.
The FAA.
And we're all disabled here, I'm pretty sure, at least in some way. At least to them, you know, to the people in charge, we're all undesirable. So, you know, I hope we all get sent to the same camp, maybe. That might be fun.
In order to recruit workers who were deaf, vision impaired, missing limbs, completely paralyzed, epileptic, people who were severely intellectually disabled, psychiatrically disabled, and dwarfs. This was Biden's...
This is the clearest indication to me that eugenics is the goal. Like, that's the whole point. It's always been the point. And again, this to me is the US has fallen. The State Department is doing this. The State Department is doing this. I can't stress the importance of this image enough. This is like, in 200 years, children will be learning about this moment in school, I hope. What's the assumption with dwarves? It's just eugenics, Kostiak. It's just eugenics. So if you have a disability, you can't work in the US anymore, I guess, basically. Well, you don't have worker protections. Like, you can work in the US, but if they decide, no, I don't want to see you, then you're fucked. Bye. They're telling you who to hate. Does mental disability count? Yes, he said that. He said literally mentally impaired in the video.
Disabled, psychiatrically disabled, and dwarfs. This was Biden's FAA just 2 years ago.
Psychiatrically disabled is what they mean by that. Oh, this was very funny. So this guy tweeted this: Silicon Valley built the modern world. Shouldn't we run it? And that's his LinkedIn. That's not even his LinkedIn. Just go on his profile. That's bam, right there. First employee at Roblox. This is the guy who thinks that Silicon Valley built the world so that they should get to rule it. Have you ever seen a midget in a gigantor? If that won't do it for you, then nothing will. Also, don't Google that at work. Good to know. Good to know. Video game Roblox branded pedophile hellscape for children. This is the people who are in charge right now. It's pedophiles, Nazis, racists, rapists. Like, I'm sorry, it's not TMI. It's not TMI because that guy's in the government making fucking decisions that affect your life. It's not TMI. The 25-year-old employee, Marco Elez, resigned Thursday after the Wall Street Journal asked the White House about his connection to this account. The deleted profile associated with Elez was embedded in the Treasury Department to carry out efficiency measures, advocated repealing the Civil Rights Act, backed a eugenics immigration policy in the weeks before President Trump was inaugurated. You cannot pay me to marry outside my ethnicity. Like, normalize Indian hate, the account wrote in the same month. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. No, fair enough. No, fair enough. Fair enough. That one's fair enough. In recent days, Elez had emerged at the center of a legal battle over access to sensitive taxpayer information and the system of the Treasury Department, processing trillions of dollars annually. It is. This is all it right here with a bow. Like, they're not hiding it. And honestly, when they drop the euphemism, is actually quite prescient and dangerous. Hold on. Because I was supposed to have a guest on, but they're not here. And so I have some time. And I want to do this. How do I Get ready, guys. We're going to class. The death of the euphemism.
Say for the...
God, you're loud. Okay. Does it play?
Say, for the sake of argument, you're a liberal journalist in the year 2016 of the Common Era. Your beat is covering the Republican primaries. A lot of people are vying for the presidential nomination, and so it falls to you to attend and write up their debates. Part of your job is deciphering conservative euphemisms. When the subject of illegal immigration comes up, for instance, you'll have to explain to your audience that the idea of protecting American jobs from undocumented workers is Republican
double. My guest was supposed to be the Queen Matriarch, but like I talked to Wick. I'm gonna have him on, I think, next week once my aircon's fixed. I want to know where he stands with everything and just how aware he is of the fact that America's fallen. Also, good to see you, Infallible Fowl. Did you ever see the Lee Atwater video about the Southern strategy? It's short, but has the N-word live, and it explains everything going on right now. I have seen it a long time ago, but if you send me it, I'll put it on. But I want to finish. I want to play the death of the euphemism. This is really quite important.
Double talk for hating Mexicans. No one is tightening security at the U.S.-Canada border.
Oh, look, what's currently being talked about. Remember? That was Canada's concession?
For hating Mexicans. No one is tightening security at the US-Canada border, no one is pulling over white Europeans to check their visas, and undocumented workers contribute a massive amount to the economy while taxpayers don't have to cover Social Security, unemployment, or Medicare for them. Protecting jobs has always been used to paper over racism. So you're sitting there watching the debate, these factoids at the ready, when one of the candidates says he wants to tighten the borders because Mexico is sending us rapists and thieves. I'm sorry, what?
Remember?
What?
This is what happened. Remember, all of our brains broke. I still think the moment everything broke was the first time Donald Trump said fake news. Send it through, I'll watch it now. Thank you, Headless Chicken. I think it'll relate. But everyone's mind was blown because what happened here was not something that any American had experienced for a very, very long time. This W's the start of the death of euphemism. Yeah, I thought you were sending me the Lee Atwater clip.
Just happened? That is not a thing Republicans are supposed to say out loud. It's against the rules. You can't just cop to believing Mexicans are degenerates after decades of calling border security a jobs issue. Also, immigrants, legal or otherwise, aren't soldiers. Since when are they sent by anyone?
They're never.
By the time you pull yourself out of that thought spiral, the debate has shifted.
They're emptying the prisons. They're sending their worst to our country. All that shit is gone. We watched the beginning. It wasn't in here. Trump really is just the mouthpiece for racism, sexism, and all the isms. Trump is just a puppet. He's just an actor. He just says what he's told to say. He's always been an actor. He was just a Hollywood actor that did a bunch of coke and had some money because his dad was a real estate magnate. He bankrupted 3 casinos. He was nothing special. Republicans ate the propaganda and got into the Ouroboros loop. Yeah, he's like Reagan. Yeah, he's actually way more like Reagan than any other one.
Now they're talking about the war on
He's like a mix of Reagan and Nixon. And the Nixon part comes from Roger Stone's influence.
terror, so you somewhat warily prepared to contextualize another set of euphemisms. This is a subject almost always used to mask Islamophobia. Whenever an act of domestic terror is committed by someone of Palestinian descent, politicians try to link it to ISIS or Al-Qaeda, where if the bomber or shooter is a white Christian, the terrorist is referred to as a lone wolf, not part of any pattern, despite there being significantly more white Christian lone wolves than Palestinian terrorists.
Every single time there is a mass shooting, the right-wingers are frothing at the mouth, hoping that it's a trans person. Because then that'll give them the justification for literal genocide, like, instantly. That's how hungry for it they are. Here's the Lee Atwater Southern Strategy video. Trigger warning, you might hear a slur. In 1981, the legendary brutal campaign consultant Lee Atwater was working in Ronald Reagan's White House when he was interviewed by Alexander Lemis. Piece of shit, by the way. Like, not a good person at all. Just to be clear. In this audio, made public for the first time ever, Atwater lays out how Republicans can win the votes of racists without sounding racist.
Here's how I would approach that issue as a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not.
Again, psychologist, which I'm not, is what he said. Psychological thinking is what's required. We do analytical thinking, but we replace any bit of the psychology and sociology with reason and ration. You need both.
How abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all aren't quoting me on this. All right, I won't do it. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts your backfire, so you say...
Oh, look what just happened today. That's almost 1-to-1 to that. Let's one more time.
Psychologist, which I'm not. Is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all aren't quoting me on this. All right, I won't do it. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts your backfire, so you say stuff like
this is in reverse. Because now, what we had today...
And let me please finish without interruption. And
tranny. I don't really care. You want penises in women's bathrooms.
It's the same strategy.
Forced busing, states' rights and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now, you're talking about cutting taxes and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And
That's the real, like, answer here, by the way. Republicans in America will make their own life worse as long as they're making a brown person's life worse than theirs. Like, if their black neighbor gets hurt more than they do, then they're okay with it. They'll still get hurt. It's fine. They don't care.
Consciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying, we want to cut taxes, we want to cut...
It's 100% true. Literally nothing has changed since then to now. By the way, here's the link for that. But, like, understand here, right? It's getting so abstract and coded. We do this too. And people get mad at me on the left when I say this, in that we need to stop having our language be coddling. We don't like to hurt each other's feelings. We don't want everyone to, like, you're afraid of offending somebody. And so you make a word more vague than it, like black people. You can just call black people black people. Person of color. Person of color means like 7 things. You have now gone abstract and lost the attachment to the word, because black people, you have an emotional attachment to this word. People of color is so vague and abstract that it means nothing to you. Nothing has changed. It's like, it's the fuck your feelings shit to an, this is dark woke. This is what dark woke is you need to stop coddling yourself and coddling everyone else. You should be spiteful and vindictive to people that have never been told no in their lives. The privileged little, like, shits that, I don't know, you work for, in your office, in, you see on the street. Shouldn't you be talking about anti-racist types with this? Talking to the anti-racist types? I mean, I am anti-racist. What do you mean? Your race isn't even real. There's no such thing. You have, like, I did a whole video on how countries aren't real, and nationalism and patriotism are just made up fantasy, like myths that you attach to your own self-belief system because it makes you feel better. Go check out my YouTube. This is what I'm talking about. We make ourselves feel better with these euphemisms. But what happens then is these euphemisms can be broken. And what happens then?
This war on terror never seems to expand beyond regions with oil deposits. But then that same candidate pipes up and says if elected for the sake of security, he wants to create a Muslim registry, and what the hell is going on? Politicians just don't talk like this. Conventional wisdom is that
when you have coded language and you are trying to like, you're doing like what we did on the left. You're the liberal left. You're progressive Dems, and further to the right than that. You're the Dems of that section. You using those words that are coddling makes the messaging that they give hit so much harder. And by the way, things have switched now. They now have to coddle their language while we can hit them like this. Don't be afraid to say some shit that'll hurt someone's feelings. Even if they're like, even if like the thing that you're saying is hurting the feelings of innocent people minorly, while like the major point of it is directed at someone doing an immense amount of harm, do it. Anti-racist people are the ones that push using terms. Yeah, but those are liberals in pursuit of knowledge. I'm anti-racist, but that's not my political ideology. I'm a socialist. The liberals are like, that's what it is. Also, weird ass pedos. Yep. Like that shit is like not. That's you think I'm wrong? You don't think that's liberals? What do you think I am? You think that I'm a liberal? Do you think I'm a Democrat? Do you think I'm a progressive? I love when right-wingers come in here and just assume that I'm on the level of the weak little shitty Dems. I mean, I voted for Kamala because it's the right answer. Frank, come on. Hi, buddy. Hi. Progressives are the ones pushing that language? Exactly. That's what I mean. Progressives, liberals. Progressives are liberals. Progressives are just like the least shitty liberals. That's a fine putty tat. No, but I agree. Like, those are the progressives that do this, but it's not just the progressives. It's mostly the establishment Dem types. The progressives are kind of, like, annoying with it. They're really annoying with it when you say something that offends somebody, but other than... No, I didn't call you a shitty liberal. You are... I mean, okay, you know what? Yes, I called the people you associate with shitty liberals. You, my friend, are based. The fuck? You are literally retarded. I'm telling you the difference of political ideology on a scale that exists in life. Like, we have a political scale. We know where people lay on it. Like, I've even done the stupid right-wing topography test where they place you on the goddamn, like, quadrant shit. Like, there is a difference between progressive Dems, establishment Dems, socialists, people that are just mildly on the left. Like, all of these are different things. The far, like, left tankies, which are actually kind of right-wingers, those are also different. Like, there is several, just like how on the right, there is MAGA, there's the crypto cult, there's the rich people, like the entire billionaire class, there are the Nazis, there's this Christian nationalist, there's, like, all of these different groups are different portions of the right based on where they fit on the political spectrum. It's not no true Scotsman.
That this kind of language will flare up the extremists in your party while alienating your base. And appealing to both at the same time is why we invented euphemisms. And sure enough, in the following months, you have far-right pundits talking about a Muslim ban on national television, waxing nostalgic about the Japanese internment camps of the 1940s like they weren't a national...
Look, remember, this was 6 years ago. What was Donald Trump talking about at the election? The Alien Protection Act, or the Alien Immigration Act of 1798, where we used to put Japanese people, German people, Italian people, all of them in prison.
Disgrace. You've got that same candidate casting aspersions on the judge investigating
They're not
him
prison, concentration camps.
for fraud because the judge is Mexican-American. You're sitting there with your pen ready to write an article about the alienation of the moderate Republican base, but that moment never seems to come. The guy seemingly tanking his candidacy by appealing to extremists.
The modern Republican base was already gone by this point. The Tea Party was the progenitor of MAGA. And the Tea Party grew and grew and grew throughout Obama's presidency in power and influence. The Tea Party is what got Donald Trump elected.
Is the one who finally secures the nomination. You realize with some shock that in each of these cases you are witnessing the death of a euphemism. The death of a euphemism is a rare celestial event. Politicians only let a euphemism die when they don't need it anymore.
That's the important point. If we're shouting slurs out in Congress now, what do you think that means? It means that there's no system in place to punish them for doing so. It's not wrong anymore. It's not illegal. Nancy Mace says in that video, "Oh, we don't need to do that anymore." Here. And give me Nancy Mace. There is a very, very clear indication. Come on, Nancy. There you are. Come here, you little Nazi.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry, LGBTQ community. And let me please finish without interruption. And
Tran, I have it.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
You want penises in women's bathrooms, and I'm not going to have it.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Let
the gentleman. Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, sir.
The gentlelady has used.
Wait, this is not the full one? God damn it. I want the full one. Because at the end of this, she's saying we don't have to do that anymore. Nancy Mace, Congress. Sorry, I'm a bit all over the place today, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of pearl clutching over the last several days from my colleagues across the aisle on Donald Trump, Secretary Rubio, the Department of Government Efficiency's plan to reorganize the U.S. Agency for International Development.
In fact, a violation of the decorum. The gentleman.
It's disgusting.
Let the gentleman state his parliamentary inquiry.
To me,
You should hate this woman. This woman is very hateable. The funniest thing I've ever seen on Twitter still remains to be Kyle Kalinski's tweet of Nancy Mace sitting in a restaurant with like 4 bowls of beans in front of her with the caption of, "That's a lot of beans, you nasty ass bitch." It was still my favorite post I've ever seen.
The slur. And here in the committee, a level of decorum requires us to try consciously to avoid slurs. You just heard the gentlelady actually actively, robustly repeat it. And I would just ask the chairman that she be counseled that we ought not to be engaged. We can have debate and policy discussion without offending human beings who are our fellow citizens. And so I would ask...
The reason that we get nothing done is because we have people like this. Fuck these people. These are weak, and these will get you killed.
As a parliamentary inquiry,
Be like Kyle,
whether
not him.
the use of that phrase is not, in fact, a violation of the decorum rules.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to be counseled by a man over men and women's spaces or men who have mental health issues dressing as women. I'm not being counseled by some guy.
My inquiry is to the
over
chairman,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Order. The inquiry is about decorum. Decorum is at the discretion of the chair.
That's
I will be
mansplaining,
honest,
Mr. Chairman.
with the ranking member. I'm not
Are you woke?
up to date on my politically correct LGBTQ
Look at them, they're laughing. That's how much they hate you.
terminology. We'll look into that and get back with you on that. I don't know what's offensive and what's not. I don't know much about pronouns or
I appreciate that,
offensive terms.
Mr. Chairman, we don't have to
community.
anymore.
That's
So,
the death of the
I
euphemism.
thank the chair for his
That's the difference. Euphemism,
Offensive terms
Mr.
in that
Chairman, we don't have to
community.
anymore.
death of the euphemism. And that's a lot of beans, you nasty ass bitch. Be like Kyle, not that guy.
This does not imply good things for Mexicans or Muslims. The circumstances under which a euphemism may die are often spelled out in the circumstances under which it is born. So if we want to discuss it, we'll have to start at the beginning. Let's talk about euphemistic racism in the Republican Party. In the year 1964, there was a man. We'll call him Barry, Silver Milk. Silver Milk was the Republican nominee for president, and for various reasons, he was almost certainly going to lose the election. The Democrats were the incumbent party. They'd pretty much controlled Congress since the 40s, and the
See you there, Zach.
country was still in mourning after the devastating assassination of a Democratic president. The United States wasn't looking to change parties. About the only thing Silver Milk had going for him was that the Democrats had just signed into law the Civil Rights Act, expanding the voting rights of black citizens and desegregating a lot of American life. And a lot of white voters were pissed about it.
Again,
In those
the average Republican would happily make their life worse as long as a black person's life is worse than theirs. And by the way, like, obviously the Civil Rights Act also made white people's lives better, so.
days, you couldn't really claim Republicans or Democrats were good on race, and black people, when they were allowed to vote at all, were much more evenly split between parties than they are today. However, a Democrat pushing through the Civil Rights Act had, intentionally or otherwise, made race a partisan issue. The upshot, Silver Milk realized, was that disgruntled white people might be willing to abandon the Democratic Party if given the right incentive.
And there you go.
In '64, Republicans didn't have much of a coalition, not since Democratic tax policies had dragged America out of the Great Depression, and incidentally created the greatest period of economic growth and prosperity in the history of the industrialized world, but I'm sure that's just a coincidence.
True.
If Silver Milk could...
True, but remember, this is what we just watched that video on, the video of the Southern Strategy. This is what that is in
siphon white voters out of the Democratic Party, he might bring a strength to Republicans that they hadn't seen in decades. But to do that, he'd have to run his campaign on a pro-segregation platform. Now, white racists have a complicated relationship to their own racism. They seemingly want the impossible. They want segregation without appearing to be segregationists, racist policy without the social repercussions. Possibly, they don't even want to admit their racism to themselves. So Silver Milk would need a framing that allowed the
they did. FDR was so base that we added term limits. Fuck, man. Like, FDR was not, like, perfect, obviously, but he was the best president this country's ever had. Where's my FDR? Where'd he go?
lively racist, the overtly racist, and the non-racist to unite under a single banner. For this purpose, Silver Milk landed on the long-enduring euphemism, states' rights. Now, obviously, the states' rights argument didn't originate in 1964. It's very old, and in fact used to be more of a Democrat thing. We're talking about the specific invocation of states' rights as a defense of inequality. Silver Milk argued that desegregation,
I also find video game analogies to make things easier to understand,
though certainly a nice idea, shouldn't be enacted at the federal level, because no matter how acute the plight of Black Americans, the decision to desegregate should be left to the...
Now, let me pose you a question. Do you think we use the word Nazi as a euphemism? Do you think maybe if we just started to call them disgusting pieces of shit, inhuman monsters, horrible demons instead, would that be better? You're not sending the best, you know?
The states.
I don't
of
know
course,
if that's true, by the way. I don't know. That's a real question.
Anyone embracing this rhetoric knew full well that many states would never in this lifetime desegregate unless forced to. But you see, that's not the aim, merely the side effect. In this framing, no one is officially pro-segregation, they're simply anti-desegregation. This brokered a compromise
I mean, honestly, I don't think there's much of a, like, the distinction there
between the
doesn't
reactionaries and the centrists.
The distinction there doesn't matter, Headless Chicken. It's just, they even cried about being called garbage. Yeah, remember that? Remember, basket of deplorables? It's usually helpful to go beyond the label. Yes, okay, fuck them. Call them garbage, call them deplorable, call them pieces of shit, call them, inhuman monsters, call them demons. I don't know. They're synonymous, so no, I don't consider Nazi a synonym. I didn't say it was a synonym, I said a euphemism. I said, are we saying Nazi to avoid going into deeper, worse rhetoric that, like, might hurt more? Is Nazi a way that we blunt the blow? Because, no, shaming works. Shaming works, pre-breakfast banana. You need to have consequences for your actions. It hurts to touch the hot stove for a reason. It's because it wants you to, it teaches you to not do that again. You have to be vindictive, spiteful, angry. You have to go beyond that label. Oh, by the way, conservative liberalism. Conservative liberalism. I didn't see you there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You need to go, and this is what I mean by dark woke, is be mean to them. I use Nazi for people who actually quite admire Hitler, and hogs can be fascist without going there. Hogs works too, but, like, it's just, don't hide it. Be angry, be mad, shame them, guilt them. Do what they did to you. Troll them online. You saw what I did with Anna Kasparian. Some of you did. That was very fun. Troll them online. Be a Karen in your place of work. If someone is pissing you off and you know that they have, like, I don't know, a wife that might agree with you, go and go snitch on that person to their wife or their husband or whatever it is. Go be a pain in the ass. Be a nuisance. Be a pest. That's what they did, and that's how they won. That's why Weird was so effective, and we shouldn't have stopped using it. Exactly. What was the most effective thing that Kamala Harris did during the election? She made fun of Trump and his rally sizes, said that they were leaving early. He was talking about that for the entire rest of the election. When they go low, you don't go high. When they go low, you go lower. You go through them.
In the United States. It allowed moderate Republicans some deniability about what direction their party was headed.
You do not want to allow them any fucking deniability. None. Zero.
This brokered a compromise between the reactionaries and the centrists in the United States. It allowed moderate Republicans some deniability about what direction their party was headed, and it allowed the Silver Milk campaign to secure the votes of white racists without having to
Sorry, hold on. For the VOD.
Moderate Republicans some deniability about what direction their party was headed, and it allowed the Silver Milk campaign to secure the votes of white racists without having to publicly embrace them. Now, in spite of all of this, Silver Milk, as predicted, lost the election in a landslide. But it would be wrong to take that as a rejection of what—
I think it's hilarious that they call us snowflakes, but they hurl literally the most awful, vile names and insults, but we just called— No, see, I call them snowflakes. I throw those awful, vile names and insults back, and you know what? They leave me alone. Do it to them. Make them face consequences. Kill the euphemism. You don't have to be coded. You don't— just be a bitch. Be a horrible, mean person to these people, because you know what? It's for their good. It's good for them. You're helping them by doing this, because they need to know that there are consequences to actions, that everything just doesn't happen freely, that they can't just do whatever the fuck they want, that they are not better than you, that you are a person that is equal to them. You have to show them this. And how do you show them this? It has to hurt. They never get told no. They are comfortable. They are rich. They have never suffered a day in their life, more than likely. And if they did, it was probably milder than most of you. And then on top of this, they expect you to act like they are the most mistreated people in the fucking world? Hell no. Hell no. I'm not having that. No way. You call them a pussy, you call them a bitch, you call them a snowflake, you can call them, like, incapable, unintelligent, brainless, low IQ, retard. Do it. Stop worrying about, like, your words coming off as mean to people reading it. They're not intended for the people reading it. They're intended for that person. If your words are intended for the people that are going to read it overt, like, broadly, then sure, factor that in. But we need nuance. Nuance. They brought this on themselves? Kind of, yeah, but, like, it's not even about that. It's not about revenge. It's about this is necessary. Like, it's actually physically necessary. There's a reason, like I said, you touch fire and it hurts. Why? It hurts because it's telling your brain, the pain, the receptors in your hand are telling your brain, this hurts, so that you will move your hand away and not have it on the burning stove.
What he tried. This was the beginning of the modern Republican Party. This is where the Deep South, formerly a lock for the Democrats, first voted for the party of Lincoln. This is where white flight from the Democratic Party began, and why today we see white people, particularly white men, are the only demographic that consistently votes Republican. Silvermilk's rhetoric was foundational to bringing Republicans back to power in the 80s, finally breaking the Democrats' hold over the House of Representatives. Some will argue that Silvermilk did
Guys, please go drop a like on the YouTube stream. Shit really helps.
Sincerely believe in states' rights, and that rebuilding the Republican Party by appealing to white racists was not his intent. And if you believe that, perhaps I can interest you in a very promising real estate venture in Florida. But regardless of what you believe about his intentions, that is how states' rights has been used as a cudgel in service
States'
of
rights has never meant anything more than I want something that is illegal, basically. Every time. This whole conversation started out with what we're watching, you know, the Civil War, but this states' rights led to the Electoral College, which is just DEI for racists. It's DEI for poor Southern racists. That's the whole point of it. This is the one thing I probably disagree with you on. They probably want us to react with emotions and shouting and insult. No, you don't have to be mad. Like, you don't have to shout at them. You should insult them calmly. Have you, like, it's kind of like the debate that I did with Quibbles, right? He was having the meltdown, and I was insulting him nicely. I was just sitting there. I was having my smart, intelligent points for the people that were watching it. And when he was coming at me with, you know, shouting and insults and emotion, I sat there and I laughed for most of it. I did yell for a bit. But, like, every time I threw back at him, it was what I'm saying, but without the shouting and the emotions. It was just the insult. And it hits harder. Watch the rest of the alt-right playbook videos that I made too, because we cover this. You know, I've had this brought up before. They don't want, they want you to disagree. They want you to get mad because they enjoy, you know, like, oh, it triggered the libs. But don't be mad at them. Be mad internally. Anger should drive this forward. Use it. You have it for a reason. But don't show that you're mad. Be very calm and collected when you call them a retard. Like, okay, whatever, retard. Like, dismiss their beliefs like they're stupid. Act like they're children. They hate this shit. And it works. It 100% works. DEI for white people? Absolutely. Pre-breakfast banana, that terrible display in Congress is what we're up against. We need to shut that shit down. They're acting like children and smug, and that they're winning. Exactly. That's the thing that people respond to. So do it to them. Just do it better. They act like children. Act like the teacher. Don't never play defense and control the conversation. Those are the two keys that you need to, like, continuously operate on while you're doing everything else. But understand here that, like, you need to be mean to these people. They've been mean to us for 10 years. We've been trying to be nice to them. It ain't working. Like, ooh, good day, sir. Wonderful weather we're having here. Wait, good chap. Have I told you that you were a racist Nazi? No? Well, indeed one. Yeah, well, you are indeed one, sir. Good. Have a merry day. I mean, if you're British, fat guys might say it like that. I'd be more like, good day, mate. You're a piece of shit. And I'm pretty sure that you're a fucking Nazi, so I hope you fall into a hole that you can't climb out of. And then you walk away. That hurts them. That hurts them. Because you don't give them a chance to respond, and they'll try. Believe me, they'll try. Make a post on Twitter complaining about Nazis. Look how many Nazis show up in your replies. Troll the shit out of them. Go on Ina Kasparian's page and, like, argue with her. I don't know, like I did. It was very fun. I'm gonna get shit for saying that now, because, like, but, like, you know what I mean. Like, troll the right. do what they did.
Bigotry. States' rights was invoked, and is still invoked, to defend anti-miscegenation laws, anti-abortion laws, same-sex marriage bans, trans bathroom bills, spousal rape, you know.
All of those states' rights shit is only used for shit that people don't want. States' rights, anti-misgeneration laws, anti-abortion, same-sex marriage, trans bathroom, and spousal rape. Yes. Did the Jersey girl just throw out a good A, mate? Well, I mean, I do live in Australia. I get the Jersey accent when I get mad, and when I'm chill, I got the Australian accent. I hope your vagina dries up and falls out is fun to tell to anyone. Yeah, it's fun. Do it. It's fun. Have fun with it. I never realized how much fun trolling could be until I started doing it to the right wing, and I was like, oh, now I get it.
Name it. Every time there are gains for social minorities, the Republicans shore up the votes of bigots who find these gains offensive.
Like, make fun of these people. Look at them. They look cringe. First of all, your suit looks like shit. Your hats are like trash. You look like you haven't slept in like 3 days. You should get off your phone. You should get off your phone. Like, this guy looks retarded. Like, be mean.
It's hard for the left to argue with the states' rights argument because it's not designed to make sense. Republicans will say we should leave an issue like same-sex marriage up to the states.
Oh, proud PPG. That person that got me banned that came from your Discord tried to put in like an unban request and said that it was your fault and you were telling them to do it. And I was like, I have screenshots, and they didn't answer. But like, I thought you'd like to know.
But only after a federal ban on same-sex marriage proves infeasible. Up until that moment, they are in favor of government overreach. So states' rights has never been a consistent philosophy, but then why should it be? It's a euphemism. Its sole purpose is bringing an extreme ideology into mainstream politics. About the only blessing of a political euphemism is that the belief that can't be spoken is a belief that is, to some extent, contained. The states' rights argument makes bigotry more pervasive, but keeps it somewhat less draconian than the bigots might prefer. If you have to...
Now, that's where we were up until now. We have now shifted to the death of the euphemism. Simply, Steve, this is really hard for me. When I was a teenager, we were mosh pitting to songs about punching Nazis. It's only because I know it won't solve anything that I refrain. Yeah, like that is hard. And it's hard to tell people, like, when you go to the protest, don't punch the Nazi, because then the cameras will see you and the Nazi fighting, and then it'll get reported as Antifa versus Nazis. Whereas Nazis just on their own look pretty bad. But I mean, that'll change eventually. But like at the moment, like, don't punch the Nazis. When you go to a protest right now, do not do any violence, do not bring any weapons. You are there to get the shit beat out of you on camera. And base proud PPG. Yeah, he said that you convinced him to do it. And I'm like, I saw the screenshots of the chat. States' rights gave some of us legal weed. Having a check on federal power ain't all bad. No, I get that, but it's never really used that way, and it's never been used that way, conservative liberalism. It's always been, from its conception, a way of circumventing federal law and imposing laws that the people don't want. Like, generally. Even the people in these states often don't want them. Cringe alert, did you see that West Australian lib that legally changed his surname to Trump? No, I didn't. Please give me a link for that, Cheeseburger Merv. Also, really good to see you.
To smuggle your marriage
and
ban.
Yes, actually, Simply Steve is right. Trump could overturn that. Like, the thing is, like, I live in Australia. We have states here as well, and we have states' rights as well. But, like, yeah, federal government comes first. You can't, like, do something that the federal government makes illegal without you having that, like, that has to be approved. You have to be able to work that out. Your citizens have to, like, vote for that. You can't force that on there. Whereas, like, in America, a governor can sign a bill without anyone voting, even if it's technically not, like, in favor of federal law, like legal weed, for example. Yes, I know. Like, oh, sorry, never mind. I thought you were saying weed is legal because of it again. But, like, yes, like, it makes things like weed legal, but it's also used for things like getting rid of abortion. People need to be careful with protesting. They're looking for scapegoats. Yeah, please do not hit anybody. And I mean, if you guys are going to go to a protest, I highly, highly, highly recommend you have a first aid kit. And if you don't know how to build a first aid kit for protests, give me the link. Here's a link to a Substack. The name is very funny, but like it is functional. It's good. Makes sense. Let's see. Wow. MP from Western Australia legally changed his name Austin to Aussie Let's Trump. Aussie Let's Trump, fuck him in the ass, I guess. That's the full name. I mean, you look like a simp. Jesus Christ. This is like the whitest man I've ever seen. I was thinking about political theory, and I wonder if a nation generically would benefit from having tax laws. Unchanging as part of the Constitution, I feel like there are some rules that politicians shouldn't be allowed to play with. Well, like, the thing is, you could make that work under socialism. But, like, tax laws might need to change on occasion. You can't have a tax law that, like, is unchanging based on the material. Like, it would be unchanging unless the material conditions change. If there is a trade war, if a country that you do a lot of trade with is in a war with another country, these things factor in. And so you now have to shift production to one place or another, and that brings income versus taxes. Like, all of these things come into play. You can't really do that. Like, a flat tax just doesn't work.
And into a states' rights argument, you're painted into a corner should your state choose.
I could see it working with, like, if you make over $25 million a year, you forever are paying 94% in taxes. I can see that. That's fine. I'm okay with that one. That flat tax. And I'm okay with the flat tax of if you make under $50,000 a year, you don't pay taxes. I don't like that politicians get to lower the tax rates of the rich. Well, yeah, of course not. But that's kind of all they run for. He's going to get in trouble ruling with bigotry. Not everyone will have the same levels of bigotry. They will try and turn on him. Except they won't. Free breakfast banana, they won't. They never turn on them. He's been a bigot for 10 years. He's been this for 10 years. Elon Musk did a Nazi salute, and we argued if it was a Nazi salute. They were telling people that he's just autistic. Guys, get real here. Get it in your brain. They're not going to... The Republicans are not rising up against these people. Nobody is coming to save us. It's up to all of us to save all of us. Or we're dead. No one's coming for us. You are the Jew in 1932 Germany. That's you right now. Trump? Whatever. Like, since 2016, we've been listening to Trump be a bigot.
To legalize it. Then, if you want to keep the homophobic vote secure, you've got to find and popularize a different euphemism. Managing an alliance between moderates and reactionaries, especially when you can't
he's been
acknowledge...
a bigot for well over that as well, I know. He's been a bigot in our current political context. Obviously, he's been a bigot for his entire fucking life. And Simply Steve, I know you've given up on trying to, like, convince them. Fine, that's fine. You do not have to. But all I say is that if there is somebody who looks like and feels like you might be able to bring them over, it's better to have a body standing in front of you when the Nazis come to start shooting. I saw a lady on LinkedIn doing Elon Musk Roman salute. I saw someone doing it with their fucking kids. Like, I saw someone teaching their kids to do it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I think I liked it. Like, you guys don't need to jump in and, like, come in there. Like, I know that, like, the time frame that I gave was less than what it actually is. No, damn it. I don't think I liked that video because I hated it. I hated that video, so I didn't like it. You know what I did like? Is this.
Could I get your name and badge number?
Yeah. It's Gaspari. You gotta stop doing that. It's Gaspari 1584.
Good boy.
Yeah.
You want a treat?
Nah, I'm good. Thanks.
I am naughty.
I like that. That was fun. You know what? We need a bit of a laugh. That first time that he made papers when he was found to illegally refuse rent. Yeah, I know. Simply Steve, I'm talking about the folks who, when you show them video of Trump saying something, they'll think it's fake and never happen. Yeah, don't worry about those people. Fuck those people. They're brainless. They're brain dead. I'm talking about people who come and, like, have an actual conversation with you, and they're wrong and they're right wing, but they're having an actual conversation with you. Worry about those people. Don't worry about the retards. Sorry. Like, it is what it is. They're lost to us. And I do love the donut with the fishing pole. That person, I think, is actually, like, does this regularly. Ah, there we go.
What's up?
Can I get your name and badge number?
There we go. Yeah, it's sales 2757.
The boy.
True, I'm Katar.
You want that donut though?
Nah. Dude, it's so crazy though, man. Yeah, I see the video. Yeah. Like I'm sitting there, I'm like, man, eventually he's gonna get me one thing because I work up north.
Yeah.
They send me down here, and then I'm like, feel it.
It's fun. There are people who can be swayed. Not many, and not by. Oh shit. Fuck me. Oof. Whoopsie. 1 second. Ow. 1. Can you guys still hear me? I fell and knocked a bunch of shit over, including one of my monitors. Come on, sit in your... Oh no, I broke my fucking... Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, well that's fucked. I have lost a monitor. It's okay, stream is almost over. Good. No, I'm fine. My equipment's fine. I broke my not my HDMI cable. What's the other one? The display cable. That's what broke. I just need to go buy a new display cable for my monitor. That's fine. That did hurt though. Oh, thank you, Lost Soat. Yeah, it definitely could have been worse. The monitor itself could have broken, and I'm glad it didn't. Yes, I'm fine, Gina and Alex. No, it's not the actual screen. It was just like the monitor fell entirely. And I think it might have... Oh no, it didn't break. Cool. It's just like not on now. Alright. It is what it is. Oh, thank you for the bits again. Damn, Leftist Leo, you are like on top of that shit. Hype train. Holy crap. We got a hype train. Alright, well, we have this hype train, but they're cheap on Amazon. I don't know how much shipping is there. I mean, free shipping, but fuck Amazon. I'm just gonna go to a store and get them because I want them today. Or rather for tomorrow. I won't be streaming tomorrow, by the way, because it is a weekend, but we'll see.
That one half of that alliance even exists is a hard needle to thread, and depending on who's in charge of the party at a given time, the alliance can be tenuous. The far right is often viewed by their own party as the mad woman in the attic. We feed her, but we don't talk about her. Republican campaigners are somewhat known for going out and getting far-right folks registered to vote, and then talking shit about them when they're out of earshot. I suspect they enjoy standing next to extremists because it makes them look moderate by comparison. Though we should be clear, if you need to stand next to someone whose bumper sticker says, "If I had known this, I would have picked my own cotton to not look racist," your house is not in order. And the far right knows this. Say what you want about them. They're not all fools.
No,
their party often doesn't
They've never been fools. They're just evil.
Respect them because it doesn't have to. Who the hell else are they gonna vote for? They are the necessary evil. But if what a person wants, what they actually want, is segregation, is a nationwide ban on same-sex marriage, is the mass deportation of Mexicans, is the closing of borders to all Muslim
6 years ago, we were talking about the same fucking shit. Everything has been exactly the same for like 100 years in this country.
nations, this
Good thing it's
euphemistic
dead now.
states' rights, job security, war on terror, half-measure bullshit isn't going to cut it forever. When you court the vote of bigots, sooner or later, it's put up or shut up. I don't say this to generate sympathy for them. None of these are desires worth having, and no nation calling itself a democracy should ever represent them, not even as watered-down euphemism.
Which we have for a long time. It's like, it's honestly like, I know it, like, living in the country, I wouldn't say this, but like from the outside, I'm very much enjoying watching the fall of the American Empire. Listen to Behind the Bastards episode about the power, about the people who helped Hitler rise to power. It's haunting. Yes, it is. I do remember that. I need to watch that again.
But to bring us back to the recent past, I say this because in 2016, it had been a long time since these people felt that any party had truly represented them. And this is why a candidate who doesn't say protecting jobs, he says Mexicans are rapists, who doesn't say war on terror, he says Muslim registry, appeals to them. He says, in so many words, the Islamophobes, the racists, the sexists, the segregationists, they are my base. I will not appeal to moderates.
That's why all of the January 6ers, all of the Nazi fucking militias, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, that's why they stick by him. They are his base. They're also his personal army.
And treat them as the necessary evil. I will speak to them directly, without euphemism. Because, honestly, I don't know how euphemisms work. These are my people, and they are the ones the Republican Party should embrace with open arms.
Do it, Headless Chicken.
This is supposed to be political suicide. And in the months that follow, it looks like maybe it will be. All the other journalists are writing this up as a fluke and an embarrassment. Him securing the nomination has doomed the Republican Party. The moderates will never elect him. Not only will he fail, he will lay bare the ugly truth about his entire party. He lags in the polls. Republican lawmakers disavow him. The Republican National Committee revokes their endorsement.
All of this happened.
Statisticians say not only will he lose in the swing states, but some Republican strongholds might vote Democrat for the first time in 40 years. They suspect he could drag Republicans in the House and Senate down with him. Democratic control of all three branches of government. His loss will be as sweeping as Silvermilk's in '64, and the ensuing Republican realignment will be as dramatic. But when the day comes...
Headless Chicken? That sounds fucking horrible.
That's not the headline you have to write.
Yeah.
How do you make sense of this? You're a political writer. You're supposed to tell people what this means. How do you even begin? Well, it means party loyalty is one of the strongest things in politics today. Come election day, people who disavowed him were making phone calls on...
Which Green Cross insignia? Where?
Even begin? Well, it means party loyalty is one of the
yeah, we all thought that for a second.
Strongest things in politics today. Come election day, people...
The black shirts? I don't see anything.
Supposed to tell people what this means. How do you even begin? Well, it means party loyalty is one of the strongest things in politics today. Come election day, people who disavowed him were making phone calls on his behalf. It means the Republican Party has drifted...
Oh, by the way, Leftist Leo, I'm putting in, like, dashes for what the time slots are, so when you cut this into a video, you won't have as hard of a time jumping around. Thank you.
...drifted to the right far enough that the so-called moderates are more closely aligned with white nationalists than they are to the moderate left. It means, in all likelihood, the bigots are the base now, and the moderates the hangers-on. Politicians can be as racist as they want, because... who the hell else are Republicans gonna vote for? That's
Look at Elon Musk. Everything he says is like 4chan Groyber rhetoric. He's on there constantly. So are a whole bunch of government officials. That's how they did QAnon, remember? QAnon was a psyop that was started by Michael Flynn. It was the continuation of MAGA 3X.
Not the realignment you were expecting. Now, there's no saying how long this state of affairs will last. One election doesn't mean the center-right and the far-right know how to build a coalition. Maybe a year or two from now, when this guy's passed a little legislation, the moderates will have buyer's remorse, the extremists will feel their guy was more blunt talk than he was action, everything will be worse, and no one will be happy. But that's not much comfort, because it tells you almost nothing about how the next election will go. At this point, anything could happen. A euphemism dies when it no longer works to disguise things that can't be said, or when culture at large decides things that can't be said are now sayable.
This is what has happened. The euphemism has died. Again, like, it's over for liberalism in the United States for a while. Like, for a long while.
In the last couple videos, we've talked about how the far-right mainstreams a, for instance, racist idea by convincing people it's not racist. What we're seeing here is the endgame of that process. Once the public embraces them...
Identitarian. This is what I mean by individualism to the point of extremism.
What we're seeing here is the end game of that process. Once the public embraces them as people, elects their politicians, and implements their policies, they begin, bit by bit, to drop the pretense. Because if they want to close the borders once and for all, it's in their best interest to stop pretending border control is about protecting jobs. A sad truth about humans is they will often accept almost any justification to keep doing whatever they're already doing.
It's also, I will go beyond that, but it's also a matter of not being able to feel uncomfortable. It's a matter of humans don't like to sit with discomfort and not act on it. You need to learn that as a skill. That's called being reactionary when you do that. You need to not react to your emotions. You need to act after you've processed them. Learn how to, you have to learn how to, anyone who's been to therapy probably does resonate with it. You got to sit with your emotions, let them do their thing, let them pass a bit, and then you can act.
If someone has spent years favoring border security, they've voted for it, their taxes have paid for it, maybe they've even called ICE on someone, and one day you tell them, keep doing what you're doing, but by the way, it's not about jobs anymore, now it's about keeping Mexicans out. A lot of them will roll.
Oopsie. And now my other monitor's messed up. Jesus. God. Well, I guess I have one monitor now.
Roll with it. We like to think action follows belief, and sometimes it does, but at least as often it's the reverse. And that's a dangerous.
All right, 1 second. I can't see chat, so I have to do this because I now have 2 unplugged monitors. I'm never leaving the window open while I stream again. So I tried to do because it was hot. I wanted some airflow and all of the stuff that I have in front of the window that stops it from being, I don't know, unreasonably like bright. That affects the camera is all gone now. So, let's see.
Thing when given the choice to do something different or do the same thing only more.
It has been a week.
To the far right, a euphemism is like a calf. Something to be brought into this world or inherited, removed from its original context, raised to adolescence, and then slaughtered when the time is right. Historically, the first sign that things are about to get a lot worse for minorities is when the racism stops being euphemistic.
You're still on my face, aren't you?
In a sense, removed from its original context, raised to adolescence, and then slaughtered when the time is right. Historically, the first sign that things are about to get a lot worse for minorities is when the racism stops being euphemistic. In a sense, the far right and the liberal journalist share a purpose. The journalist's goal is to expose the truth behind the euphemism in the hopes that people will abandon bigotry once it's been made explicit. The far right does the same, hoping they won't.
That's the point. And we can make it the other way around. Like, again, you do not need to be weak. You don't need to be like them. You don't need to do this like them. Do this in the way that you feel right for you. Go as far as you're willing to, and protect yourself, protect your community. Guys, today has been a day for me, so I'm very sorry for everything just breaking. That was not part of the plan. Now, let me get back on Twitch. Twitch. Where is my Twitch? Because I'm going to hop off. I will likely not be streaming tomorrow, but don't take that as a promise, because I do occasionally just make a random decision. I'm going to raid somebody, though. Thanks, Headless Chicken. I have no idea what I'm going to do with the rest of the day. Oh, cool. It's Cosmopolitics. Okay. You know, it's fine. I just need to, like, re-plug in the wires that came out of this monitor at work, so I need to go buy a new monitor, or a new cable for the monitor, rather. But it is going to be quite funny watching that on stream. So, I hope you all have a lovely day, and I'll see you next time.